Golden State Oracle Arena. Gazing at Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and Klay Thompson on the court. Wearing the Warriors' No. 77 jersey, Tang Lei sat at the end of the bench, commonly known as the water dispenser spot, his eyes dazed and disbelieving. After a long moment merging with his predecessor's memories, he finally confirmed that he had truly traveled from the future to the end of 2018. In his past life, Tang Lei was merely a small-time basketball internet celebrity. Although he had harbored an NBA dream since childhood due to factors like his parents' genetics, poor family conditions, and inability to afford nutritional supplements, his height finally stopped at 1.75 meters. That height was not even enough to meet the entry threshold for domestic professional teams, let alone the NBA. Helpless, he had to turn to playing street ball and competing in the King of the Street tournament. Through effort and persistence, he won a King of the Street championship and developed into a minor internet celebrity. But unexpectedly, when he woke up, he had traveled into the body of a player with the same name, and also from China. However, what puzzled him was that in his previous life, he had never heard of a Chinese player named Tang Lei, let alone one entering the NBA. If such a player really existed, they would definitely be praised to the skies back home. However, Tang Lei didn't dwell on it too much. After all, if something as incredible as time travel could happen to him, what else could be harder to understand? This world was exactly the same as the one he knew before his travel. In other words, the Warriors, who aimed to defend their title and establish a three-peat dynasty, were going to fail. Although the Warriors still reached the finals that season due to serious injuries to Durant and Thompson, they ultimately lost 42 to the Raptors. No three-peat, no dynasty, just a non-guaranteed two-way contract could be cut at any time. Filtering through the information in his mind, Tang Lei let out a helpless sigh. Although he now stood 2.02 meters tall, his arm span was a pitiful 2.04 meters, and he weighed only 93 kilograms. His static talent was not just average, it was utterly unremarkable. Especially that arm span, truly an eyesore. The arm span was almost 1-1 with his height. If he had three-pointers, shooting, defense vision, or basketball IQ, it would be fine, but unfortunately, he had none of those. Tang Lei suddenly wondered why the Warriors had signed a player like him. Probably just to develop the huge Chinese market. However, as a loyal fan of Curry and KD, he was still excited to appear in front of them this way. His only thought now was to play well and convert his contract into a guaranteed one. The ultimate form of fandom is to become teammates and fight side by side, right? As in his past life, the Warriors with the Splash Brothers were basically invincible. Moreover, their opponent was the weak, so the familiar third-quarter blowout came. At the end of the third quarter, head coach Kerr waved his hand, letting Curry, Durant, and Thompson rest directly. Only Green was left to play with the bench. However, Tang Lei did not get a chance to play until halfway through the fourth quarter, when the opponent had completely surrendered. Head coach Kerr then beckoned to Tang Lei. "Tang, you're up." Hearing Kerr's call, Tang Lei, whose gaze had just been on Curry and Durant, immediately responded, sprang to his feet, and quickly ran over. He had harbored the NBA dream for at least a decade. He never imagined he would step onto the NBA stage in this way. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. And as Tang Lei officially stepped onto the Oracle Arena floor, a crisp voice suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, host. By making your official debut, you have activated the Basketball God system. As this is your first activation, a special newcomer gift pack has been prepared. Open it." "Huh, system?" Tang Lei was stunned for a moment, then felt a surge of joy. The standard equipment for a time traveler had arrived, unsurprisingly. "Open." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Permanent Reward 1, Prime Kobe Bryant's jumping ability. Permanent Reward 2, Prime Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper. Reward 3, 1 chance at a 10-draw system lottery." As the system's voice faded, Tang Lei felt a warm current instantly flow through his body. "I feel like the Black Mamba is back," Tang Lei murmured to himself, but soon shook his head. No, the Black Mamba hadn't gone to see God yet at this time. With the Black Mamba's abilities, as long as I secure a foothold on the Warriors, he'll have the chance to help them complete the three-peat dynasty. In the finals of his past life, when Durant was out for the season and Thompson was seriously injured, the image of Curry sitting on the floor was still deeply engraved in Tang Lei's mind, impossible to forget. That version of Curry was too heartbreaking. He wanted to change that situation. He also wanted to win an O'Brien trophy for himself, fulfill his dream, and realize his self-worth. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Tencent NBA live stream, 2 commentators saw Tang Lei on the court and briefly introduced him. But the live stream bullet comments were full of abuse. "Damn, as soon as I entered the stream, I saw this guy. So he combined 0 for 8 in 2 games, all stats 0. Even I could do that. He's disgracing us abroad, better come back soon. If it weren't for Curry being on the Warriors, no one would watch you." Various insults were endless. The 2 commentators saw this and were helpless, quickly shifting the topic back to the game. As a shooting guard, after inbounding the ball, Tang Lei moved to the Warriors' half. The players on both sides were all deep backups. Usually they only got to play in garbage time. So having finally earned this opportunity, they all wanted to perform well to catch the coach's eye. Nobody wanted to run plays. Nobody wanted to pass. As soon as they got the ball, they shot. In 2 possessions, each of the 4 players on the floor took a shot, but none made it. Tang Lei as a guard couldn't even touch the ball, just ran back and forth. It was pretty ridiculous. Haha, can't even get the ball, what a joke. Even his teammates looked down on him, he's just embarrassing himself. Another eye-soaring game with 0 stats. Many trolls in the Tencent live stream were having a field day. Although Tang Lei had some fans, they were far outnumbered by the haters. Even those fans dared not speak up, because once they did they would be attacked by the trolls. Warriors ball. Teammate Jordan Bell dribbled past half-court, took a jab step at the 3-point line, and shot completely ignoring Tang Lei, who was wide open on the wing. Clang. The ball hit the front rim and bounced out. It was a long rebound. Tang Lei was in a good position, and the rebound fell right into his hands. As soon as Tang Lei got the ball, his 4 teammates stretched out their arms along the side, appearing rather comical. However, Tang Lei did not intend to pass the ball. Passing it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog, gone forever. His teammates needed to shine, but so did he. Otherwise, he risked being cut at any time. Sports are brutal, competition is fierce. Facing tight defense, Tang Lei dribbled with his back to the basket, faked left with a shoulder shake to trick the defender, then turned and executed a picture-perfect fadeaway jumper. The motion was silky smooth, no wasted movement. The ball arced beautifully through the air before swishing cleanly through the net. But on the court, this shot barely drew any attention. After all, it was garbage time, and most people couldn't even name the play. The game continued. The Grizzlies inbound the ball. Tang Lei quickly retreated to near the free-throw line. After crossing half-court, the opponent used a classic hesitation move to shake off. Jordan Bell drove inside, saw the center rotating to help, and improvised a running floater, like shooting a bow from horseback. Unfortunately, it was short, bouncing out. But the rebound went long, and was snatched by Watanabe Yuta, whose life seemed pretty decent. Tang Lei, being closest, quickly moved to help. Seeing his defender was a slender Asian, Watanabe's confidence surged. He faked left with a jab step, and drove hard to the right. But when Tang Lei caught up, Watanabe suddenly stopped, pulled the ball back, and launched a pull-up jumper. Tang Lei had already lost half a step, but he reacted quickly. Pushing off both feet, he exploded upward. With the prime Kobe jumping ability, Tang Lei could clearly feel that the air he breathed when jumping seemed different. Smack! A single swat sent Watanabe's released shot flying out of bounds like a volleyball. Oh my god! Great play! Curry, Durant, and others clapped and cheered. Head coach Kerr, observing his players from the bench, lit up with interest. He had thought that play was unsalvageable. But unexpectedly, it ended with a spectacular volleyball spike block. He noticed Tang Lei seemed different today, outstanding and confident on both ends. The Grizzlies inbound the ball from the sideline. Sideline inbounds have always been an international problem. The opponent wanted to feed Watanabe to help him redeem his lost face. There's an unwritten rule in the NBA: if you lose face badly on one possession, your teammates will help you regain it on the. But as the ball was about to reach Watanabe's hands, a ghostly hand suddenly darted out and cut the pass. That hand belonged to Tang Lei. He had predicted the pass to Watanabe and had been waiting for the opportunity. After the steal, Tang Lei sprinted forward and a step before the free-throw line leaped for a ferocious dunk that exploded the arena. It also sent the Penguins' livestream chat into a frenzy. Damn, 666, that bounce is insane. Is this really the Lei Jiang I know? Elite on both ends. Ha, is this our Chinese buff against Japanese players? If Lei keeps this up, his contract is safe. Tang Lei was overjoyed. The crowd cheered, teammates celebrated, the coach applauded, and the opponent fumed. Nothing could be sweeter. So this is the jumping ability of the legend. It's incredible. Tang Lei marveled internally. Outsiders always said Kobe was not naturally gifted, that his success came purely from hard work and obsessive will to win. But in truth, Kobe's talent, even across the entire NBA, was among the top echelon. Next possession, the Grizzlies committed a turnover. Warriors fast break. Tang Lei sprinted ahead and set up at the wing 45-degree spot. Guard Damian Lee had no intention of passing, he just charged forward. As Kai's brother-in-law, no one dared to complain. But when Lee challenged the opposing center in the air, his path was blocked, and he had to pass back before landing. Tang Lei had good awareness. He sensed the trouble and moved to the ball, which landed securely in his hands. With a forward momentum, Tang Lei immediately jumped from inside the 3-second zone. The opponent's center reacted quickly, jumped again, and his long arms formed an impenetrable wall. He declared this his no-flee zone. Facing the towering block, Tang Lei didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he executed a midair right-to-left hand switch, avoiding the block, and released the ball with just his wrist just before landing. Thump! The ball hit the backboard and banked into the net. From catch to jump to shot, the entire sequence took less than a second. Most people only saw the ball go and unaware of the difficulty. It wasn't until the replay aired that everyone was completely stunned. OMG. How did he do that? That was an insane reverse layup. Unbelievable. A historic move. What a core. I salute this absolutely amazing core. Wait, this looks familiar. I remember now. In the 2009 finals, Kobe did the same ultimate fadeaway reverse layup against prime Dwight Howard. A replica of Kobe. Lei the King is amazing. Curry, Durant, and others were also stunned after watching the replay, disbelief written on their faces. From that point on, it became Tang Lei's personal showcase. ISOs, drives, fadeaway jumpers, threes, dunks. In the end, the score settled at 14,999, a 50-point blowout. Tang Lei played less than 7 minutes in the fourth quarter and scored 17 of the team's 25 points. Final line: 17 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 blocks, 1 steal. Lei the King is insane. Filled the stat sheet. He's got that Kobe vibe. Why didn't he play like this from the start? Lei seized the moment. Don't be inconsistent. After the game, the Penguins' livestream exploded. The two commentators were also pleasantly surprised. They never expected such a performance from Tang Lei, especially that ridiculous reverse layup that nearly blinded them. Though Tang Lei had been mercilessly criticized by haters before, after this, showing those haters naturally dared not resurface. That's just the way the world works. Play poorly, and the whole world seems hostile. Play well, and everyone respects you. This holds true in the NBA as well. After the game, many opponents came to embrace him, showing their respect. Curry, Durant, Thompson, and others also stepped forward to encourage him and high-five him. Despite his decent performance, it was only during garbage time, so Tang Lei didn't get an interview opportunity. He returned to the locker room. As soon as he sat down, the system's crisp voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for winning the regular season game. Reward attribute, 0.1, a system coin 2. Reminder, host, you have one 10-draw opportunity. Do you wish to initiate it now? Let's do it. Without a second thought, Tang Lei issued the command. Congratulations, host, you have received $1,000. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 system coins. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 bottles of La Gamma. Congratulations, host, you have scored a critical hit in apartment. Congratulations, host, you have received 3 system coins. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 lottery tickets. Congratulations, host, you have scored a critical hit attribute point 2. Congratulations, host, you have successfully unlocked the system shop. Congratulations, host, you have received a super 3-point trial card. Congratulations, host, you have received a girlfriend who can be sweet or sassy. Huh, you can even draw a girlfriend. Tang Lei was startled by the system's voice. In this foreign land with youthful vigor, he often felt lonely by himself. Having a girlfriend would surely bring an explosion of happiness. System, where's the girlfriend I drew? Tang Lei immediately asked impatiently. Reply to host, she is in the system space. Just open it with your mind. A girlfriend who can be sweet or sassy, and you put her in a cold system space. That's outrageous. Tang Lei cursed inwardly, then used his mind to open the system space. However, what met his eyes was a well-behaved, life-sized silicone doll about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a JK uniform. Scattered beside the doll were various other items: US dollars, bottles of La Gamma, apartment keys, lottery tickets, and more. Damn it. You lousy system, this is what you call a girlfriend. Screw you. In an instant, Tang Lei understood and couldn't help but curse. Please mind your language, host. A doll is better than nothing. This doll is equipped with the most advanced black technology. It can speak, has temperature, can breathe, and move. Its limbs and mouth are highly flexible enough to satisfy all your internal needs. Tang Lei. He exited the system space and turned his attention to the newly unlocked system shop. This system shop sold various NBA superstar talents and signature moves. However, unfortunately, all of these were consumables, and only one talent or ability could be used per game. They could not be permanently owned. To exchange for these talents or signature moves, a certain number of system coins was required. The minimum was 10 system coins. The highest required 100 system coins for the Jordan's legacy from the basketball god. Besides superstar talents, the shop also contained various functional drinks and even injury remedy powder. Naturally, the better the effect, the more system coins were needed. Only 7 system coins. I can't even think about the stuff in this shop for now. Tang Lei exited the system shop. System, what do these attribute points mean? As if remembering something, Tang Lei asked. Host can open your own attribute panel and use attribute points to enhance them. They are permanent. Oh. Tang Lei was startled, then immediately issued a system command and opened his own attribute panel. Host Tang Lei. Profession, NBA Golden State Warriors player, two-way, unguaranteed contract. Age 19 years and 35 days. Height 2.02 m. Each attribute point can increase by 1 centimeter, max 15 centimeters. Wingspan 2.04 m. Same. Size 25 centimeters. Same. Weight 93 kilograms. No need to waste attribute points, just eat more. Breakthrough 80. Mid-range, shot 92. 3-point shot 81. Jumping 93. Speed 83. Defense 85. Block 86. Ball handling 82. Stamina 84. Charisma 77. Attribute points 3. Note: 1 attribute point is awarded for each regular season win, 2 for playoffs, 5 for finals. Breaking records also yields attribute points up to a maximum of 10, depending on difficulty. Looking at his attribute panel, Tang Lei felt helpless. Except for the jumping and fadeaway stats boosted by fusing Kobe's talent, none of the others exceeded 90. Especially the charisma stat, which was only 77. That was absurd. His looks deserved at least a 98. Could charisma be related to his basketball skills and fame? Looks like I need to earn more attribute points to fix this lousy panel, Tang Lei thought to himself. Then without hesitation, he added all 3 attribute points to his 3-point stat. Under Kai's leadership, the current era was the small ball era, with 3-pointers being shot from farther out. Without a decent 3-point shot, it was really hard to make it. By the way, system, is there any other way to improve attributes besides using attribute points? Tang Lei suddenly. Attribute points were too hard to earn. Only 1 point for a regular season win. Most of his attributes were below average. It would take forever to accumulate enough. Reply to host: completing designated training tasks can also improve your attributes. Hearing this, Tang Lei felt a surge of joy. Training could also improve attributes. This meant a 2-pronged approach, allowing him to boost his stats much faster. The system's voice rang out again. Ding. First mission has been issued for host: make 88 3-pointers. Mission reward: 3-point attribute 3. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Lei was thrilled. His 3-point stat was now 84. Adding these 3 points would bring it to 87. On a scale of 100, reaching 87 would definitely be above average, even among NBA 3-point shooters. Of course, this was just the beginning. Since it was already dark, Tang Lei had to suppress his inner excitement. After showering and saying goodbye to his teammates and coach, he drove off alone. His car was just a used beater. Since he was on an unguaranteed contract and could be cut at any time, there was no point in getting a good car, and he had no money anyway. Previously, he had been staying in cheap hotels. But today he had scored a critical hit on an apartment, so he no longer needed to stay in a hotel. Following the system's instructions, Tang Lei quickly drove into a residential complex and successfully moved into the apartment. As soon as he opened the door, all kinds of documents bearing his name were laid out on the table. Property, deed, residence permit, and so on. He had to admit the system was truly amazing. The next game was in 2 days at the Staples Center in Los Angeles against the Lakers. Tang Lei was eager for this stage, shining with spotlights. His time was running out. He had to perform better as soon as possible. Just as he lay down on the bed, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for being selected for today's NBA Top 10 plays and topping the list. Reward: attribute point 3, system coin 5. Top 10 plays. Number 1. Tang Lei was surprised. He immediately opened his phone and went to the NBA section. And on the today's top 10 plays list, he was the cover image. This play, unsurprisingly, was the one where he replicated Kobe's incredible reverse layup. Tang Lei's heart was filled with immense excitement. He watched that play over and over again. Meanwhile, far away across the ocean, Chinese social media and netizens went wild. The next day, at 4 in the morning, the sky had not yet brightened. Tang Lei had already risen, and after washing up, he drove straight to the Warriors training gym. After parking the car and arriving at the gym entrance, Tang Lei roused the security guard who was dozing inside. "Hello, I'm here to train. Please let me in." The guard rubbed his eyes, glanced at Tang Lei, then looked out at the pitch-black night sky and asked, "Who are you?" Tang Lei was speechless. He had heard stories before about security guards not recognizing their own players, an experience that had even befallen Jeremy Lin during Linsanity. But he never imagined it would happen to him. "I am Tang." Though speechless and disheartened, Tang Lei didn't want to waste time and immediately responded, affirming that he was a member of the Warriors. As if recalling that the team indeed had a player with a non-guaranteed contract by that name, the guard finally let him in, though his expression was quite displeased. Tang Lei paid him no mind, walked straight into the training gym, and turned on the lights. On days without games, team training usually started at 10. A few would come after 8. Gazing at the championship moments of the Warriors floating above the court, Tang Lei felt a surge of motivation. Though they had won 3 titles in 4 years, it was not a three-peat. Without a three-peat, they couldn't be considered a dynasty, nor could they be called great. Since the 20th century, aside from the Lakers' O'Neal and Bryant achieving a three-peat, no other team had touched. Even the formidable Big Three of the Heat era failed to do so. The current Warriors were just 1 championship away from establishing a dynasty. But Tang Lei knew that following the normal course of events, the Warriors wouldn't make it. So he realized this was his opportunity, a chance to make a name for himself and prove that a person of yellow skin could also succeed. Without further delay, Tang Lei warmed up and began setting up the shooting machine. This type of shooting machine didn't require retrieving balls. Whether made or missed nearby, they would roll back into the machine and be ejected toward the shooter's position. It was convenient and efficient. With a hum, the machine activated and a basketball shot out. Standing at the top of the arc, Tang Lei caught the ball steadily. Then he jumped, raised his arms, flicked his wrist, and released. The three-pointer clanked off the rim. Previously, Tang Lei's training three-point percentage hovered around 50. Even after adding all 6 attribute points, it was only about 60. So missing wasn't surprising. This was also a key reason he urgently needed to improve his three-point shooting. It was simply too painful to watch. With only around 60 accuracy in training under game pressure, it would likely be cut in half. In the small ball era, without a consistent outside shot or the ability to space the floor for teammates, one would inevitably be weeded out. The machine ejected another basketball. It held 5 balls in total, and whether you made the shot or not, it didn't affect the machine's passing rhythm. Catching the ball again, Tang Lei jumped, raised his arms, flicked his wrist, and released. The three-pointer swished through the net. At the same time, a virtual screen appeared before his eyes. 3-point task, 1888. Task reward, 3-point attribute 3. With such clear data in front of him, Tang Lei trained with even more vigor. An hour later, he had made over 150 shots. This efficiency wasn't high, but it was acceptable. As his state improved, his efficiency gradually began to climb. After 2 hours, he had made over 350 shots. After 3 hours, over 500. However, after 3 consecutive hours of shooting, Tang Lei's stamina began to wane and his efficiency dropped. But he didn't stop. Gradually, the sky outside the window began to lighten. Before long, a young man with a childish appearance bounced in. It was Curry. He was surprised to see Tang Lei. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and judging by his sweat-soaked appearance, he had clearly been training for a long time. Tang, you're so early. Want to have a 3-point contest? Curry asked with a smile as he approached. Before team practice, he always warmed up with some 3-pointers. It was his usual training routine. Sure, Tang Lei replied. Being challenged by the team's star player to a contest felt like an unexpected honor. His previously somewhat sluggish state instantly perked up. Shooting practice itself was monotonous and boring, but having someone join in undoubtedly made it more interesting. After Curry adjusted his shooting machine, the two began their competition. As for the result, it was one-sided. Kai's 3-point shooting was historically freakishly accurate and sky-defying existence. In training, his percentage could exceed 90. It was said he once made 94 out of 100, including 76 in a row. It was simply inhuman. On average, for every 2 Curry made, Tang Lei made 1. Yet Tang Lei felt no inferiority. Instead, he thoroughly enjoyed the contest. He savored the competition. Perhaps spurred on by Curry, or perhaps because his muscles were developing memory. As his stamina declined, Tang Lei's accuracy actually improved. Early on, he made roughly 1 in 2, later it became 2 in 3, then 4 in 5. Not bad, keep going, Curry encouraged as he continued shooting. Okay, Tang Lei replied, growing bolder with each shot. His made shots quickly passed 600, 700, 800. An hour and a half had passed. By then, other players had arrived one after another. Seeing Curry competing in a 3-point shootout with a fringe NBA player, they were a bit surprised, but said nothing. After all, Curry was known for being approachable and easygoing. Tang, that's enough for now. You did great, Curry said, stopping first. In that hour and a half, he had made at least 1,000 shots. Such efficiency and accuracy were truly terrifying. They'll stop after 10 more, Tang Lei replied. Despite brief rests, his stamina was nearly at its limit. But seeing that he only needed 10 more makes to complete the 3-point task, he gritted his teeth and pushed on. Since his efficiency and accuracy couldn't match others, he would make up for it with time and double the effort. As the last 3-pointer wobbled and rolled into the basket, the system's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the 3-point task. 3-point attribute automatically 3. Tang Lei let out a heavy breath, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor in a sprawl. At 10 o'clock sharp, head coach Kerr entered the arena with a group of assistant coaches. After more than 20 minutes of rest, Tang Lei's physical stamina had recovered significantly. Seeing that his 3-point attribute had finally reached 90 points, he felt quite satisfied. Although it wasn't exceptional, it was certainly above average within the league. Under Kerr's arrangement, team training commenced, primarily focusing on running tactics and practicing coordination. As a player with a non-guaranteed contract, Tang Lei did not receive many opportunities to participate. Although his performance in the previous game was impressive, gaining recognition and trust from just one game was still difficult. However, after training ended, Curry approached Kerr and spoke a few words privately. Afterward, Kerr approached him and said quietly, Tang, I've seen your abilities and effort. In tomorrow's game against the Lakers, your playing time will be appropriately increased. Please be ready at all times. I will coach. Tang Lei's heart swelled with joy. At the same time, he couldn't help but cast another glance at Curry, who was silently walking away. That afternoon, after training, everyone boarded the team bus and headed toward the airport. With the game against the Lakers scheduled for tomorrow, they would stay at the designated hotel for visiting teams in Los Angeles that night. The next evening at 7:30 p.m., Los Angeles Staples Center. The arena was packed to capacity, buzzing with the roar of the crowd. As the hottest team in the NBA, the Warriors' matchup against the Lakers naturally drew the attention of many. Especially after James joined the Lakers, this showdown became even more highly anticipated. The duel between Curry and James, the clash of the league's two kings. Each element added to the spectacle. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the game began. McGee and Green jumped for the ball. McGee, with all top-tier parts below the neck, easily won the tip, passing the ball to Lonzo Ball. However, this jump ball wasn't particularly important. It only determined which team would have the first possession. Lonzo Ball dribbled forward, crossed half-court, and distributed the ball to James. After catching the ball, James pulled up and shot directly from a meter beyond the three-point line. Swish! It went cleanly through the net. The Lakers took an early 3-point lead. This shot also ignited the Staples Center. However, the Warriors were not to be outdone. When it came to three-pointers, they feared no one. Curry moved without the ball cutting along the baseline, then accelerated and used a screen from Thompson to easily create an open space. Green's vision was excellent. The ball arrived just as Curry was in position. Swish. The ball also cleanly swished through the net, a perfect response. 3-3. Both teams entered the game quickly, trading blows without letting the score gap widen significantly. In the small ball era with run and gun, as the main strategy, defense had often been neglected. This was evident from scores frequently surpassing 100 or 120 points. The Lakers' ball controlled the ball, focusing on James and Ingram as primary options. Meanwhile, the Warriors relied on their formidable three-point shooting, with multiple players contributing. Haha, seeing Ball's shooting form again. Gotta say that stance is pretty cool. Whoa, this Ingram is fierce. Going unknown against his template Durant without backing down at all. Future looks bright. This is a rare game where they're evenly matched with the super team Warriors. I'm new here. I just want to ask, when will the Emperor get to play? Agreed. Same question. You have no idea how many times I've watched that extreme pull-up move. It's full of Kobe's shadow. Love it, love it. In the Penguin live stream room, viewers' comments flew across the screen. As a marquee matchup, the viewership for this game was incredibly high, rivaling even playoff games. The two guest commentators in the live room were Su E and Huang Meng. There was also a Penguin-featured female host, Nami. Nami was a devoted fan of James, and she typically hosted Lakers games. Teacher Su, do you think our Chinese player Tang Lei will enter the rotation in this game? As the conversation flowed, Huang Meng raised the question that fans cared about most. Su E took over, smiling. Tang Lei's performance last game was explosive. He even recreated a Kobe-like move and topped the top 10 place. However, the game is tight now, and generally it's tough to enter the rotation. But you know Kerr's style. He's bold and likes to experiment with different lineups using new players. So I believe the probability of Tang Lei entering the rotation is quite high. Alright, let's wait and see. Huang Meng chuckled and said, back to the game. LeBron James shakes off Durant, glides in for a tomahawk dunk, scoring another 2 points. Oh my god, the veteran in his 30s still has it. Beep, beep. The score on the board was 32-29. They led the Lakers by 3 points. Kerr addressed some issues and made a lineup rotation. Curry, Thompson, and Durant were substituted off, replaced by Quinn Cook, Andre Iguodala, and Tang Lei. To be honest, Tang Lei was quite surprised to be sent onto the court at this moment. Although Kerr had mentioned yesterday that he would increase his playing time, Tang Lei never expected to be put in during the first quarter. Tang Lei was extremely excited. Of course, he also knew that if he failed to seize this opportunity, there would be no. After all, playing time depends on performance. If one performs poorly yet still gets minutes, it could breed resentment among teammates in the same position. Such internal discord, which undermines team unity, is something a head coach generally considers and avoids. The Lakers, on the other hand, substituted out James, Ingram, and Ball, bringing in Pope, Caruso, and Rondo. After much anticipation, our Emperor Lei finally took the court. He has entered the rotation. Joy spreads far and wide. His outburst in the last game earned him this chance. Go Emperor Lei! Go Emperor Lei! In the Penguin live stream, the viewership surged the moment Tang Lei appeared on. After all, he was a homegrown player from their own country. Even when he played poorly, many would criticize and mock him. But that was also a form of deep-seated affection. If they couldn't even be bothered to criticize, it meant he had completely lost hope in their eyes. And that was the most tragic thing of all. Warriors ball. Green held the ball, orchestrating from the top of the arc. Quinn Cook ran out after using a screen from Andre Iguodala. The ball arrived right on time. Unfortunately, Cook missed the three-pointer. It clanked off the rim. Lakers' Caruso grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball forward quickly. The Warriors' rotation lineup focused primarily on defense, so they immediately retreated to protect the paint. Caruso found no opening initially and passed the ball to Rondo. Rondo controlled the tempo and lobbed the ball to McGee near the restricted area. McGee tried to back his way into the post, but Green stood firm, unmoved. Eventually, McGee opted for a hook shot, but the ball hit the rim, missed, and bounced out. Green attempted to snatch the rebound, but the taller and longer-armed McGee tipped the ball out to Caruso on the wing at 45 degrees. Tang Lei immediately moved to help defend, but Caruso faked a shot, fooling him, and drove inside. Then he threw down a thunderous dunk. 32-31. Wow. That dunk instantly ignited cheers and screams throughout the Staples. The Bald Mamba's reputation was well-deserved. Warriors inbound the ball. Green dribbled past half-court and found Tang Lei, who had slipped into an open spot. Tang Lei rose and shot, but Rondo contested, and the ball clanked off the rim. Not only did the Lakers grab the rebound, but they also launched a fast break, scoring another 2 points. 32-33. The Lakers led by 1 point. In the Penguin live stream, alas, the magic is gone. Both his offense and defense were too weak. Indeed, it was just a flash in the pan. He can't handle the pressure. He can only dominate weaker opponents. The higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. I thought our great China was about to produce another Yao Ming, but it seems I was overthinking. With this level of skill, everyone might as well just call it a night. As Tang Lei faltered, the live stream was once again flooded with sneers and taunts. Of course, Tang Lei, still sprinting on the court, was unaware of all this. However, at that moment, he also felt immense pressure. Regular rotation players were indeed much stronger than substitutes who only played during garbage time. Moreover, the defense was not as lax as it was in garbage time. Breaking through and scoring had become quite difficult for him. Tang Lei frowned slightly. This was his first official rotation, his first time truly facing such pressure. He deeply understood that if he continued like this, he would surely be benched and never see the court again. He pondered how to break out of his current predicament. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host still has an unused Super God 3-point experience card. Activate it now. Super God 3-point trial card. Tang Lei almost forgot about it. He immediately issued a command, activate. This Super God 3-point trial card was obtained not long ago through a 10 draw. Congratulations, host. The Super God 3-point trial card has been successfully activated. Your 3-point shooting accuracy will exceed 90 for this game. Tang Lei's heart leaped with joy. This card couldn't have come at a better time. Warriors possession. Green advanced the ball, while Tang Lei worked hard on his off-ball movement. Despite missing his last 3-pointer, Green still chose to trust Tang Lei delivering the pass as the man arrived. For the Lakers, Rondo stepped up to defend. Although Rondo stood only 185 centimeters tall, his wingspan stretched an impressive 206 centimeters, 21 centimeters longer than his height. Such a wingspan gave him a tremendous advantage on defense, earning him the nickname Center Rondo. However, facing Rondo again with the boost of the Super God 3-point trial card, Tang Lei's confidence was noticeably stronger this time. He dribbled with a crossover, then halted, abruptly jumped, raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the shot. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, as smooth as silk. Under the glare of the lights, the basketball traced a beautiful arc and swished through the net. A clean nothing, 3-5-3-3. They took a 2-point lead. This shot felt incredible to Tang Lei. He knew the moment it left his hand that it was good. No need to even look. Could this be what it felt like to be a 3-point sharpshooter? With that thought, Tang Lei couldn't help but glance back at Curry. After hitting one, the barrage of insults in the Penguin livestream subsided. The Lakers inbound the ball. Rondo advanced. The coach's strategy was to defend everyone else and let Rondo shoot. Rondo took a shot, and as expected missed. Iguodala grabbed the rebound and immediately passed to Tang Lei, who had already sprinted toward the front court. Seeing Rondo retreat near the free throw line, Tang Lei received the ball and without a moment's hesitation launched it from a meter beyond the 3-point line. Iguodala was stunned. I passed to you, and this is how you repay me. But then the next moment the ball swished through the net for another 3-pointer. 3-3-3. In the next possession, the Lakers' Pope responded with a 3. The Warriors attacked. A miscommunication between two Warriors players nearly led to a turnover. Fortunately, the ball fortuitously came to Tang Lei in the corner. He caught it and shot without hesitation. The ball slammed into the hoop like a cannonball. Another beautiful 3-pointer. 4-1-3-6. Tang Lei was 4 for 5 from 3, incredibly efficient. Transition play. The Lakers passed to Kuzma in the corner. Eager to respond, he ignored Tang Lei in front of him and rose for a shot. Tang Lei timed his leap perfectly, his fingertips grazing the ball and altering its trajectory. The ball clanked off the rim, and Iguodala snatched another rebound before sending a long pass to Cook, who was Caruso's defensive recovery was swift, denying Cook a fast break opportunity. Cook immediately passed back to Green, who controlled the tempo while surveying his teammates. After 3 consecutive 3-pointers, Tang Lei was tightly guarded, barely allowed to even receive the ball. As the shot clock wound down, Cook used Iguodala's screen to barely gain half a step. Green saw the opening and passed immediately. But Caruso's desperate lunge disrupted Cook's shot, and during the rebound scramble, Iguodala tipped the ball out, and it landed perfectly in the hands of Tang Lei, who had retreated near the logo. Tang Lei gestured for everyone to stay calm. Then in the next instant, he rose and shot. This ultra-long 3-pointer sailed over the Staples center court, tracing an exquisite arc before piercing the net. Another 3-pointer. 4-4-3-6. The lead stretched to 8 points. Seeing this, the entire Warriors bench erupted in cheers. This shot forced the Lakers to call a timeout. Head coach Luke Walton quickly stopped the game. They had hoped to build an advantage with their second unit. But instead of gaining ground, they found themselves falling behind. Inside the Penguin livestream room, Wang Meng exclaimed in surprise, "This shot stopped the Lakers. That's Kai's range. Oh my god, in 3 minutes 4 3-pointers, 5 for 4 shooting 12 points. He's almost brought Nami to tears." Teacher Sue, if you were the Lakers head coach, what would be the top priority now? Sue E took over. Without a doubt, it has to be defense. While we hope Tang Lei contributes more and performs even better after 4 consecutive 3-pointers, the Lakers will definitely tighten their defense on him. Alright, let's see if the Lakers will bring their starters back early, said Huang Meng. Inside the live stream, the barrage of comments exploded once again. Lei Huang is a beast. Lei Huang 666. Your Lei Huang is boundless and arrogant. That last shot was so cocky, but I loved it. It reminded me of prime Paul George. Lei Huang has scored in double digits again. His rotation spot is locked in now. The Warriors should consider offering him a guaranteed contract. During the timeout, Coach Walton emphasized defending Tang Lei and brought all his starters back. For the Warriors, only Durant and Thompson returned, while Curry continued to rest. After all, Tang Lei's threat now rivaled Kawhi's, so there was no need to bring Curry back for the final 2+ minutes. The timeout ended and the game resumed. With James on the court, the Lakers seemed to have their anchor. James used a screen to drive straight to the basket. The Warriors quickly collapsed their defense. James, with sharp instincts, passed to Ingram in the corner, who was in. Ingram nailed a three-pointer. The lead was cut to 5 points. On the other end, with Tang Lei's presence as a threat, no one dared to double-team Durant, giving him an unknown opportunity against Ingram. Though Ingram's playing style mirrored Durant's, Durant surpassed him in both experience and skill. With a pump fake, he drove right, stopped abruptly, and hit a fadeaway long two-pointer. The two teams traded baskets. Under Ball's tight defense, Tang Lei couldn't get another touch. Although Ball's shooting was often criticized, his defense was among the best in his draft class. Tang Lei tried multiple times, but couldn't shake him. Unable to receive the ball, Tang Lei changed his strategy. He actively crashed the offensive boards to create his own opportunities. Green was left open and took the shot, but it clanked off the rim. Watching the ball's trajectory, Tang Lei surged forward, but Ball boxed him out, firmly refusing to give ground. Judging the ball's descent, Ball leaped first. His positioning was perfect, and the rebound seemed all but secure. But just as Ball was about to grab it, Tang Lei jumped vertically behind him, extended his left hand, and snatched the ball right. This rebound was perfectly clean with no body contact, so there was no question of violating Ball's cylinder. With so many players under the basket and no height advantage, Tang Lei immediately dribbled out beyond the three-point line. He was far more comfortable shooting from deep than near the rim. Ball stuck close. With his back to the basket, Tang Lei dribbled while reading the court. Just as Ball expected a pass, Tang Lei suddenly jumped. He turned in midair, maintained his balance, raised his right arm, flicked his wrist, and released the shot in one fluid motion. This shot wasn't a high arc or a graceful curve. It was flat and fast, like a cannonball hurtling toward the rim. With a low thud, the ball slammed into the net. 5-2-4-2. The lead was back to double digits. Watching this, Ball felt frustrated. He had expected Tang Lei to pass, or at least turn around before shooting. But Tang Lei had jumped straight up with his back to the basket, turned in the air, and released the shot, all in one motion. What made it even more incredible was that the ball went in. The Lakers executed their final offensive play. James held the ball until the last moment, then sank a clutch three-pointer. The deficit was narrowed to just 7 points. The score stood at 5-2-4-5. Such a score would normally require an entire half to achieve. Yet today it was reached in the first quarter alone, a testament to how fluid the offenses were and how scorching hot the players' hands were. Of course, the Warriors had maintained control from start to finish. In the first quarter, Tang Lei delivered a flawless performance. In just 5 minutes on the court, he sank 5 of 6 three-pointers, scoring a staggering 15 points along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. This performance not only etched the image of Tang Lei, an Asian from across the Pacific, into the memory of the Staples Center audience. It also ignited the Chinese Penguin live streaming platform. The break between quarters came to an end. In truth, Cole had observed that Tang Lei struggled under tight defense during the latter part of the game. Therefore, it was better to let him recover first, then wait for the opportune moment to deploy him as a surprise weapon. The score of this quarter ultimately settled at 7-8-7-1, still a 7-point gap. In the second half, the teams switched sides and resumed play. Suddenly, the court was fraught with upheaval. Both James and Ingram erupted simultaneously, combining for 18 points in just 5 minutes, unleashing an 18-5 scoring run. They led the Lakers to overtake the Warriors by 6 points. At the Staples Center, nearly 20,000 spectators erupted into cheers, rallying for their home team. It was worth noting that before this, the Warriors' third-quarter performance had been famously dubbed the third-quarter frenzy, capable of overwhelming opponents in a single surge. Yet now, facing the Lakers, they were caught off guard right from the start. With a sharp whistle, Warriors head coach Steve Kerr called a timeout to stem the Lakers' momentum. Tang, you'll replace Cook in a moment. We need you to stretch the floor. Shoot decisively when you get the chance, Kerr said to Got it, coach. After the timeout, Tang Lei returned to the court midway through the third quarter. The Warriors' lineup consisted of Curry, Durant, Green, Thompson, and Tang Lei. The Lakers countered with James, Ingram, Ball, Pope, and Caruso. Both sides deployed small ball lineups, boasting exceptional agility and leaping ability. As expected, Ball once again matched up against Tang Lei, maintaining a tenacious defense. Tang Lei stretched the floor, creating opportunities for Curry. Playing his first official game alongside Curry, Tang Lei was genuinely thrilled. Kawhi's off-ball movement was elite, and his release was incredibly fast, able to complete a shot within 0.4 seconds of receiving the ball. With a swish after using a screen, Curry drained another three-pointer. The score stood at 8-6-8-9. They closed the gap by 3 points. The Lakers had possession. Ball brought the ball past half-court and executed a clever fake, dishing the ball to Caruso, who had slipped unnoticed to the baseline. Caruso scored an easy reverse layup for 2 points. On the Warriors' end, Durant drove into the paint, drawing a double team, and promptly kicked the ball out to Thompson on the left. Thompson took the shot, but missed. However, Tang Lei grabbed the rebound. With his acquired peak Kobe Bryant jumping ability, he thrived in the small ball lineup. Securing the rebound, Tang Lei executed a fadeaway jumper and scored. The Warriors remained within 3 points, refusing to let the gap widen. James, driven by an intense desire to win, used his physique to power through for a thunderous dunk. But the Warriors were not to be outdone. Tang Lei received a pass from Curry, and facing ball lunging at him, swish. The shot was clean, another three-pointer. As he retreated on defense, Curry extended his hand. Tang Lei smiled and high-fived him in celebration. This was Kai's first assist to him. The feeling was simply sublime. After confirming that Tang Lei had sustained his blazing hot hand from the first quarter, Curry, Durant, and others began feeding him the ball. In the NBA, there is an unwritten rule: when a player's shooting percentage is astonishingly high and he has the potential to break through his limits, teammates will do their utmost to set him up, even actively stepping in to provide screens. Thus, under these circumstances, swish, swish, swish. Tang Lei nailed 3 consecutive three-pointers. Despite ball's tight defense, it was futile. The basket seemed as vast as the ocean. Every shot found its mark. With Tang Lei's transcendent performance, scoring 14 straight points, the Warriors regained a 7-point lead at 100-93, seizing control and entering the fourth quarter. During the break, Lakers head coach Luke Walton devised a double-team strategy for a rookie. He knew that if Tang Lei continued shooting like this, the game would surely be lost. The Lakers implemented a double-team strategy. As soon as Tang Lei received the ball, 2 defenders would close in on him. This was indeed a difficult situation for Tang Lei. Nevertheless, although Tang Lei's court vision was not exceptional, it was not difficult for him to pass the ball to players like Curry and Durant. If he couldn't shoot, why not let someone else take the shot? From that point on, Curry began to take over the game. Swish, swish, swish. The Lakers paid the price for double-teaming Tang Lei. 3 three-pointers severely punished them once again. The point difference instantly ballooned to 14. When a team simultaneously possesses players like Curry, Durant, and Thompson, double-teaming someone else is undoubtedly an invitation to disaster. Yet there was no other choice. Tang Lei's shooting touch was simply scorching hot today. In the following moments, the Lakers could find no solution. Durant was a mismatch against any defender. Thompson, a top-tier 3-and-D player, could shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. Curry needed no introduction, excelling in drives, three-pointers, and isolations. Except for a deficiency in dunks, there was simply no one who could contain him. The point difference expanded further to 22, completely turning the game into a blowout. Ultimately, the Lakers pulled their starters, signaling surrender. In this game, the Lakers only played well for about 2.5 quarters. In terms of pure strength, the Lakers were still inferior to the Warriors. Therefore, this outcome was within everyone's expectations. The Lakers roster was still very young, and in this game, both of their top draft picks performed quite well. Ingram, in particular, facing his role model Durant, shot an efficient 10 for 14, scoring 26 points. Without him, the game for the Lakers would have likely been over much sooner. One could only say that the Lakers had a promising future. Tang Lei, who previously only played during garbage time, was this time the one being substituted off the court. The head coach, assistant coaches, and teammates all lined up to welcome Tang Lei and the others off the court. This grand reception gave Tang Lei a proud feeling of a triumphant return from victory. Tang Lei's performance in this game undoubtedly earned the unanimous recognition of the entire Warriors team, including the coaching staff, led by head coach Steve Kerr. As the referee's whistle blew, the final score between the Warriors and the Lakers was set at 138-119. Tang Lei played for 19 minutes and 55 seconds in the entire game, making 9 out of 11 three-pointers, and put up a luxurious stat line of 31 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, and 1 block. He completely captivated the nearly 2,000 spectators at the Staples Center. At the same time, he also won over the fans of the Warriors and the basketball enthusiasts back in China. As per tradition, after the game, players and coaches from both teams shook hands. The embraces and whispers between Curry and James, Durant, and Ingram drew the lenses of many reporters. Then James walked toward Tang Lei. A flicker of surprise lingered in his eyes. The last time he had been so impressed by an Eastern yellow-skinned player was Yao. Unfortunately, due to injuries, Yao retired early. "Your three-pointers are formidable," James praised. Had it not been for Tang Lei, the Lakers might not have lost the game. "Thank you," Tang Lei replied with a smile. As the league's current top player, Jameis' recognition carried significant. After exchanging embraces with opponents, Tang Lei was about to head toward the players' tunnel. But at that moment, Curry patted his shoulder and said, "Tang, stay a moment." What's up?" Tang Lei asked, puzzled. "You have an interview," Curry said, pointing to a blonde beauty approaching from the left, smiling. Tang Lei was a bit surprised, but recalling that he had scored the highest points in the game and was named MVP. Typically, the post-game interview goes to the MVP of the winning team. In the past, this honor had been claimed by Curry, Durant, Thompson, or Green with a triple-double. But now it was his turn. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. As the blonde beauty approached, the cameraman behind her aimed the lens at Tang Lei. "Hi Tang from the East, it's a pleasure to interview you. Your performance tonight was outstanding, and you broke the NBA record for the youngest player to achieve 3,055 Can you share your feelings with us? The blonde interviewer asked. I'm absolutely delighted. I want to thank Curry and the head coach for their trust. In the future, he'll break more records that belong to me, Tang Lei replied with a confident smile. The blonde interviewer was somewhat surprised by Tang Lei's confidence. In the past, she had interviewed many young players from foreign lands who often appeared shy and reserved. When LeBron James embraced you earlier, what did he say? Would you mind sharing? The blonde interviewer continued. He said the future is mine. Haha, not really. He encouraged me and wants to see me improve, Tang Lei joked. Tang, you're quite humorous. Thank you for the interview. Looking forward to your next game. Thank you. After the interview, Tang Lei returned to the locker room. As soon as he entered, Curry doused him with a basin of cold. Durant, Thompson, and Green were pushing him around, cheering and laughing, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Tang Lei smiled and shook hands and bumped shoulders with every teammate. When it was over, Coach Kerr personally handed him the game ball. Kerr also delivered words of encouragement. Tang Lei felt a bit dazed. Just 2 days ago, he was a bench warmer, only waving towels and cheering for his teammates, constantly at risk of being cut. But now Tang Lei no longer feared being cut. With such a performance, only a fool would let him go. Even if he were cut, he wouldn't lack suitors. While showering, the system's voice chimed again. Congratulations, host, on winning the regular season game. Reward attribute, 0.1 is system coin 2. Congratulations, host, on breaking the record for the youngest, 3,055. Reward attribute, 0.5, system coin 10. Nice, I've earned 6 attribute points and 12 system coins. Tang Lei curled his lips into a smile and immediately allocated all 6 attribute points to 3-point shooting. His 3-point attribute was now 96, so enough to rank among the top 3 in the NBA. With his attributes improving, Tang Lei grew even more confident. Next time, he wouldn't need consumables like the super 3-point experience card to maintain his high shooting percentage. As soon as he finished showering, his phone rang. It was Bob Myers, the Warriors' general manager. Tang, your performance tonight was excellent. Congratulations. Your chemistry with Curry is great. The management intends to offer you a new 2-year fully guaranteed contract worth $38 million total. We hope it satisfies you. Thank you, General Manager. I'd like to discuss the contract in person when we return to Golden State, Tang Lei replied without immediately accepting. Over $2 million was a lot, but after taxes, he'd likely take home less than half. For a typical two-way or non-guaranteed player who had a couple of standout games, such an offer would be readily accepted. But Tang Lei was a transmigrator with a system possessing strong composure. He wouldn't be swayed by a $2 million. Moreover, a 2-year commitment would be a huge loss. He deserved more. All right, we'll talk in detail when you're back in Golden State. Bob Myers quickly hung up. He was somewhat surprised by Tang Lei's refusal. Still, Tang Lei had signaled his intention to stay, and with the existing contract, Myers wasn't worried about losing him. It was just a matter of negotiating the amount. No big deal. Tang Lei, holding the commemorative game ball, left the locker room and boarded the team bus. Curry, Durant, and others hadn't returned from the press conference, so everyone was waiting. They had 2 more away games before heading back to Golden State against the Cavaliers and the Bucks. Since James left, the Cavaliers had fallen from Eastern Conference champions to second-to-last in the league, aiming for a top draft pick. They were a complete underdog team. Due to back-to-back games, Durant and Thompson were resting. As for the Bucks, with Giannis Antetokounmpo's rapid growth, they had become a strong team. They ranked 3rd in the East and were on a 5-game winning streak, showing formidable momentum. The Golden State Warriors would field a full roster. At the press conference, Curry, Durant, and even Kerr unreservedly praised Tang Lei, repeatedly commending his decisiveness. Upon learning that Tang Lei had broken the NBA record for the youngest, 3,055, domestic fans and media went wild. A wave of Lei praise even emerged. Upon arriving at the visiting locker room of the Cleveland Cavaliers, Tang Lei immediately saw various news reports about the Warriors versus the Lakers. Among them, he had undoubtedly become the most dazzling figure in those headlines. Shocking. Undrafted player breaks NBA's youngest 30-55 record, rising from obscurity. 3-pointers 11 for 9, another Curry for the Warriors. Breaking news. Warriors GM sends contract offer, but it's rejected. What kind of contract is Tang Lei really worth? Curry, he's the rookie of the year. With him, our games become easier. This is truly insane. Tang Lei couldn't help but slap his own forehead. He had only played 2 good games, yet he was being praised so highly. This reminded him of Jeremy Lin back then, whose Linsanity swept through New York and brought him immense fame. Of course, these reports were also rapidly boosting Tang Lei's personal commercial value. That was a good thing. Tang Lei glanced at his Twitter and domestic Weibo accounts. In just half a day, the number of followers on both sides had already surpassed 1 million. It was absolutely astonishing. Without lingering too long, he put away his phone and entered the Cavaliers' home arena with his teammates an hour early to begin warm-up drills. Since it was a back-to-back game, rest time was limited. Fortunately, they had blown out the Lakers the day before, saving the starters some energy. Although Durant and Thompson were rested for this match against the Cavaliers, the team's paper strength was still 1 or 2 tiers above Cleveland's. At 8 o'clock sharp, the game between the Warriors and the Cavaliers officially began. As expected, there was no suspense. The Warriors dominated the Cavaliers for the entire game, winning effortlessly with a score of 132-112, a commanding 20-point victory. Tang Lei once again rotated into the game. Playing 25 minutes, he shot 6 for 9 from three-point range, finishing with 22.6 rebounds and 3 assists. He extended his explosive performance from the previous 2 games. He added the system's reward attribute points to his three-point shooting. As for system coins, they had accumulated to over 20 points, enough to purchase some talent experience cards and skills from the system shop. However, Tang Lei wasn't in a hurry. He decided to keep them for now and buy when needed. After all, such a small amount of system coins could only afford one purchase, so it had to be used wisely. After the game and various press conferences, the team immediately flew to Milwaukee. On the plane, Curry was reading a fashion magazine. Green, Thompson, and others were playing cards while Durant picked up his beloved phone, seemingly liking photos of beautiful women on a secondary account. Although Tang Lei's strong performance had earned him attention and respect from many teammates, it was still difficult for him to fully integrate into the team in such a short time. Feeling rather bored, Tang Lei also picked up his phone. Seeing that his Twitter followers had grown by another 2 million, he was deeply thrilled inside. In his past life, he was just a small-time basketball influencer, taking over half a year to reach over 100,000 followers. The gap between a professional and an influencer was indeed enormous. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be good enough. A private message. Who's this? Seeing someone had messaged him, Tang Lei immediately opened it. The profile picture showed a beautiful woman who looked somewhat familiar. Tang Lei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He quickly clicked on her details and saw that she was an outstanding international student from China. She was currently studying at Harvard University. Her Chinese name was Yi Xiaozhu. It's her. It really is her. Tang Lei was astonished. He never imagined he would encounter Yi Xiaozhu again on Twitter, especially after his reincarnation. Yi Xiaozhu had attended the same high school as him. She was the school's recognized beauty, not only pretty and quiet with an outstanding figure, but also a top student. In his past life, Tang Lei had secretly admired her for 3 years during high school. Because she liked playing basketball, he trained relentlessly to improve his skills, hoping to catch her attention. Because she liked studying, he also studied desperately, but unfortunately academics weren't something one could master through sheer effort alone. In the end, with an ordinary family background, poor grades, and mediocre basketball skills, his inferiority complex kept him from confessing his feelings until graduation. This became a regret buried deep in his heart. He later heard that Yi Xiaozhu had gone abroad to study. He thought he would never have the chance to meet her again and make up for that regret, but unexpectedly, they had now crossed paths, and it was she who initiated the private message. "Hello, my name is Yi Xiaozhu. You play basketball so well. From now on, I'm your loyal fan. Keep it up." Tang Lei immediately followed her back, as if afraid she might slip through his fingers once again. He had 1,000 words to say, but when his fingers touched the keyboard, he didn't know where to begin. Ultimately, all his tangled emotions condensed into one sentence: "Thank you, I will keep working hard." Until the plane landed in Milwaukee, Tang Lei's heart still couldn't calm down. Of course, most of it was excitement. Having traveled through time and performed well, the inferiority he once felt had long vanished, replaced by full confidence. If he ever faced Yi Xiaozhu again, he was confident he wouldn't hesitate like in his past life and leave himself with. Although this game was no longer a back-to-back, they only had a day and a half of rest. This time their opponent was the Milwaukee Bucks, who ranked 3rd in the East and were on a 5-game winning streak with strong momentum. So arriving early and resting well was essential to perform at their best. The next day, the Warriors arrived at the Bucks' home court an hour early for warm-up drills. Kerr set up the tactics in the locker room, focusing on Curry's off-ball movement, how everyone should set screens and box out, and creating space for Durant to isolate. Before the game, Kerr made an important decision to promote Tang Lei to the starting lineup. After 3 games, Tang Lei's performance had completely won over the coaching staff. Tang Lei was naturally thrilled by this decision, but he kept his composure and promised to give his best performance. At the Bucks' home court, players from both teams began to take the court for warm-ups. The pre-game routine typically unfolded as follows. First, players would warm up early to find their rhythm, then retreat to the locker room for a shower and a spritz of cologne before finally making a grand entrance. As for why they showered and applied cologne after warming up, it was naturally because black individuals inherently emit an extremely potent and overwhelming odor. This scent was innate, highly unpleasant for others, even making it difficult to guard an opponent, which is why the NBA League had this mandatory requirement. TNT commentators Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, dressed in suits, sat at the technical table beginning the pre-game hype. Barkley spoke first. "Tonight's game is a huge test for the defending champion Warriors. Although their record isn't bad, sitting 3rd in the West, their dominance has significantly declined compared to the previous 2 seasons. The other teams have thoroughly studied the Warriors' tactics and are now employing targeted defenses. Plus, with Giannis' strong rise, the Bucks have a considerable chance of winning," O'Neal chimed in. "The Warriors field a small lineup, while the Bucks go against the grain with a big lineup. Tonight it's small versus big. Let's wait and see who comes out on top." With the two famed commentators setting the stage, the players began to take the court. As it was the Bucks' home game, they had a particularly grand entrance ceremony. Unsurprisingly, Giannis Antetokounmpo made the final appearance basking in the cheers and screams of the home crowd. This was the advantage of playing at home. It greatly boosted their morale. The home court advantage became even more pronounced in the playoffs, which was why all strong teams strive for a better record. After all, the home court edge in the playoffs was crucial and could determine the outcome of a series. Before long, the starting lineups began to take the floor. Tang Lei, making his first start, was surprised to hear someone calling his name in Mandarin. Following the sound, he saw several fans holding signs and wearing his number 77 jersey, both men and women. The signs bore messages like "Go Lei Emperor, the nation is proud of you," and "Lei Emperor 666. Looking at their skin tones and features, Tang Lei instantly recognized them as Chinese international students. Tang Lei waved at them, a smile spreading across his face. He had finally gained loyal fans in a foreign land. The Warriors' starting lineup consisted of Curry, Durant, Thompson, Green, and Tang Lei. The Bucks' starting lineup was Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, Eric Bledsoe, Malcolm Brogdon, and Brook Lopez. In the Penguin livestream room, commentator Yang Kun said, "All right, the game is about to start. This is our national player Tang Lei's first start. In his previous 3 games, he scored 17, 31, and 22 points respectively, which is the main reason he earned this start. Let's see if Tang Lei can handle the pressure, keep up the momentum, and deliver an even better performance." I've had high hopes for Tang Lei since the beginning. His partnership with Curry is seamless. However, despite his fierce offensive firepower, he has a weakness: his defense is too weak. Tonight, the Bucks field a big lineup, all strong and long-armed, which will make things tough for the Warriors. Let's see how they solve it, added another commentator, Coach Sean. Meanwhile, the live stream's comments exploded like rockets. Holy crap, he's starting after just 3 games. Lei Emperor 666. Lei Emperor, I'm your loyal fan from now on. I want to have your babies. Can you as a guy even give birth? Lei Emperor, don't feel pressured. Remember, we'll always have your back. Hey, he's only played 3 good games. Do you have to hype him up this much? The higher they rise, the harder they fall. Can't you support him rationally? The game began. Green and Lopez jumped for the ball. Lopez, with his height and long arms, easily tipped it to Middleton. Middleton then passed to Giannis, who rolled the ball through his legs before sending it back to Brogdon, who was standing up. Only then did Brogdon start dribbling up the court. This was a traditional opening for the Bucks, quite flashy it had to be. Crossing half-court, Brogdon passed to Middleton near the free-throw line. Middleton turned for a jump shot, but it bounced. However, the long-armed Giannis snatched the rebound over Green's head and slammed it home for 2 points. The arena DJ announced Giannis' name, and the entire stadium erupted in cheers and screams. This year's Bucks had a well-balanced roster with strong players like Mirotic and Connaughton coming off the bench showing great promise. Green was a bit frustrated, but he adjusted quickly, inbounding the ball to Curry from the baseline. As soon as Curry crossed half-court, Brogdon was all over him, denying him any shooting opportunity. Many teams had now learned to guard Curry from half-court. Unable to shake his defender, while dribbling, Curry passed the ball to Tang Lei. Tang Lei stood over a meter behind the 3-point line with no defender in front of him. The opponent seemed to intentionally leave him open. It was a psychological tactic. After all, Tang Lei was a rookie, making his first start. He would surely want to prove himself, but the more he wanted that, the greater the pressure. For a normal person, the pressure would be immense, and their Dow heart would waver. But how could Tang Lei be a normal person? He was a transmigrator. Even on such a grand stage, his heart remained as calm as still water. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Lei leaped, raised his arms, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. The basketball traced a beautiful arc heading straight for the hoop. Swish. Nothing but net, a 3-pointer. The arena fell silent for a moment. Kerr couldn't help but slap his forehead. He truly felt the shot was ill-advised. But somehow Tang Lei made it. The Bucks attacked. Giannis dribbled from beyond the arc, took a long stride into the paint, leaped in 3 steps, and easily tipped the ball in. After receiving the ball, Curry was once again heavily guarded, given no chance. Seeing Tang Lei wide open, he passed the ball out again. This time Tang Lei was even farther from the 3-point line, but his defender didn't pressure him as tightly as they did Curry. Despite Tang Lei making 1 3-pointer, they didn't change their strategy. Still giving me the opportunity. Then I won't hold back, Tang Lei thought with a slight smile. He raised his hand and released the ball once more. The ball soared across the arena, and under the gaze of all, it once again headed straight for the basket. Swish. The ball sailed cleanly through the net. Another 3-pointer. 6-4. After witnessing 2 consecutive baskets, both from beyond the arc at long-range, Milwaukee Bucks head coach Mike Budenholzer could no longer allow his players to give him space. He shouted from the sidelines, "Press up! Press up! Don't give him any room, don't leave him open." Eric Bledsoe nodded, feeling somewhat frustrated that a rookie had just drained 2 straight long-range threes against him. This was even more Steph Curry-like than Curry himself. The Bucks went on offense. The ball found its way to Bledsoe, who was matched up against Tang Lei and sought to reclaim some pride. As a 1.85-meter guard, his speed was formidable, especially his first step, which easily blew past Tang Lei. However, Tang Lei did not give up and immediately pursued from behind. Though not strong in footwork or speed, his leaping ability was exceptional. So as Bledsoe went up for a layup, Tang Lei soared high from behind. Smack! With a powerful swat, the ball was sent flying out of bounds. The Warriors bench erupted in cheers at the sight. Curry, Durant, and the others stepped up to high-five Tang Lei, praising his block. Bledsoe was dejected but had no room for complaint. He had clearly gotten past him and was about to score, but the opponent's terrifying leaping ability had snatched the points right from his grasp. Only 5 seconds remained on the shot clock. The Bucks had possession. Brook Lopez prepared to inbound the ball from the sideline. His height made it impossible for anyone to disrupt him, and he easily lobbed it to Giannis Antetokounmpo. With time running out and facing tight defense from Durant, Antetokounmpo forced his way to the basket. Unfortunately, the ball rattled around the rim a few times before bouncing out. Tang Lei grabbed the rebound and immediately hurled it to Thompson, who was already sprinting down the court. The latter executed a low-handed layup, easily sinking 2 points. 8-4. The Bucks had the ball again. After crossing half-court, Lopez hit a three-pointer, narrowing the gap to just 1 point. As a center, his three-point shooting ability made him highly valuable in the league. On the next possession, both Curry and Tang Lei were tightly guarded and couldn't get open for the ball. Durant tried to go unknown against Antetokounmpo, but missed. Lopez grabbed the rebound and threw it ahead. Antetokounmpo caught it, took a dribble, and launched a three-step drive from beyond the arc, finishing with an easy layup that showcased his raw talent to the fullest. 8-9. The Bucks had taken the lead. Though Curry and Tang Lei were nearly shut down Durant and Thompson, the two teams traded blows with the point difference never exceeding 5. The score stood at 22-26, with the Warriors trailing the Bucks by 4 points. The Warriors called a timeout. In the first half of the quarter, under tight defense, Kai's touch faltered, making only 2 points on 1 of 5 shooting. Tang Lei had 6 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 block on 2 of 3 shooting, but had few opportunities afterward, delivering a steady performance. Kerr made substitutions, replacing Curry and Tang Lei with Cook and Iguodala. On the Bucks side, Brogdon and Bledsoe, who were tasked with guarding Curry and Tang Lei, were also substituted, replaced by Mirotic and Connaughton. During the timeout, O'Neal couldn't help but remark, "The Bucks clearly did their homework this game. Curry and the rising star Tang have been locked down." Barkley replied, "Once the three-point shooting that the Warriors rely on is stifled, they basically lose the ability to compete with the Bucks. This defending champion faces a tough game." However, O'Neal said with a mysterious smile, "With Durant on the Warriors, anything is possible. If the Grim Reaper swings his scythe, nothing will survive." The game resumed. For the Warriors, Durant shouldered the heavy responsibility, playing the entire first quarter. Under his dominance, the score never pulled away. Warriors 3-7-4-2 Bucks, still trailing by 5 points. As the second quarter begins, Curry and Tang Lei take the court again, while Durant, Thompson, and Green rest. In this quarter, Kai's touch improved slightly, making 5 of 8 shots for 12 points. Tang Lei played only half the quarter, hitting 2 of 3 attempts, a three-pointer and a mid-range shot, scoring just 5 points. He maintained his record of scoring in double digits. That was to say, he lacked the ability to break through and was also weak in off-ball movement. Without the capability to drive, the opponent only needed to focus on defending his jump shot, leaving Tang Lei feeling extremely constrained on the court. In contrast, Curry possessed both breakthrough ability and strong off-ball movement, which was precisely why his performance began to recover from the second quarter onward. In the Penguin livestream room, Lei Huang hasn't gotten any playing time for an entire quarter. He's gone quiet against a strong team. Alas, facing tight defense, all his weaknesses are exposed. It seems we overestimated Tang Lei after all. It's already good enough. As a rookie, he's scored in double digits. Did you really expect him to be like Curry? Exactly. Watch the game rationally and don't blindly praise him. He's the only Chinese player left in the NBA now. Do you want to hype him into oblivion? Tang Lei sat on the bench feeling deeply frustrated. There was no denying that the Bucks in their current form were truly. Not only did every player possess long arms that severely disrupted shooting, but the team was also deep in talent and exceptionally athletic. After this game, I'm heading back to Golden State tomorrow. If I don't put up a good performance here, the contract signing tomorrow will definitely see the amount squeezed to the bone. Tang Lei thought to himself. The NBA, after all, was just a business league. No owner was willing to spend extra money. They would always lowball rather than offer a high price. Tang Lei didn't want to be passive. He had to seize the initiative. He deserved more. He deserved a bigger contract. That's right, the system shop. Just as Tang Lei was feeling at a loss, he suddenly remembered the system shop. He had accumulated over 20 system coins, enough to purchase a star player's talent or ability. With this thought in mind, Tang Lei immediately opened the system shop in his mind. A dazzling array of talents and abilities once again appeared before him. At this stage, his greatest weakness was his poor ability to break through. So he focused his attention on breakthrough abilities. Iverson, Wade, Kobe. These names quickly came into view. However, unfortunately, the abilities of these players cost at least 50 system coins. They were simply unaffordable. In the end, Tang Lei's gaze settled on McGrady. To his delight, McGrady's breakthrough talent required only 25 system coins, excluding the ancient greats like Chamberlain and Abdul-Jabbar, whom he wasn't very familiar with. In Tang Lei's mind, McGrady was the most talented player in NBA history. His talent even surpassed that of Jordan, the god of basketball himself, especially his mastery in breaking through, which earned him the reputation of having the fastest first step in the NBA. As for why such a formidable talent cost only 25 system coins, Tang Lei speculated that it was likely based on the player's career achievements and overall influence. Without much hesitation, Tang Lei immediately purchased McGrady's breakthrough talent. After spending 25 system coins, Tang Lei's system coins were instantly reduced to a mere pitiful final 1 coin. And after successfully purchasing McGrady's breakthrough ability, Tang Lei could distinctly feel a mysterious energy begin to infuse his entire body. Especially in his legs, they seemed to be shrouded by a magical force. McGrady's height was 205 centimeters, not much different from his own, so after acquiring McGrady's breakthrough ability, Tang Lei didn't even need to adapt. It all seemed to fall into place naturally. Of course. Yet he was not overly anxious. Though tightly guarded, his efficiency remained high, and he could still contain the opposing defensive stalwart. Yet he was not overly anxious. Though tightly guarded, his efficiency remained high, and he could still contain the opposing defensive stalwart. 4 3-pointers stretched the lead to 15 points. Curry and Thompson responded in kind, keeping the deficit within single digits. The Bucks turned the ball over. The Warriors had possession. Durant, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the wing, seized the opportunity to isolate against Antetokounmpo. Then, Durant first feigned a shoulder shake attempting to drive, but Antetokounmpo did not bite, immediately cutting off. Subsequently, Durant pulled the ball back and executed a hesitation fake shot. This time Antetokounmpo couldn't resist leaping. Seizing the moment, Durant drove in swiftly and delivered a thunderous slam dunk. Whoa! Witnessing the dunk, the Warriors bench erupted in excitement, cheering loudly. The deficit shrank once more to 7 points. On the return, Antetokounmpo answered with a drive. Durant isolated against Antetokounmpo again. This time, after dribbling twice, Durant opted for a direct pull-up jumper. Antetokounmpo, knowing he was a step behind, still lunged forward. Easy. The ball went in it was a beautiful 21 play. Yet no one on the Warriors rejoiced, because as Durant landed, his foot came down on Antetokounmpo's, and he collapsed to the floor in agony. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. The hearts of everyone on the Warriors were in their throats. The team doctor rushed in to assess Durant's injury. After a long pause, Durant finally rose with assistance. However, he was now limping noticeably. Everyone knew the situation was grim. Kerr's face paled, fearing Durant might be seriously injured and lost for the season. This season, the Warriors had endured countless trials. Without Durant, the dream of a three-peat and dynasty. After reviewing the replay, the referees upheld the original call, only giving Antetokounmpo a common foul. However, Durant did not exit immediately. He insisted on taking his free throws, making both before deliberately fouling. Then, supported by Iguodala, he left the court for the locker room. News soon came from the locker room. Durant would not return for the game, and further examination was needed to determine the extent of his injury. Are the referees blind? Such an obvious trip and no flagrant foul. Antetokounmpo might as well change his name to Trip. His character is truly poor. Knowing he couldn't defend, he still lunged forward. That's deliberately trying to injure someone. Absolutely disgusting. The Warriors are in trouble. Bring on Thunder King. No use. Thunder King's weaknesses are fully exposed. The Bucks' long arms interfere too much with shots. The outcome of this game doesn't matter. What matters is KD. I hope there's no structural damage. I still want to see the Warriors win a three-peat and build a dynasty. The game had to continue. Tang Lei was substituted in. With about 7 minutes remaining, the Warriors trailed 9,298. The Bucks had possession. Without Durant's defense, Antetokounmpo became even more unrestrained. He bulldozed his way to the basket, scoring another 2 points, and became the first to break the century mark. Green inbound the ball. Curry received it and pushed it up the court. Tang Lei actively cut out to demand the ball. Curry didn't hesitate and passed it out immediately. Hi Easterner, you can't shoot over me. You might as well get off the court now. As Tang Lei grabbed the ball, the opposing defensive ace, Sterling Brown, stuck to him like glue, muttering trash talk incessantly. Tang Lei paid him no mind. He always preferred to let his game speak. Turning from a back-to-the-basket position, using his right foot as a pivot, he faced Brown directly. Brown did not step back to prevent a drive, staying tight. He knew Tang Lei lacked driving ability. However, at that moment, Tang Lei suddenly took a large, quick step to the left, leaving the defender in his dust. With the defender beaten, a clear path lay ahead. Tang Lei easily slammed it home for 2 points, making it 94,100. This play not only impressed the domestic audience, but also brought a gleam of hope to Kerr. During the defensive retreat, Curry came over to high-five him. Great drive. Keep it up. We need you. Tang Lei nodded. That single step felt exhilarating. Scoring felt as easy as taking candy from a baby, effortless and graceful. On the return, a Bucks pass was intercepted by Green. In the fast break, Tang Lei received the ball again. Facing the retreating defense, he accelerated to the right, shedding his defender once more for an easy layup, adding 2 more points. The score was 96,100. The Bucks attempted to answer with a three-pointer. Clang! The ball rattled out with a crisp sound. Green grabbed the rebound and pushed it up the court himself. The Bucks retreated swiftly, all set in their positions. Green wanted to pass to Curry, but he was tightly guarded. Without Durant, the opponent began intentionally double-teaming Curry. Tang Lei cut out again to demand the ball. Seeing Tang Lei had made his last 2 shots, Green didn't hesitate and passed it over. Damn Easterner, those last 2 plays were pure luck. He'll guard you until you question your existence, until you cry like... Brown continued his relentless chatter. This time he stepped back half a pace, deliberately guarding against Tang Lei's. Tang Lei made a jab step to the left, and the defender immediately reacted. But in that instant, Tang Lei pulled back. Without hesitation, he jumped, raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the shot. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, executed in one smooth breath, as silky as chocolate. With a soft swoosh, the basketball sailed over Brown's head, arcing straight toward the hoop. The net rippled as the ball swished through, securing another 3 points. 99-100. The gap narrowed to a single point. This shot silenced the entire arena and forced the Bucks to call a timeout. The Warriors were just 1 basket away from overtaking the lead. Falling behind and surging ahead were 2 entirely different concepts. With the Warriors gaining momentum, the Bucks had to call a timeout to cool their opponent's fire. Tang Lei had scored 7 consecutive points. The Warriors players on the bench rushed over to high-five him in encouragement. Since Durant was injured by a dirty play, a pent-up frustration had simmered in their hearts. Now Tang Lei's explosive performance gave them an outlet. Seeing his brilliance, and with Curry under tight defense, Curry used the timeout to actively design plays for Tang Lei. Tang Lei was ecstatic inside. This was the treatment reserved for a core player. He watched intently as Kerr drew up tactics on the board. He committed each play to memory. The timeout ended and the game resumed. The Bucks were on offense. Giannis drove into the paint and was double-teamed, but as he leaped, he relied on his core strength to whip the ball back to Middleton on the wing. Middleton hit a mid-range jumper, sinking 2 points cleanly. 99-102. It must be said the Bucks' timeout had been effective, giving them a solid response. The Warriors attacked. Green pushed the ball up the court. Tang Lei didn't immediately get the ball. He couldn't. After scoring 3 straight baskets, he was under intense defensive focus. You damn Easterner, from now on you won't even touch the ball. Brown barked, pressing tightly against Tang Lei, using his massive hand to block every possible passing lane. They'll shoot you to death, Tang Lei replied, refusing to wait for the ball. Instead, he began moving rapidly off. Though his off-ball movement wasn't exceptional, fortunately the coach had designed plays for him, and his teammates actively set screens for him. After weaving through 2 screens, Tang Lei used the McGrady talent, NBA's quickest first step, to shake off Brown and settle into the corner. The ball arrived as he did. Tang Lei rose and shot. But Brown, knowing he was out of position, still lunged at him. The ball went in. Tang Lei fell. The whistle blew. A beautiful 3+ zone. He tied the score and earned a free throw. Curry, Green, and the others immediately rushed over, pulled Tang Lei up, and high-fived him in celebration. The Warriors' bench erupted in cheers. Brown, tasked with defense, was utterly frustrated. In this single possession alone, he had surrendered 10 points plus a free throw while guarding Tang Lei. As expected, after Tang Lei made the free throw and took the lead, he was substituted out. What followed was a back-and-forth shootout, with both teams trading baskets, and the lead fluctuating within a single possession. The Warriors had no one who could fully contain Giannis. He showcased his talent to the fullest, dominating the paint like a storm, unstoppable. Yet the Bucks also had no one who could contain Tang Lei. He excelled at everything: three-pointers, drives, fadeaway jumpers, and dunks, transforming into an all-around warrior. It had essentially become a duel between Tang Lei and the Alphabet Brother. Although they were not directly matched against each other, it was nonetheless exceptionally thrilling. After Durant's injury, everyone expected the Warriors to collapse like a house of cards, but that did not happen. Tang Lei's eruption gave the Warriors the capital to contend with the Bucks. This scene stunned the audience, whether in the stands or watching on television, computers, and phones. When had a Chinese man from the East become so versatile? In their memory, Chinese players could only rely on height to survive in the NBA. In the end, the suspense of the game lasted until the final moments. With 29 seconds left in the game, the score was tied at 125. The Bucks had possession. After Brogdon brought the ball past half-court, he called a timeout. He knew this possession was crucial and had to score. During the timeout, the Bucks were intensely strategizing. Meanwhile, Warriors head coach Kerr repeatedly emphasized defense, substituting Looney for Iguodala to add height to the interior. As the timeout ended, almost all the spectators in the arena rose to their feet. Many female fans clasped their hands together, holding them to their chests, bowing their heads in silent prayer. The arena's big screen continuously cut to shots of the Alphabet Brother and Mirotic. The Alphabet Brother was on fire, having already scored over 30 points. Mirotic, meanwhile, had made 5 of 9 three-pointers, boasting a high shooting percentage and a hot hand. This next attack was extremely critical for the Bucks. Brook Lopez threw the ball in from the sideline. Due to his height, naturally no one could interfere. Brogdon received the ball easily. But he didn't launch an immediate attack. Instead, he held the ball near midcourt to run down the clock. He wanted to leave as little time as possible for the Warriors. Only when the shot clock was down to 5 seconds did he pass the ball to Mirotic, who had run out after a screen. Thompson hadn't completely lost his position and immediately lunged at him. However, just as everyone expected Mirotic to shoot, he passed the ball towards the middle. The moment the ball left his hands, a figure accelerated from beyond the three-point line, charging inward. This person was none other than the Alphabet Brother. With the acceleration, he was very fast, immediately shaking off his defender. Upon catching the ball, he charged straight to the basket, took 2 steps, and leaped. Looney desperately came over to help defend, but the Alphabet Brother's momentum was too fierce. He crashed into Looney, sending him sprawling, and viciously slammed the ball through the hoop. The Alphabet Brother flexed his powerful muscles and roared in exultation. With this play, Looney became the victim of a posterizing dunk. This play completely ignited the Bucks' home arena. Kerr immediately called a timeout. At this point, only 7 seconds remained. The score was 125-127. The Warriors were down by 2 points. This move by the Alphabet Brother was truly tough, and no one expected Mirotic to pass up such a good opportunity, choosing to go for 2 points, Yang Kun said, somewhat surprised. Yes, now the challenge is on the Warriors' side. With 7 seconds left, time is not an issue, but it's only enough for one possession with almost no chance for a second. If they go for 2, a make sends the game to overtime. If they go for 3, a make is a game winner, Coach Zhang added. This game is crucial. Both sides need this victory to boost morale. After all, many see this game as a preview of the NBA Finals. Coach Zhang, who do you think will take the final shot? Yang Kun asked the question on everyone's mind in the chat. Without a doubt, the first choice is still Curry. Even though our national player Tang Lei has scored a team-high 33 points and performed valiantly matching the Alphabet Brother, he has never taken such an important shot. Whether he can handle the psychological pressure and make the basket is the question, Coach Zhang replied. Indeed, the pressure of such a shot is immense. How will the game's outcome unfold? Let's wait and see. Yang Kun nodded, his gaze returning to the court. After the timeout, all players began to take the court. The atmosphere was extremely tense, with many in the crowd holding their breath. Even the players themselves were visibly nervous. Particularly the younger, less experienced players on both benches clenched their hands tightly, silently offering prayers in their hearts. The Warriors prayed for a successful shot, while the Bucks prayed for a successful stop. Tang, are you nervous? Curry approached Tang Lei and whispered. A little, Tang Lei replied honestly. Despite being a transmigrator with a mentality and maturity far beyond his peers, he admitted the truth. This was his first time participating in such a grand stage at such a critical moment. Claiming not to be nervous would be a lie. However, he had a notable trait. The more nervous he became, the better his performance. Whether in the middle school entrance exam or the college entrance exam, the more important the test or occasion, the more he exceeded expectations. This had been true since childhood. A bit of nervousness is normal. The situation on the court can change in an instant, so stay ready at all times. Curry said meaningfully, lightly patting his shoulder before running to the top of the arc. Tang Lei positioned himself near the free throw line. According to Kerr's strategy, he needed to block the defender behind Curry, as Curry started moving, creating space for Curry to receive the ball, and then Curry would finish the play. As the referee's whistle blew, the ball was immediately passed to Green. Green's shooting was mediocre, but his vision was excellent, making him the logical choice to inbound the ball from the sideline. At the sound of the whistle, Curry began to move. He first dashed toward Thompson's left, but after 2 steps, he executed a quick backdoor cut, shaking off his first defender, and then passed by Tang Lei. Tang Lei blocked Middleton, who was closely guarding Curry. Following the play, Green faked a pass, then elegantly delivered the ball to Curry, who had just reached Tang Lei's side. With Antetokounmpo guarding the paint, Curry didn't drive directly to the basket after catching the ball. Instead, he quickly dribbled to the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. By then, 7 seconds had elapsed out of the remaining 7 seconds. Curry reached the three-point line, his back facing the basket. Just as everyone expected Curry to turn and shoot, he forcefully passed the ball with both hands to Tang Lei, who had somehow cut to the baseline corner. Middleton's heart sank. He quickly turned and lunged toward Tang Lei, but it was already too late. He was still at least 3 meters away from Tang Lei. Catching the ball without a moment's hesitation, Tang Lei leaped and released the shot. Under the glare of the arena lights, the ball traced a high arc racing toward the basket. Every movement on the court came to a halt. All eyes were fixed on the basketball soaring through the air. Clang! The ball struck the front rim with a dull metallic sound, bouncing high into the air. A collective sigh of relief escaped nearly 20,000 spectators, along with the Bucks players and head coach. Despite this undrafted rookie's explosive performance tonight, they thought they had dodged a bullet. After all, it was only his first season. Facing the immense psychological pressure of a game-winning shot, it was understandable that his composure might falter. However, just as the Bucks began to relax, the bouncing ball descended. Clang. The ball struck the rim again, this time on the back edge. It bounced up once more, but far lower than the first time. Clang. Another crisp sound of metal rang out. The ball bounced lightly, and then before the eyes of the entire crowd. TNT on-site commentators O'Neal and Barkley gasped in unison. Note. Swish. After rattling on the rim 3 times, the ball rolled into the net in the most unbelievable manner. Ball and light on. The game ended. The final score was 128-127. The Warriors won by a single point. Silence. The moment the ball dropped through the net, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. No one could have imagined that shot would go in. Even fewer expected it to happen in such a dramatic fashion. Yes. Yes. Tang, this is so cool. Curry, Green, Thompson, and every player on the bench swarmed Tang, lay surrounding him like stars encircling. On the Bucks' side, disbelief was etched on every face. Antetokounmpo pursed his lips full of unwillingness. Middleton wore a look of regret, knowing his defensive lapse had contributed to the shot. In the Penguin livestream, Yonkun couldn't contain his excitement. Oh my god. A buzzer beater. Tang Lei has completed a buzzer beater. That shot was incredibly clutch. Curry actually gave up the opportunity to Tang Lei, and Tang Lei lived up to the trust, hitting this big heart game winner. The ball bounced on the rim 3 times. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Coach Zhang exclaimed with excitement. He had never seen such a buzzer beater before. This is the first time a Chinese player has completed a buzzer beater on the NBA stage. This shot alone is enough to etch Tang Lei's name in history. Not just this shot, but this entire game will become a classic in Tang Lei's career. Meanwhile, the live stream's comment section exploded with frantic scrolling. Holy shit. 666, 666. Emperor Lei is unstoppable. Your Emperor Lei infinitely wild. Big heart, this is a big heart player. From now on, Emperor Lei is my dad. The Bucks were defeated by a buzzer beater, but their players did not come over to embrace in congratulations. Instead, they retreated to the locker room with dejection and reluctance. Meanwhile, the Warriors surrounded Tang Lei in celebration for several minutes before slowly dispersing. As the crowd around Tang Lei thinned, the black-haired female reporter who had been waiting nearby immediately approached. Tang Lei was not surprised by the post-game interview. After all, with his performance and the game-winning shot, he was undoubtedly the chosen one. What caught him off guard was that the interviewer was Coral, known as Barbecue Sister, a frontline reporter from his homeland state. Generally, it was quite difficult for Barbecue Sister to interview the MVP of a game. Most of the time, she could only talk to role players. After all, in terms of competitiveness, reporters from Penguin struggled to rival major media outlets like TNT and ESPN. However, since Tang Lei had secured the top honor and hit the buzzer beater in today's game, Barbecue Sister, hailing from the same country, earned the right to conduct the interview. Hey Tang Lei, I'm so thrilled to see you. Congratulations on your outstanding performance tonight, especially that last shot. It was absolutely incredible and breathtaking. This is also the first time a player from our country has hit a game winner. How are you feeling right now? Barbecue Sister's sweet Mandarin reached Tang Lei's ears. In this foreign land, hearing familiar Chinese filled him with a sense of warmth. Tang Lei pondered for a moment, about to answer. Suddenly, Curry and Green appeared from nowhere with 2 bottles of water, dousing him before sprinting away. Up! Tang Lei instinctively cried out, dodging most of it. As expected, this joyful scene was captured entirely by the cameras. Haha, it seems you have a pretty good relationship with Curry and Green now, Barbecue Sister said with a laugh, easing the moment. Go ahead and share your feelings with everyone. Hitting the game winner and securing the victory is certainly a joyful and exhilarating experience. However, I'm also concerned about KD's injury. I hope it's nothing serious, Tang Lei replied. Barbecue Sister was somewhat taken aback by his answer. She looked at him with a newfound respect in her eyes. This response demonstrated remarkable emotional intelligence. Despite the victory, Durant's injury cast a shadow over the Warriors' future. After a moment, Barbecue Sister continued with her second question. During the final play, everyone expected Curry to take that shot. Did you ever think the ball would come to you? I never thought about whether the ball would come to me or not. But I always do everything I can, whether it's setting screens or cutting to find opportunities. I'm ready to give it my all, without reservation, Tang Lei answered directly. Well said. Opportunities favor the prepared mind. One last question, what would you like to say to all your fans back home supporting you? I will play every game to the fullest. I will restore the glory of China. Great, thank you for the interview. I hope you have a wonderful night, and I look forward to an even better performance next time. Thank you. After bidding farewell to Barbecue Sister, Tang Lei headed straight back to the locker room. The cold water had left him with a chilling sensation. Back in the locker room, he took a shower. At Kai's invitation, Tang Lei joined the post-game press conference. A golden opportunity for exposure. Despite being his first press conference, Tang Lei answered the reporters' questions flawlessly. He even sprinkled in a touch of Tang-style humor, which drew bursts of light laughter from the audience throughout. Since Durant had been taken to the most renowned local hospital for examination, the team did not immediately return to Golden State. Instead, they checked into a hotel. After wrapping up the three-game road trip, the Warriors were granted a rare three-day break. Back at the hotel, the crisp sound of the system echoed in Tang Lei's mind once again. Congratulations, host, on winning a regular season game. Reward attribute, 0.1, system coins 2. Congratulations, host, for hitting the game-winning shot, marking a breakthrough from 0 to 1 for Chinese players. Bonus critical reward attribute points 8, system coins 15. Congratulations, host, for the game-winning shot that has skyrocketed your influence. Charisma 10. Just as I expected, charisma is tied to off-court influence. Hearing the system's voice, Tang Lei nodded. Then he issued a command to open his attribute panel. Host Tang Lei. Profession: NBA Golden State Warriors player, two-way unguaranteed contract, age 19 years and 4. Height 2m02. Each attribute point can increase by 1 centimeter, max 15 centimeters. Wingspan 2m04, same as above. Size 25 centimeters, same as above. Weight 93. 5 kilograms. No need to waste attribute points, just eat more to increase. Breakthrough 80, mid-range shot 92, 3-point shot 97, jump 93, speed 83, defense 85, block 86, ball handling 82, stamina 84, charisma 87, attribute points 9. Looking at the 9 attribute points he had just earned, Tang Lei did not hesitate. He immediately used 3 points to max out his 3-point shooting attribute. However, he was not naive enough to believe that a max attribute of 100 meant a 100 3-point shooting. After all, even with a 3-point attribute of 97, he did not have a 97 shooting rate. He speculated that the max attribute simply indicated he ranked first in 3-point shooting among active NBA players. Who has the highest 3-point shooting percentage in the league? Without a doubt, that would be Curry. According to statistics, Kyrie's career regular season 3-point percentage is 43.6. Moreover, this percentage includes many forced shots, ill-advised attempts, and half-court buzzer beaters. Without those shots, Kyrie's 3-point percentage would likely exceed 50 without issue. Though Tang Lei did not know his exact 3-point percentage, now being ranked first in the league and surpassing his teammate Curry was more than enough. As for the remaining 6 attribute points, Tang Lei decisively allocated them to his breakthrough ability. If he had not had system coins to purchase McGrady's NBA's quickest first-step breakthrough talent during today's game, he would have been completely shut down. Having only a 3-point shot without breakthrough capability makes it difficult to perform when tightly guarded. After all, the player guarding him was an NBA player, one of the best 3 or 400 in the world. There are no weak teams in the NBA, and there are no garbage players in the NBA. This saying is not just empty words. Most of them simply haven't found their opportunity yet. After allocating his attribute points, Tang Lei quickly fell asleep. This match had drained his physical energy considerably. Particularly the breakthroughs and off-ball running were exceedingly exhausting. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in China, where it was lunchtime, Tang Lei's game-winning shot had completely ignited the entire internet. Headlines: Weibo Candian. Media on all major platforms rushed to report, and every list saw them storm into the top 3 without exception. The buzz remained unrelenting. Game winner. Chinese player Tang Lei achieves an epic buzzer beater. From 0 to 1, the first Chinese player to hit a game-winning shot in the NBA. Confirmed. Curry steps aside, Emperor Lei ascends the throne. Heart-stopping. Tang Lei's explosive stats: 36 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists in the game-winning performance. Eager basketball vloggers were equally swift, compiling highlights of Tang Lei's breakthroughs and baskets into compilations and posting them on short video platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou. They frenziedly amassed traffic. In an instant, the phrase Tang Lei's game winner swept across the entire internet and spread through every street and alley. From toddlers as young as 3 or 4 to elderly folks in their 70s and 80s, no one was unaware. However, compared to the domestic uproar, things were far more tranquil overseas. Although numerous articles were dedicated to Tang Lei, most media outlets focused their attention on Kevin Durant. How big an impact will Durant's injury have on the Warriors? Will Durant's injury affect his departure from the team this summer? Durant undergoes emergency MRI overnight. From the perspective of major media, despite Tang Lei's outstanding performance and game-winning shot, it was merely a regular season game that could not determine much. Durant, however, was a different story. If his injury proved too severe, it would deal a devastating blow to the Warriors. It might even push this year's Warriors out of championship contention. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the latest update on Durant's condition emerged first from a Warriors beat reporter. Thankfully, there's no structural damage, but KD is still in pain and will likely rest for about 3 to 4 weeks. With this news, many Warriors and KD fans finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the Warriors' official announcement confirmed the news. The next day, Tang Lei awoke from his slumber. Picking up his phone, he first saw the news about Durant's injury report. Tang Lei also breathed a sigh of relief at the reported outcome. With his transmigration and on-court performance, this world had already begun to experience some chain reactions. After all, in his previous life, Giannis Antetokounmpo had never undercut Durant. That Durant now had no structural damage was a silver lining in his misfortune. Then, out of habit, Tang Lei opened Weibo. Seeing that he had 4 or 5 trending topics in the top 10, he couldn't help but curl his lips into a slight smile. This was within his expectations. After all, it was the first time a Chinese player had hit a game-winning shot in the NBA and against a formidable team like the Milwaukee Bucks. The significance was extraordinary. Tang Lei checked his follower count and found it had surged by over 3 million. Combined with his previous accumulation, his followers had broken through the 5 million mark. And this had happened in just a few short days. Crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Tang Lei felt as if he were about to soar to the sky and walk shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Yet as a transmigrator, he possessed strong composure and quickly regained his senses. He casually posted a Weibo update. Thank you all for your attention and support. I will maintain my form, improve myself, and deliver even better performances. After posting, Tang Lei opened his Twitter again. Compared to the overnight gain of 3 million followers on Weibo, his Twitter followers had only increased by 3 million. Glancing at his direct messages, they had now exploded to over 100. Tang Lei opened them and suddenly came across a message from a woman named Kardashian. Holy crap. Is this for real? Seeing those 3 words, Tang Lei's heart jolted with shock. He immediately clicked on her detailed profile. As expected, it was the Kardashian he had in mind. A monster that even the red-hot James Harden couldn't tame, causing his performance to plummet. It wasn't until Harden left Kardashian that he transformed into Michael Jordan, soaring high and showcasing his formidable prowess. Damn it, why is she targeting me? As a Chinese man, I'm not into this type. Tang Lei muttered in exasperation, feeling utterly indifferent to her. Not to mention the age gap, but given her extensive history, he had no desire for it. As a Chinese person, his mindset was quite traditional, and deep down, he could never accept such things. At that moment, only one person occupied Tang Lei's thoughts. The girl he had secretly admired for 3 years, dressed in white, fond of basketball, devoted to her studies, both serene and playful. Noon. All the Warriors players gathered, boarded a bus to the airport, and then took a chartered flight back to Golden State. Durant returned as well. His injury wasn't too severe. He would fully recover after resting for 3 to 4 weeks. Back at the Warriors training facility, just as Tang Lei was about to dive into practice, Steve Kerr approached him and said, "Tang, the general manager wants to see you." "Oh." Tang Lei acknowledged and headed to the general manager's office. He had indirectly declined the contract offer from the GM over the phone. Now the GM was surely calling him about the contract again. After all, his deal was a 2-way non-guaranteed contract. If he didn't secure a guaranteed deal soon, there was a risk of being poached by other teams. Before long, Tang Lei arrived at the office of general manager Bob Myers. As an undrafted rookie with only a non-guaranteed contract, he had no agent and had to negotiate the terms himself. Myers, a former agent turned executive, was a master of contract negotiations, renowned for his expertise. His most iconic move was signing Stephen Curry to a 4-year, $44 million extension in 2012, a deal later dubbed the child labor contract and widely regarded as the most cost-effective agreement of the 21st century. "General manager, you wanted to see me." Tang Lei spoke first, eyeing Myers, who was fixated on his computer screen. "Yes, Tang, please have a seat." Myers rose and gestured for Tang Lei to sit on the plush sofa. Tang Lei nodded and settled in. Myers sat opposite him and cut straight to the chase. "Tang, your recent performances have been a delightful surprise to everyone, especially that game-winning shot that bounced 3 or 4 times before dropping in. Absolutely brilliant. After discussions with management, the team is prepared to offer you a fully guaranteed 2-year contract worth $3 million. Would you be willing to sign with us?" This sum was over $600,000 more than the initial offer, rounded up to a neat figure. Clearly, it was boosted by his standout performances in the last 2 games. Yet, even this contract fell short of Tang Lei's aspirations. However, Myers, with his agent background, was undeniably eloquent. He began by affirming Tang Lei's prowess, subtly invoked management to apply pressure, and ended with a sincere question that conveyed deep respect for the player. Tang Lei pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. "General manager, am genuinely willing to sign with the Warriors, and am deeply grateful for the platform this team has given me, but this contract doesn't align with my expectations." "Tang, I understand every player seeks long-term stability, and your ceiling certainly extends beyond this, but you're aware that the Warriors' salary cap has already exceeded the luxury tax threshold. Every additional dollar we sign means more tax paid to the league." Myers' expression remained composed as he explained, unfazed by Tang Lei's rejection. "I understand the Warriors' current predicament, so I'm not asking for a long-term deal, just a contract through the end of this season for $3 million. I hope you won't turn me down." With that, Tang Lei looked up at Myers, his gaze unwavering and brimming with confidence. Myers was taken aback by such self-assurance. Was this madness? Could this really be an undrafted rookie under 20? Most players would be overjoyed just to secure a guaranteed contract, let alone rejecting a fully guaranteed 2-year, $3 million deal. Yet Tang Lei had done exactly that, proposing a 1-year contract for $3 million instead. Myers felt a headache coming on. He hadn't secured a 2-year deal and had instead lost a year. He acknowledged Tang Lei's talent, but but as Head mentioned, the team's payroll was already far above the luxury tax line. Every additional dollar signed meant more fines to the league. He had intended to hesitate before responding, but recalling Tang Lei's resolute and confident eyes coupled with Durant's injury and other factors. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Tang Lei's ability to drive and shoot would relieve pressure on Curry and Thompson, potentially reducing the team's injury. After signing the contract, Tang Lei immediately requested an advance on half his salary. Such requests were common in the NBA as many undrafted players and fringe figures struggled financially, clinging to their dreams with low-paying non-guaranteed deals. Some even wore their sneakers until they fell apart. Stepping out of the manager's office, Tang Lei couldn't help but grin. After taxes, Head take home just over $800,000, enough to make him a minor millionaire. He knew his stats were worth tens of millions annually. But as the general manager had pointed out, the Warriors had no salary cap room for such a hefty contract. Moreover, as a yellow-skinned player who had only played a few good games, demanding a $10 million deal would likely be rejected by other teams. That was precisely why Tang Lei chose to sign a contract lasting only until the end of the season. Earning less up front was fine. The priority was to build his reputation, gain fame, and win a championship as a core player. That was what truly mattered. If he could help the Warriors establish a dynasty and even claim the Finals MVP, there was no doubt the team would offer him a max contract. Beyond the max deal, endorsement deals would pour in, far surpassing the mere millions Head earned now. Back at the training gym, Curry bounced over cheerfully. "Tang, did you get the contract signed?" Tang Lei replied with a smile, "Yes, 1 year for $3 million. Only 1 year. Still good for you. Let's join forces to win the championship and build a dynasty. Aim for a big contract next year." "He'll do my best." Thompson, Green, and the others came over to celebrate. After a few games together, they had grown familiar with one another. With no game the next day, training was light, focusing on coordination, positioning, and tactical runs. With Durant sidelined due to injury, Kerr decided to start Tang Lei in the upcoming games, and even devised several plays to make him the team's third scoring option. His role was second only to Curry and Thompson. Naturally, Tang Lei was thrilled and exhilarated. After the training session ended, Tang Lei immediately replaced his old used car with a more spacious and luminous BMW X7. The top-tier configuration of this vehicle cost $9,260, which was entirely within Tang Lei's means at present. Earning money was, after all, meant for a better life and greater enjoyment. There was absolutely no need to deprive himself. Driving the brand-new BMW X7 back to his apartment, Tang Lei was in an excellent mood. He then took out his phone and, unable to resist, opened Twitter once again. The increase in his follower count had already slowed down. Of course, Tang Lei's focus wasn't on that. He mainly wanted to see if Yi Xiaozhu had sent him a private message. Scrolling through the private message section, a slight smile curled at the corners of Tang Lei's mouth when he saw that Yi Xiaozhu had indeed messaged him again. "Wow, I'm flattered. I never expected you to reply to my message and even follow me back. I was busy with classes yesterday and missed the live broadcast. What a pity. But I watched the replay and you played brilliantly. Especially the final shot, the game winner. It was so breathtaking and incredible. Many of my friends back home are praising that shot. By the way, it seems you haven't named your fans yet. What do you want to call them?" Teachergua's fans are called Gang C. The members of TF Boys are Little Crabs, Tang Yuan, and Xianji. There are also Honey and Wool, and so on. Reading these 3 private messages, Tang Lei's face beamed with a hint of confidence. Indeed, the feeling of being noticed was incredibly exhilarating. At this moment, his mood was extremely excited, even though the other party didn't know his true identity. But what did that matter? After all, there had never been any connection between them. In his previous life, it was merely a one-sided infatuation on his part, a secret crush on her. She probably didn't even know anything about it. Thinking back now, Tang Lei felt like slapping himself twice. With such a lack of nerve, how could he ever hope to win a girl's heart? But perhaps that was just what youth was all about. Youth is always filled with regrets. However, unlike others in this life, he had the right to make amends for those regrets. It's only natural to follow back. We're both Chinese, and it's heartwarming to meet someone from home in a foreign land. Thank you for your support. As for the fan name, my creativity is limited. Could you help me come up with one? Tang Lei took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within, and then replied with a private message. He wasn't in a rush to ask for her WeChat or phone number or anything like that. Doing so would seem too impatient and would make him appear as though he was only interested in her appearance. This would give her an impression of being flashy or unreliable. He didn't want Yi Xiaozhu to think of him that way. There was no game the next day. The next game was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, when they would host the Houston Rockets at the Warriors' home court. This was going to be a tough battle. In recent years, to counter the mighty Warriors, the Rockets had formed the Rocket duo of Harden and Paul. In the previous season, they had come close to overthrowing the Warriors. At that time, the Rockets led the series 32 against the Warriors. They were just one victory away from reaching the finals. But unfortunately, Paul's injury cast a shadow over the Rockets' prospects. In the end, the Warriors didn't give them a chance, winning 2 consecutive games to eliminate the Rockets with a 43 series victory, advancing to the finals and successfully lifting the Larry O'Brien Trophy, achieving their second consecutive championship. As for the Rockets, they could only regretfully stop at the Western Conference Finals. This season, despite Paul signing a massive 4-year, $160 million contract that drew widespread criticism, their goal remained unquestionably to defeat the Warriors. It could be said that the Rockets came into this game fueled by the anger of their previous season's defeat. Kerr also knew that the game against the Rockets would be a tough one. Therefore, he didn't schedule overly intense training sessions, mainly focusing on maintaining the team's form. The next day, Tang Lei received a private message reply from Yi Xiaozhu. Your surname is Tang. I think calling your fans Candy would be quite nice. Although basketball fans are mostly male, this fan name can balance strength and tenderness. What do you think? Tang Lei smiled, and then replied, that's a great name. He'll adopt it. So how should I thank you? Compared to his previous life, he was naturally more proactive now. Because the opportunity was always in his own hands, and he didn't want to miss it again. After sending the private message, Tang Lei immediately announced the news on Twitter and his Weibo. On Twitter, he even specifically tagged Yi Xiaozhu, thanking her for providing the fan name. Subsequently, he went to participate in the team's training. There was a tough game to play tomorrow night, so he still needed to make ample preparations. The next day, Tang Lei didn't receive a private message from Yi Xiaozhu. However, he didn't dwell on it. He then immersed himself once again in the team's activities, engaging in training that didn't require much physical exertion. At 8:30 p.m. the game was about to begin. At the Golden State Warriors Oracle Arena, fans had already started filing in. Meanwhile, on the Penguin live streaming platform, it was exceptionally lively. Even before the game officially started, the number of online viewers had already surpassed 1 million. Besides the fact that the clash between the Rockets and the Warriors, a pair of old rivals, was indeed a major draw, the most significant factor was the immense popularity Tang Lei had garnered from his game-winning shot and explosive performance in the previous game. Of the over 1 million online viewers, probably more than half were tuning in for him. Lei Huang continues to start. This is one of the rare highlights for our country in recent years. I hope Lei Huang can keep it up and secure his starting spot. Go Lei Huang. I wonder if Lei Huang can maintain his shooting touch from last time and explode again. The Rockets are coming into this game with the pent-up frustration from being eliminated last season. They will definitely have studied Tang Lei. It would be fine if he just plays normally. If the Rockets are a lost cause. They deserve to be eliminated last season. I switched from being a Rockets fan to a Warriors fan last season too. The Rockets were just too disappointing. It's infuriating to watch. They had home court advantage, a 32 lead, such a golden opportunity, and they couldn't seize it. They even missed 27 consecutive three-pointers. What a bunch of trash. Originally, because of Yao Ming's presence, the Rockets were considered the home team in the hearts of Chinese fans. But after 2 consecutive failures to overcome the Warriors, especially last season, when they were overturned under extremely favorable conditions, many people had given up hope on the Rockets. Many had switched their allegiance to the Warriors. At exactly 9:00 p.m. the game officially began. The Warriors' starting lineup: Curry, Thompson, Green, Iguodala, and Tang Lei. As for the Rockets, their starters were Harden, Paul, Capella, Tucker, and Rivers. Surprisingly, Green won the jump ball against Capella, tipping it to Iguodala. Warriors ball possession. Iguodala dribbled a couple of times before passing it back to Green. Right from the start, the opposing team left Green open to shoot, while tightly guarding everyone else. At the top of the arc, Green didn't hesitate much and took the shot directly. Bang! Although the arc wasn't particularly graceful, the ball hit the inside of the rim and dropped steadily through the net, scoring the first 3 points. On the other end, Paul assisted Harden, but the latter's shot clanked off the rim. Then Curry drove for a layup, adding 2 more points. A 50 start seemed to be going smoothly. However, at that moment, the game suddenly took a dramatic turn. The NBA Prince Rivers hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, each more difficult than the last, scoring 9 points in a burst. The score became 59. The Warriors found themselves trailing by 4 points in an instant. The Warriors had possession. After crossing half-court, Green was left open for a three-pointer, but unfortunately, he missed this time. The transition began. The Rockets advanced with lightning speed. Veteran Paul threaded a pass through the cracks to Rivers, who had slipped into the baseline corner. Catching the ball, he rose instantly, his movements fluid and seamless. Swish! Another three-pointer sailed through the net. In less than 3 minutes, Rivers had gone 4 for 4 from beyond the arc, racking up 12 points with astonishing efficiency. Thompson, tasked with guarding him, felt his composure beginning to crack. When he got the ball back, he attempted a three-pointer in response, but it missed. Instead, the Rockets seized the counterattack opportunity, scoring another 2 points on a fast break. 3 minutes into the game, the score was 5-1-4. The Warriors were trailing by 9 points. This scene left nearly 2,000 fans in the arena stunned. They knew that without Durant, the Warriors' offensive firepower would diminish. But they hadn't anticipated it would weaken to this extent. It was as if they were being utterly dominated. The Warriors had the ball again. After Green brought it past half-court, Tang Lei proactively hovered near the logo, calling for the ball. For several previous possessions, Tang Lei hadn't touched the ball. It wasn't that his teammates refused to pass, but he was so tightly guarded that there was no room to receive it. His defender was Tucker, the Rockets' premier defensive specialist. Clearly, to contain him, the Rockets had done their homework and didn't hesitate to deploy Tucker. In the past, Tucker was typically assigned to guard the opposing team's ace, players like James Durant or Doncic. Green immediately fed the ball to Tang Lei. Curry and Thompson had each missed a three-pointer, so it was time to let Tang Lei take a shot. However, to Green's surprise, Tang Lei, upon receiving the ball near the logo, glanced at the hoop and launched into a jump shot, pushing the ball forward. Oh, the fans in the arena gasped. Was he that confident? Even Tucker, assigned to guard him, was taken aback. He was already defending at the three-point line, but the opponent had gone straight to the logo to catch and shoot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc across the Oracle Arena sky before swishing through the net with a 8-1-4. They had cut the deficit by 3. Unsurprisingly, this shot ignited a frenzy among the home crowd. Tang, you've got some nerve? I just got an assist out of it, Green said, incredulously stepping up to high-five Tang Lei in celebration. You can always trust me, Tang Lei replied with a smile. His maxed-out three-point attribute was no joke. Even with such a long-range push shot, he still had the confidence that it was good the moment it left his hand. Green nodded and began to retreat on defense. In the following possession, Harden drove for a score, but clanked the ball off the rim. Tang Lei grabbed the rebound and pushed the pace quickly. Tucker, whose focus was solely on defense, had already positioned himself at the three-point line, spreading his arms wide. Tang Lei's foot was right on the semicircle of the center line. Tucker made no move to step forward. His eyes seemed to say, go ahead, shoot. If you've got the guts, sink another logo three-pointer. It was a psychological game. Just like leaving Green open, the more you dared him to shoot, the more he'd miss and hesitate. Three-pointers, especially ultra-long-range ones, were a scoring method that severely tested a shooter's mental fortitude. The slightest shift in mindset could distort the shooting form. This phenomenon was common even among casual basketball players. Sometimes the tighter the defense, the more likely, but when left wide open, you'd often lose your touch. However, Tang Lei was no ordinary man. With his maxed-out three-point attribute, his confidence was brimming. Without any hesitation, Tang Lei leaned forward and pushed the ball into the air. Shooting with a standard form from the logo position was extremely difficult. In the entire league, only someone with explosive physical prowess and arm strength like James could pull it off. Oh, another logo three-pointer. Is he that confident? This is more Curry than Curry. All eyes were once again fixed on the basketball soaring through the air, and under their watchful gaze. Swish. The ball rippled the net once more, producing a sound like splashing water. Another three-pointer hit. 1-1-1-4. Tang, great shot. You've got my old style, haha. Curry, excited like a schoolboy, ran over to Tang Lei and patted him on the backside as encouragement. The Rockets were also stunned. One logo three-pointer could be luck, but two. That was almost supernatural. Tucker shot a helpless glance at head coach D'Antoni. He wanted to ask if he should step out to defend, but the coach just... Next, the Rockets attacked again. But under the influence of Tang Lei's two logo threes, the Warriors' morale was soaring. Coupled with the thunderous cheers from the home crowd, it was as if they had been injected with adrenaline. So in the following defensive possession, they managed to stop the Rockets again. On the return possession, the ball found its way into Tang Lei's hands once more. He stood again at the semicircle of the center line near the logo. Shoot one, shoot one, shoot one. The home crowd's chants surged like waves into Tang Lei's ear. Tang Lei broke into a grin, raised his hand, and pushed the ball into the air again. As it left his hand, the ball was still spinning in flight. But he had already turned around, facing away from the basket, and raised both hands high. Swish. The ball arced across the arena and swished through the net once again. 3 logo three-pointers, all 3 hit. Unprecedented. Boom. The moment that three-pointer landed, the entire arena erupted into chaos. In the Penguin live stream room, oh my god, another logo three-pointer, 666. Is God playing in the number 77 jersey today, eh? Thunder Emperor is amazing. Thunder Emperor is the GOAT. Crazy. This is absolutely insane. Turning around early, raising arms to celebrate, paying tribute to the great Gilbert Arenas. So cool. Love it, Tang Lei, I want to have your babies. As Tang Lei sank another logo three-pointer, the audience in the live stream room instantly went wild. Initially, many fans were worried for Tang Lei. After all, in the previous several possessions, he had been tightly guarded by Tucker, unable to even touch the ball. But unexpectedly, he now gave them such a huge surprise. 3 consecutive logo three-pointers, all of which... This was undoubtedly an unprecedented historic moment. All of them had witnessed history. Beep. Rockets head coach Mike D'Antoni quickly called a timeout. The score was now tied at 14, and the Warriors had completely seized the momentum. If this continued, the point differential would surely widen instantly, so adjustments were necessary. Tang Lei walked off the court, receiving congratulations and encouragement from all his teammates and the coaching staff. 3 consecutive logo three-pointers. This made history. Stick to him like glue. From the moment he catches the ball, stick to him. D'Antoni shouted loudly at Tucker. Those 3 three-pointers were simply too absurd, as if they were equipped with a tracking scope, each shot striking a vital blow. All right, got it. Tucker nodded emphatically. After the timeout, neither side substituted players. Both continued with their full starting lineups. After all, for both teams this was a game they could not afford to lose. The Rockets sought revenge for their Game 7 defeat and elimination from the previous season. Meanwhile, the Warriors aimed to prove that even without Durant they were still a championship team, not to be trampled upon by anyone. Rockets ball possession. Chris Paul isolated against Stephen Curry and calmly hit a mid-range jumper to steady the ship. As the Warriors inbound the ball, a surprising scene unfolded for all the spectators. Just as Tang Lei attempted to receive the ball, near his own free throw line, Tucker immediately pounced on him, initiating full-court man-to-man pressure. Iguodala was left with no choice but to pass the ball to Green, who came over to receive it. After dribbling past half-court, Green surveyed the situation on the floor. Meanwhile, Tang Lei was tightly guarded, so he simply stood near the center line. With Tucker's absence as a decoy, the Rockets' half-court had ample space, and Curry easily ran into an open spot through a screen. Although Paul lunged forward aggressively, he was still a step too slow. Swish. Three-pointer. 1,716. The Warriors had regained the lead. On the other end, Rivers' shooting touch began to fade, failing to sustain his earlier miraculous 4-for-4 streak. Both sides then engaged in a fierce battle. Due to Tucker's tight defense across the court, Tang Lei could barely touch the ball, and even when he did, he had no room to shoot. As for driving to the basket, it was even more difficult. Although he had added 6 attribute points to his driving earlier, it still only amounted to 86 points. Considering that a full score of 100 represents the league's elite ankle breakers, 86 in the NBA is merely average. After all, his initial driving ability was only 80 points, and he was just an undrafted player who had signed a non-guaranteed contract. This shows that 80 points was essentially the baseline for NBA players. With a driving ability of only 86 points, trying to break through the defense of a defensive specialist like Tucker was nothing short of a pipe dream. However, although he had little room to shoot or drive, Tang Lei excelled in playmaking. When tightly guarded, he frequently used himself as a pivot to assist Curry and Thompson for scores. He even set up substitute Looney for a thunderous dunk, allowing him to dominate the rim. Of course, Harden, Paul, and Gordon each responded in kind. The two sides traded blows back and forth, and by halftime the score remained close. 5,150. The Warriors held a slim 1-point lead. During halftime, back in the locker room, Tang Lei specifically sought advice from Iguodala on how to better shake off defenders. Like Tucker, Iguodala was also a defensive stalwart. He was most famous for guarding LeBron James in the 2001-415 finals, which led to him stealing the FMVP from Curry, stunning everyone. The best way to shake off a defender is to disrupt their rhythm, shift their center of gravity, and exploit a tempo change. Iguodala explained patiently. As a veteran, he was happy to mentor young players. By the way, your fadeaway jumper looks pretty good. With your height, if you increase the arc, even if Tucker stays with you, he might not be. As if recalling something, Iguodala added, tempo change and fadeaway jumper. Got it, thank you. Tang Lei's heart leaped with joy as he expressed his gratitude. Lately, he had been obsessed with shooting deep threes and had nearly forgotten the beautiful fadeaway he had learned from his mentor. Halftime break. The fans in Penguin livestream were fervently discussing while gazing at the cheerleaders' long, fair legs. Although Thunder Emperor scored 11 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists in the first half, he was completely stifled by Shoe King Tucker. Yet Tucker was relentless. He guarded him unknown all over the court, making it hard even to catch a pass. Luckily, Thunder Emperor signed a fully guaranteed contract beforehand, otherwise after this game his value would surely be slashed. For the Warriors to win this game, they can only pin their hopes on Curry and Thompson. If just one of them breaks out, they can likely secure the victory soon. Since Green won the tip-off in the first quarter, the Rockets would have possession for the second and third quarters, while the fourth belonged to the Warriors. Tang Lei did not take the court, nor did his counterpart Tucker. Throughout the first half, Tang Lei and Tucker were substituted in and out in perfect synchronization. Clearly, the Rockets had thrown caution to the wind in their efforts to contain him. Paul received the ball and advanced. After a screen and a switch, Paul found himself isolated against Looney. Paul excelled at exploiting mismatches against bigger defenders, and he had a masterful repertoire for such situations. On the sidelines, Tang Lei watched with focused attention. Paul feigned a drive to the left, causing Looney to shift his weight slightly. He then pulled the ball back and drove right, forcing Looney to follow. But in that instant, Paul accelerated abruptly back to the left. Looney, off balance, instinctively tried to give chase, but his own feet betrayed him, sending him tumbling to the floor. All he could do was watch helplessly as Paul sank a smooth, effortless pull-up jumper. Such fluid rhythm, Tang Lei mused inwardly. The rhythm was incredibly comfortable, entirely under Paul's command. He had tripped Looney this time, but even without the stumble, Looney would have been powerless to block the shot. The brilliance of this rhythm lay in the fact that even if you could keep up, you were still utterly unable to contest the shot. To an outsider, it might not seem extraordinary. After all, the defender almost got a hand on it. But to a trained eye, that almost represented a chasm of difference. With possession, Green assisted Looney on an alley-oop, redeeming himself after his earlier stumble. The leads seesawed back and forth. However, in the latter half of the quarter, the tide turned abruptly. Harden, who had been cold in the first half, suddenly caught fire. In the entire third quarter, he shot 8 for 5 from the field, including 4 for 5 from three-point range, and 5 for 6 from the free throw line, erupting for 19 points. The score stood at 6-9-8-0. The deficit had ballooned to double digits, an 11-point lead. In the past, the Warriors would often wrap up their games by the third quarter. But now, facing a formidable Rockets team, they were trailing by 11. Of course, this was largely due to the absence of Durant, a key offensive weapon. After all, in the previous season, the Rockets had been evenly matched against the super team Warriors, even with Durant. Tang Lei did not play at all in the third quarter, resting the entire period. He only returned to the court at the start of. During the break between quarters, Kerr had drawn up specific plays for Tang Lei. The Warriors had possession. Tucker stuck to Tang Lei like glue as always. With a double screen from Iguodala and Thompson, Tang Lei managed to secure the ball. But the moment he caught it, Tucker swiftly rotated over, positioning himself just half a step away. Tang Lei lowered his center of gravity and executed a jab step to the left, but Tucker didn't bite, standing his ground like an immovable wall. Tucker's defensive experience was truly immense. He was indeed the quintessential specialist for guarding the opponent's ace. Tang Lei cross-dribbled twice, finding his rhythm, then exploded to the right. Tucker scrambled to keep up. But at that moment, Tang Lei stopped on a dime, leaped backward, his body forming nearly a 45-degree angle with the floor. Although Tucker jumped immediately, he couldn't reach, forced to watch helplessly as Tang Lei released the ball at the apex of his jump. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing cleanly through the center of the net. 7-1-8-0. The deficit had shrunk back to single digits. "Nice shot, keep playing like that," Iguodala said with a smile, offering encouragement. For a fleeting moment, the shot reminded him of Kobe Bryant. "Yeah, thanks," Tang Lei replied, nodding with a smile as he ran back on defense. On the Rockets side, Harden, who had carried the scoring load for the entire third quarter, was resting on the bench. D'Antoni's strategy was clear: let Harden rest for a few minutes before bringing him back to close out the game. Paul was leading the team on the court, and D'Antoni had full confidence in the maestro of ball control. Paul drove into the paint, drew the defense, and kicked the ball out to Gordon, who was lurking in the corner. Gordon calmly drained the three-pointer. Curry and Thompson were also resting for the Warriors. Consequently, the pressure on Tang Lei was immense. First and foremost, the deficit could not be allowed to grow. If it did, it would become a massive hole, one that would be incredibly difficult to climb out of, especially with Harden in such a scorching hot streak. The Warriors had possession. Through constant movement and screens, Tang Lei got the ball again. This time, Tucker made a rare mistake and failed to keep up. Facing the help defense of the 6'0" Paul, Tang Lei didn't hesitate, launching a three-pointer. The opportunity was fleeting and his release was quick, resulting in a flatter trajectory. Yet even so, the ball hammered into the basket like a cannonball, scoring 5 consecutive points right after checking in brought a pleasant surprise to many. It also showcased Tang Lei's proactive adjustment. However, Paul's ability to read the game was formidable. After Tang Lei sank another long two-pointer, he whispered something into Tucker's ear. Tucker nodded repeatedly after listening. From that point on, Tang Lei's difficulty in getting the ball escalated to another level. Even with two teammates setting screens for him, he struggled to receive the pass. On one occasion, he finally got the ball, only to be immediately trapped by a double team. Without Curry and Thompson on the court to provide spacing, the Rockets could afford to blitz him without hesitation. Fortunately, his teammates stepped up, converting his passes and cutting into the lead. 7-8-8-3. The lead was down to just 5 points. Seeing the danger, D'Antoni called a timeout and sent Harden back into the game. For the Warriors, Curry and Thompson also returned. The true life-or-death battle had begun. With 8 minutes and 36 seconds left in the fourth quarter, both team starters returned to the court. Harden's touch hadn't cooled despite a few minutes of rest. As soon as he stepped onto the court, he drained another three-pointer with a step-back move, extending the lead back to 8 points. On the Warriors' side, with the return of their two stars, Curry and Thompson, the Rockets no longer dared to double-team. Thus, on the next possession, Tang Lei executed a fadeaway jumper with a wide arc, successfully beating Tucker on again. This shot officially kicked off a dazzling duel between Tang Lei and Harden. Harden hit a step-back three. Tang Lei responded by assisting Curry on a three-pointer. Harden then drew a foul and made both free throws. Tang Lei countered with a picturesque fadeaway jumper. When Harden assisted a teammate on an alley-oop dunk, Tang Lei answered with a difficult reverse layup. The two teams traded blows with remarkable accuracy, thrilling the live audience and online viewers alike. But soon a challenge emerged for the Warriors. Trading baskets back and forth made for an exciting and fluid game, but the damned point gap refused to shrink. Continuing this way would surely lead to defeat. After all, a deficit of 7 to 9 points couldn't be erased in a single possession. It would take at least 3 or 4. So with 3 minutes left in the game, Kerr decisively called a timeout. He needed to make a change first. He had to contain the red-hot Harden. Otherwise, this game would be lost. During the timeout, Kerr repeatedly emphasized maintaining offensive rhythm and taking shots when open. Additionally, he stressed active movement and rebounding, fighting for every ball. Finally, Kerr turned to Tang Lei and said, "Tang, when you get on the court, if Harden has the ball, double-team him. This tactic surprised not only Tang Lei, but also Curry and Thompson. Doubling Harden meant leaving Tucker open. Tucker and Thompson were similar players, both 3-and-D specialists skilled in three-point shooting and defense. Of course, in terms of all-around three-point ability, Tucker was not as good as Thompson. However, Tucker had his own strength. His corner three-point shooting percentage was over 35, which was already elite. His only weakness was his limited shooting spots. Throughout this game, Tucker had focused entirely on defending Tang Lei and had taken few shots. That was the main reason Kerr chose to gamble. Compared to the red-hot Harden, choosing to leave a player who had barely shot all game was not a difficult decision. Got it, coach. They'll give it my all on the double team. Tang Lei nodded emphatically. After the timeout, the teams entered the final battle. The score was 98-105, with the Warriors trailing the Rockets by 7 points. The home crowd grew tense. 3 minutes was neither long nor short, but whether they could close the gap or even take the lead in that time was uncertain. Warriors ball. Following the pre-timeout rhythm, the Warriors easily scored 2 points, making it 100-105. On the other end, Paul brought the ball up the court. He quickly found Harden, who was on fire. However, as soon as Harden caught the ball, Tang Lei immediately double-teamed him. This sight drew a gasp from the crowd. Even Harden was stunned for a moment. But his court vision was excellent and his passing skills were top-notch, so he immediately found an open Tucker. Tucker was stationed near the 45-degree angle on the wing, not his preferred spot. Facing a wide-open look, he shot without hesitation. Clang. The ball clanked off the rim and bounced near Tang Lei, who leaped high to secure the rebound. Curry was already sprinting toward the front court. Tang Lei didn't hesitate and whipped a one-handed pass ahead. Curry caught it near the free-throw line and finished with a low layup for 2 more points. 102-105. The deficit was back to within 1 possession. The double team on Harden was working. Tang Lei was exhilarated. His stats had reached 20 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists. He was just 1 rebound and 2 assists away from his first career triple-double. Rockets ball. Paul dribbled past half-court, seeing the score tighten. He knew he had to step up and score. As a traditional point guard nearly extinct in the league, he rarely forced his own offense when the team was flowing, preferring to feed his teammates. But when the offense stalled or faced pressure, he would take the initiative to tear apart the defense. Paul signaled for Capella to set a screen. Curry was initially guarding Paul, but after the screen, Green switched onto him. Green groaned inwardly. Though a defensive stalwart, he hated guarding rhythm masters like Paul. Facing Green, Paul suddenly pivoted left, and Green scrambled to stay in front. But Paul only completed half the pivot before quickly pulling back and driving to Green's right. Green lunged to his right. Paul drove half a step inside, then gathered the ball as if to pull up for a jumper. Green bit on the fake and jumped first. Realizing his mistake, he could only watch helplessly as Paul rose for a jumper and calmly sank it. 102-107. The lead stretched back to 5 points. Green was frustrated. There was nothing he could do. Fortunately, on the next possession, Thompson responded with a tough three-pointer, bringing the deficit back within 1 possession. On the other end, Harden had the ball, and Tang Lei double-teamed him again. This time, the open Tucker seized the opportunity, hitting a corner 3. 105-110. The lead remained at 5 points, and the game entered its final minute. In the Penguin live stream, with 1 minute left and trailing by 5 points, it seemed the Warriors were in a precarious position. The next offensive play would determine their fate. A successful shot might keep hope alive, but failure to score and defend would likely seal their defeat. Chris Paul's masterful control of the game's tempo had the Warriors lacking, Kevin Durant struggling to keep up. While some fans boasted about the Rockets' championship potential, others dismissed their regular season dominance as irrelevant come playoff time. Win or lose, LeBron James had already showcased his prowess, leaving fans to wonder if he could achieve his first career triple-double. With only a minute remaining, he was 1 rebound and 2 assists short, a daunting task unless the game went into overtime. The tension among fans was palpable. They desperately wanted the Warriors to win, yet they understood the Rockets' strength. Before, with just James Harden, the Rockets were inconsistent. But Chris Paul's arrival had instilled a winning mentality in the team. Back on the court, Stephen Curry advanced with the arena crowd rose to their feet in silence, many holding their breath. Some female fans clasped their hands in prayer, fully aware of the gravity of this possession. This attack was crucial for the Warriors. A score would keep their hopes alive, while a miss would all but end their chances. With a 5-point deficit, a stark dilemma arose: foul or not. Fouling would send the opponent to the free-throw line for 2 shots. If they chose not to foul, Paul would likely drain the clock before taking a shot, leaving the Warriors in a passive position. Curry, as the team's star, understood the weight of this moment and prepared to step up and embrace the responsibility. Standing near midcourt, he waved his teammates away, signaling an unknown play against his counterpart Paul. Despite his height, Paul's defensive prowess was undeniable. His multiple selections to the all-defensive team underscored his exceptional skills. This duel between Curry and Paul symbolized the clash of modern and traditional point guards. As Curry lingered near midcourt, Paul maintained a half-step distance, guarding against both the shot and the drive, a strategic move. Under the watchful eyes of all, Curry executed a behind-the-back dribble, and accelerated toward the left, but Paul's quick reflexes kept him in step. Near the three-point line, Curry abruptly stopped, pulled the ball back, and drove right. Yet Paul's lateral speed was remarkable, instantly cutting off the path. Anticipating Paul's response, Curry stepped back, leaped, and released a shot in one fluid motion. It was a step-back three-pointer, a signature move of Harden's now executed by Curry. However, Paul maintained his defensive stance throughout, leaping as Curry took the shot. His outstretched middle finger barely grazed the ball, altering its trajectory just enough. The sound of the ball clanking off the rim echoed through the arena, striking a heavy blow to the fans' hopes. Just as despair began to set in, a figure sprinted from beyond the three-point line, leaped with explosive force, and slammed the rebound over the opposing center's head. The ball went and the player fell. It was a breathtaking putback dunk. "Oh my God, a dunk from Tang!" The incredulous voice of the arena announcer rang out. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in cheers. The benches of both teams were left in disbelief. The play had unfolded so swiftly that no one had tracked Tang Lei's movement. By the time they realized it, he had completed the spectacular dunk. It was an awe-inspiring moment, a forceful putback dunk over the opponent's center. The live stream chat exploded with excitement. "Wow, wow, wow, a putback dunk. 666, Olay Huang is incredible. Capella is going to have nightmares after that. 3 seconds of sympathy for him. ID called it the dunk of the year. This is a guaranteed top 10 play of the season. Lei Huang is the GOAT. Tang, what a putback. What a brilliant move." As they retreated on defense, Curry was also extremely thrilled. He knew just how crucial that shot was. Had Tang Lei not tipped it in, the game would have likely been beyond reach. But fortunately, such a dire scenario did not. The Rockets did not call a timeout, for they were the leading side. Calling a timeout would only allow the opponent to set their defense. D'Antoni was not so foolish. At this moment, 43 seconds remained on the clock. Each possession had a 24-second shot clock. Thus, if they could secure a stop, the Warriors would still have a chance to level the score dramatically. Paul remained the brain on the court. Despite the arena erupting in chaos, his expression and demeanor were as calm as the surface of a lake, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Unsurprisingly, Paul chose to drain the clock. The Warriors, on the other hand, dared not double-team nor commit a foul. A double-team would inevitably leave an opponent open. Tucker had already sunk a three-pointer, and they dared not gamble, nor did they wish to. And committing a foul would send the opponent to the free-throw line. Given Paul's free-throw percentage, it was essentially gifting them 2 points. This would undoubtedly thrust the Warriors into a desperate situation. Curry guarded Paul unknown. Paul had just defended him successfully, so now the fighting spirit in Kawhi's eyes burned intensely. This was an indispensable quality of a franchise star. After all, only by leading from the front could he better inspire his teammates. With 6 seconds left on the shot clock, Paul began to move. Curry pressed tightly against him. Though time was short, Paul maintained excellent rhythm in his ball handling. He patiently searched for a mistake from Curry, showing no urgency to release the shot. In his subconscious, this shot had to be made. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. When only 2 seconds remained, Paul finally forced Curry out of position. In that instant, he immediately stopped and rose up for the shot. However, just as Paul released the ball, a figure sprinted from afar, leaped high, and swatted it away with a resounding slap. That man was none other than Iguodala, a master of defensive experience. Slap. Paul's shot was blocked, and the ball flew towards the sideline. Tang Lei reacted swiftly, without a moment's thought, lunging instinctively to save the ball. The moment he retrieved the ball, his body crashed heavily into the scorer's table at midcourt, scattering computers and equipment in all directions. The recipient was Thompson, who had quickly followed up. Ultimately, in the transition, Thompson swiftly scored 2 points. The score was 104-105. The Warriors had narrowed the gap to just 1 point, and only 15.8 seconds remained in the game. "Oh, Thompson with the dunk. Assist from Ting." The high-decibel voice of the arena announcer rang. The entire arena erupted in cheers once again. The grit displayed on that play gave them hope for victory. The Rockets did not call a timeout and immediately inbound the ball. They aimed to take advantage of Tang Lei still being down and create a numbers advantage. However, Thompson denied them that opportunity, sprinting forward to foul instantly. Hearing the referee's whistle, Curry and Iguodala quickly walked over and helped Tang Lei up. "Tang, are you alright?" "I'm fine, thanks," Tang Lei replied. He loosened his joints, then turned back and apologized to the statisticians responsible for the technical stats. In the Penguin live stream, damn, Lei Huang really went all out on that play, throwing himself out there. The Rockets are inhuman, trying to exploit an injured man. Despise this petty team. It's just sports competition, they did nothing wrong. We've closed to within 1 point, but the Rockets have 2 free throws and the Warriors still have 1 last chance. Brilliant, this game is absolutely brilliant. That assist and that block were incredible. In becoming a fan of Lei Huang, no one stopped me. Many viewers had been drawn to the stream by Tang Lei's game-winning shot from the previous match. Initially, they were annoyed, even repulsed, by the media and fans' excessive praise of Tang Lei. After all, it was just one game-winning shot, though significant, hardly worthy of being exalted to the heavens. But now, having witnessed Tang Lei's performance throughout this entire game, they were utterly convinced. First, an unprecedented 3 consecutive logo shots, then a jaw-dropping putback dunk over a defender. Now, to save a ball and narrow the deficit, he fearlessly sacrificed his own safety, hurling himself out of bounds. Every single moment of this resonated with everyone in the livestream. Despite the arena's deafening boos, Paul as steady as ever nailed both free throws. The score was 1-0-4-1-0-7. The gap remained 3 points. Warriors head coach Kerr called their final timeout. Tang Lei came off the court, and all his teammates gathered to celebrate with him. That previous sequence, the assist and the block, was simply too fierce, catching everyone off guard. Kerr also gave Tang Lei his utmost recognition. Nevertheless, he drew up a play for Curry, and that play had to be for a three-pointer. With only 15 seconds left, scoring 2 points, and then fouling held little meaning. Timeout over. The atmosphere in the entire arena grew tense once more. Neither side made substitutions, both fielded their full starting lineups. After all, these were their most trusted lineups. Iguodala prepared to inbound the ball from the sideline. Curry ran through 2 consecutive screens, but still couldn't find space to receive the pass. So with 1 second left on the inbound clock, Iguodala had to pass the ball to Green, who had dashed back to his own half. After receiving the ball, Green quickly pushed it forward. The opponent focused on defending the perimeter, leaving only Capella guarding the paint. But Green didn't want a two-pointer either. A two-pointer at this stage wouldn't quench their thirst. After all, they had no timeouts left. The next inbound would have to be from the baseline, making time even as time ticked away, and Curry still couldn't break free. Green eventually passed the ball to Tang Lei, who was charging in from beyond the three-point line. The moment Tang Lei caught the ball, everyone's eyes instantly locked onto him. However, just as everyone expected Tang Lei to leap high for a quick 2 points, he delivered a no-look pass behind him, sending the ball to the corner. There, Curry was already in position. The moment Tang Lei caught the ball, Curry immediately broke free from the defense and sprinted toward the baseline corner. This was their tactical scheme number 2. This play nearly deceived every member of the Rockets. The ball arrived just as the player did. After receiving the pass, Curry wasted no time and rose for the shot without a moment's hesitation. His release was incredibly swift. Paul attempted to contest or block, but it was already too late. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, soaring over the arena, and under the watchful eyes of all, it sank into the basket. 107-107. The game was tied. A game-eating three-pointer. Stephen Curry, assisted by Tang. The on-site DJ once again unleashed his voice, emitting a loud and fervent high-decibel roar. This basket ignited the entire Oracle Arena, setting it ablaze with excitement. Deafening cheers surged like waves, crashing in one after another. The Rockets players shrugged in frustration. Meanwhile, the Warriors players clenched their fists in exhilaration. Though it wasn't a game winner, but merely a tie, the momentum had now surged. For most of the game, except for the Warriors' initial 50 lead, the Rockets had dominated and suppressed them. This had been a pent-up frustration for the Warriors, and with this game-eating three-pointer, that pent-up energy finally erupted like a geyser. As the ball went in, Curry let out a triumphant roar to the sky, then performed his iconic shoulder shake celebration. Beep, beep. The Rockets called their final timeout. Only 3.4 seconds remained on the clock, still enough time for the Rockets to execute a coordinated play. In the Penguin Live broadcast room, oh my god, a game-eating three-pointer, absolutely incredible. This shot reminds me of Ray Allen's game-saving 3 in Game 6 of the 2001-2013 finals. A perfect replica. Curry held his nerve and made this crucial shot, exclaimed commentator Huang Meng, expressing his disbelief. Curry did everything he could, and he deserves our respect. But we must not forget the key assist from our own player Tang. Yang Kun chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Tang Lei's performance tonight has been flawless. Logo three-pointers in succession, a fadeaway jumper, a putback dunk, a crucial assist. So many brilliant moments. If I'm not mistaken, with that latest assist, Tang Lei has secured a triple-double, right? That's correct, and this triple-double makes Tang Lei the youngest player in NBA history to achieve one. However, Teacher Yang, the Rockets still have one last possession. Who do you think will take the final shot? Huang Meng did not overly praise Tang Lei, merely glossing over it with a brief comment. He knew that the more he praised, the greater the pressure on the young player. The higher the praise, the harder the fall. Having witnessed the struggles of many domestic players in the NBA, he genuinely wanted to protect these young talents. The camera at the game keeps switching between Harden and Paul. Without a doubt, they are the primary options. The question is what defensive strategy the Warriors will employ. If they double-team Harden, or Paul might immediately pass to an open teammate for the finish. After all, 3.4 seconds is enough for a complete passing play. Yang Kun replied. All right, the timeout is over. Let's see how the game unfolds. Will it be a game winner or overtime? Let's wait and see. Huang Meng nodded and redirected the focus back to the court. At the game site, both the Warriors and Rockets players had taken the floor. Neither team made any substitutions, opting to finish with their starting lineups. The entire Oracle Arena held its breath once more, watching the court with intense anticipation. Though Kai's game-eating three had sparked immense excitement, the game was not yet over. The Rockets had one final opportunity. If the Warriors could stop them, the game would go into overtime. But if they failed, they would suffer a heartbreaking defeat. Victory or defeat hung in a single moment. The ball was inbound from half-court. Both teams had set their positions. Iguodala was guarding Harden, while Curry stuck close to Paul. Tang Lei defended Tucker Thompson, matched up with Rivers. Capella was inbounding the ball with Green extending his arms to disrupt. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and handed the ball to Capella. Simultaneously, the Rockets' Harden and Paul began their movement. Harden cut toward the basket with Iguodala in hot pursuit. Paul drew Curry toward the opposite wing. Just then, Harden feigned a drive to the basket before accelerating toward the three-point line. Iguodala tried to keep up, but Tucker, who had anticipated the move, immediately blocked his path. Seeing Iguodala had lost his man, Tang Lei had no choice but to rotate and close out on Harden. As Harden emerged, Capella's inbound pass landed perfectly in his hands. Facing a rookie like Tang Lei, closing out Harden didn't hesitate. With a quick crossover, he stepped back behind the three-point line and rose for the shot. Tang Lei immediately lunged forward, raising his hands high. He hadn't lost position or been fooled by the move. With his leaping ability, even against Harden's signature step back, he was confident he could contest the shot. However, just as everyone anticipated Harden's shot, his motion suddenly changed midair, and he whipped the ball toward the basket area. At the same time, a player appeared under the rim and leaped high. Upon catching the ball, he slammed it with tremendous force into the hoop. A dull thud echoed like a heavy blow, striking everyone present. Silence. In that instant, the entire arena fell into a deathly hush, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes were fixed on this alley-oop dunk in disbelief and astonishment. After a long pause, the crowd found the Rockets' tactic had not been centered on the hot-handed Harden at all. Instead, he served as the focal point, drawing everyone's attention. Then the pass went to the basket, allowing Capella to finish with an alley-oop dunk. Oh. After scoring the basket, Capella let out a series of roars to the sky. He finally released all the pent-up frustration from being dunked on by Tang Lei earlier. The Warriors had no timeouts left. Only 0.9 seconds remained on the clock. Whether it was the audience at the Oracle Arena or the fans watching the Penguin live stream, a pall of dejection covered their faces. They had given their absolute best, played an exceptional game. Yet they simply could not claim the ultimate victory. A sigh of discontent lingered, a profound sense of regret. With 0.9 seconds left, if they had a timeout, if they could inbound from midcourt, there might have been a glimmer of hope. After all, across the NBA, several players have achieved the spectacular feat of a game winner within 1 second. Among them, 2 buzzer beaters were against the Rockets. One was Roy's 0.8-second dagger over the Rockets, turning Yao Ming's near game-winning and one into a regret. The other was Lillard's 0.9-second series clincher against the Rockets in the first round of the playoffs, sending them and Jeremy Lin home. This time the clock again showed less than a second, and the opponent was once more the Rockets. However, unlike the previous 2 instances, the Warriors had no timeouts left and could only inbound from the baseline. Inbounding from the baseline was virtually a death sentence. After completing the alley-oop dunk, the Rockets players did not immediately celebrate. Paul stayed tightly glued to Curry, and the others quickly retreated on defense. Admittedly, their vigilance was commendable, as they feared a long pass to the basket for an easy layup to tie the game. Iguodala deliberately refrained from retrieving the ball himself, buying the Warriors an extra 2 to 3 seconds. Yet as the referee handed him the ball and began the countdown, Curry still hadn't broken free from his defender, unable to receive the pass. Left with no choice, he tossed the ball at the last second to Tang Lei, who had shaken off Tucker's defense and was though the pass was made, Iguodala held no hope. After all, receiving the ball near their own three-point line was an immense distance from the opponent's basket. Swish. Upon catching the ball, Tang Lei released it immediately. 0.9 seconds vanished in an instant, leaving no time for a dribble or adjustment. The moment the ball left his hand, the red light on the opponent's backboard illuminated. Watching the ball arc through the air, the home crowd shook their heads in despair. Though Tang Lei's earlier 3 consecutive logo shots had left a deep impression, those were taken with ample preparation and when the defense had backed off. This time the defender was on him, and he had no time to adjust. The distance was vast. If this shot went in, it would be nothing short of divine. Thud. A crisp sound of the ball hitting the backboard echoed, and an instant later the ball deflected directly. Boom. The moment the basketball sank through the net, the entire Oracle Arena erupted in deafening screams and cheers, as if about to blow the roof off the arena. Oh my God. The ultimate counter game winner from the arena DJ once again roared Tang Lei's name in frenzy. On the court, Curry, Thompson, Green, and Iguodala charged wildly toward Tang Lei. After the initial shock, the Warriors' bench players also rushed over in a frenzy. Dozens of players huddled into a massive cluster, while on-court reporters aimed their cameras madly, capturing the reactions of Tang Lei, Curry, Thompson, and the others. Across the ocean, in the Penguin livestream room, The broadcast screen was already obscured, covered entirely by a barrage of 666 damn and awesome comments. Dense and impenetrable, the sheer volume of comments caused the stream to stutter and lag. One could imagine the terrifying number of instantaneous comments. A rough estimate suggested at least 100. Even servers of Penguin's caliber struggled to run smoothly. It continued for a while before the uniform barrage finally subsided. Brothers, I've already screamed until my voice is hoarse. This is just too incredible. It's the farthest and most extreme game winner I've ever seen. Lei Huang is awesome. I almost hugged my dog to death in excitement. Game winner and counter game winner. This plot, this direction is so damn thrilling. Even the best screenwriter in the world couldn't have crafted such a storyline. 2 consecutive buzzer beaters. This is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. I'm going to hype Lei Huang to the skies. He is the emperor, he is a god. From now on, Lei Huang is my faith. The final score was frozen at 1-1-0-1-0-9. The Rockets players were already stunned in place. They watched the replay at least 3 times before accepting the outcome. Eventually, they had no choice but to retreat to the locker room in disappointment. Meanwhile, the Warriors celebrated for a good while before slowly calming down. Unsurprisingly, Tang Lei was once again invited for an interview. And the interviewer was none other than the long-legged beauty reporter from the major media outlet TNT. Having hit the game winner, secured his first career triple-double, and delivered the 3 consecutive logo shots, the putback dunk, and other dazzling plays, Tang Lei's interview was beyond question. After answering the reporter's routine questions, Tang Lei returned to the locker room. In the home locker room, a water celebration awaited him. Once the festivities ended, Kerr once again presented the game ball to Tang Lei, offering words of celebration, and in Kerr's words, Tang Lei felt a profound sense of recognition and affirmation. He was also delighted as he hadn't used any talents or abilities from the system store in this game. This game had its difficulties and moments of desperation, but fortunately in the end he and the Warriors overcame the challenges, crossed the abyss, and embraced victory. Stepping into the shower room, Tang Lei was rinsing himself when the system's voice, as predictable as ever, rang out once more. Congratulations, host. For winning the regular season game, you are rewarded with 1 attribute point and 2 system coins. Congratulations, host. For breaking the NBA's youngest triple-double record, you are rewarded with 5 attribute points and 10 system coins. Congratulations, host. For both the buzzer-beating game winner and the putback dunk over a defender, making it to the top 2 plays of the day, you are rewarded with 7 attribute points and 14 system coins. Congratulations, host. For hitting buzzer-beating game winners in 2 consecutive games, you receive a critical hit reward, 10 attribute points and 20 system coins. Congratulations, host. Your off-court influence is soaring wildly. Charm 13 has reached the maximum value of 100 points. These rewards are quite intense. I have more attribute points to add. Tang Lei grinned, then issued a command to the system, opening his attribute panel. Host Tang Lei. Occupation: NBA Golden State Warriors player, signed to the end of the season for $3 million. Age 19 years and 43 days. Height 2m02. Each attribute point can increase by 1 centimeter, maximum 15 centimeters. Wingspan 2m04, same as above. Size 25 centimeters, same as above. Weight 93. 5 kilograms. No need to waste attribute points, just eat more to improve. Breakthrough 86. Mid-range shot 92. 3-point shot 100. Vertical jump 93. Speed 83. Defense 85. Block 86. Ball handling 82. Stamina 84. Charm 100. Attribute points 23. Seeing that he had earned a full 23 attribute points from a single game, Tang Lei was overjoyed. Without a second thought, he immediately spent 14 attribute points to max out his breakthrough stat. As for the remaining 9 attribute points, he allocated them all to speed. Combining breakthrough and speed would yield the greatest effect. After adding the attribute points, Tang Lei closed the attribute panel. Finished showering, he once again followed Curry to attend the press conference. This was a great opportunity to boost his own recognition. Of course, the Houston Rockets were interviewed first. Although Harden and Paul had already showered and changed into casual clothes, their faces still radiated deep disgust. James Harden, what are your thoughts on the Warriors rookie Tang Lei and his final shot? A reporter asked Harden first. It was a bad shot selection, Harden replied flatly. Their Rockets team had prepared for this game for a long time, seeking revenge for the Game 7 elimination of the previous season. They had given their all from the opening tip, suppressing the Warriors for almost the entire game. But who could have imagined that with 0.9 seconds left off an inbounds pass from the baseline, they would be overturned in such a dramatic fashion? Frustrated. He was simply too frustrated. All right, Paul, what about you? How do you view the Warriors rookie Tang Lei? The reporter, not getting the desired answer from Harden, turned to Paul. He's great. He got a triple-double and elevated the Warriors game both offensively and in playmaking. But this is our first meeting. We were underprepared this time. Next time we'll take back what we lost. Paul, a player with high basketball IQ, stated thus. Compared to the tense atmosphere during the interviews with Harden and Paul, the joint interview with Curry and Tang Lei was far more relaxed and cheerful. Curry's smile was as endearing as ever, truly living up to his nickname, the baby-faced assassin. Undoubtedly we struck gold with Tang. He will be a crucial piece in our quest for a three-peat and a dynasty. His scoring, his defense, and his assists have been a tremendous help to us. In the interview, Curry spoke these words, and in his heart he believed them. Throughout this game, Tang Lei had repeatedly stepped up to halt the team's momentum, excelling in scoring, rebounding, and assists. Without him, this game would likely have been a blowout long ago. Tang, congratulations on breaking the NBA's youngest triple-double record. What are your thoughts on this achievement? Another reporter asked Tang Lei. This is the result of the joint efforts of myself and the Warriors. Honestly, I care more about the team's win or loss than the record. Fortunately, we had the favor of the basketball gods today, Tang Lei replied with a smile. James Harden just said your final shot was a bad selection. What's your take on that? Yet another reporter asked. It must be said, as a reporter, they really knew how to ask questions. To have material to write about, they would often inadvertently amplify conflicts or try to create a rivalry. A player with low emotional intelligence might easily fall into the trap and say something that put them at odds with the other. However, for a transmigrator like Tang Lei, his mindset and emotional intelligence were hardly ordinary. I don't know if it was bad or not, but I sure like that shot. It might just become the best of my career. Tang Lei answered gracefully. This response avoided a direct confrontation with Harden while affirming the shot's significance in his own mind. It was a perfect two-for-one. Interview over. Tang Lei drove his BMW X7 back to his apartment. The entire game he had been on a tightrope, utterly exhausted. When he finally relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. However, Tang Lei didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he opened his Twitter. He then clicked on the private messages section. To his surprise, Yi Xiaozhu had sent him more messages, quite a few in fact. Yi Xiaozhu's private message read, you mentioned me, and I inexplicably gained over 100,000 followers. I should be the one thanking you. I've been posting on Twitter for a year and haven't even reached 10,000 followers. Sorry, I've been busy with classes lately and couldn't reply to your message in time. I'm watching your game right now. Beat that flopper, come on. Wow. 3 consecutive logo shots, that's incredibly accurate. How did you practice that? Only 5 points behind, keep it up. Wow, 666 of you. You actually dunked over the Capella. Although your diving save was cool, please be careful. Your assist was beautiful, and the Splash Brother hit the gravity-defying 3. Congratulations, your efforts paid off. Oh, what a pity you were fooled by the flopper. But you did everything you could. Don't be sad, the Candy fans will always support. Oh my god. You hit a super long three-pointer to seal the game-winning shot. That was so cool. Looking at these 10 private messages, Tang Lei was momentarily stunned, then the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. He could vaguely imagine how excited Yi Xiaozhu must have been while watching his live-streamed game. This feeling. It's what I've always wanted. I never thought it would come true in this way, Tang Lei murmured to himself. In his past life, he practiced his basketball skills, obsessively hoping that one day he could show off in front of Yi Xiaozhu and capture her attention. But unfortunately, in his previous life, although he had decent skills, there was always a taller player overshadowing him, so he never managed to attract Yi Xiaozhu's notice. Now, having traveled back in time, he had finally achieved the feeling he desired. It must be said, being praised and worried about by someone he secretly admired felt truly wonderful. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Lei replied to a few private messages. Thank you for watching my game live. Thankfully, we managed to win despite the scare. That last shot was a blur to me too. You said I mentioned you, and you gained 100,000 followers, and you want to thank me. So how do you plan to thank me? Haha, I was just kidding. Since we're so fated to meet, and you even helped come up with a fan name, I should be the one to thank you properly. Christmas is coming soon. How about I give you 2 home game tickets for the Christmas Day game? You can bring your best friend to watch it live. What do you think? Every starting player gets complimentary tickets for home games, which don't cost anything and are usually given to family or... The Christmas Day game was just over a week away. This was a perfect opportunity to invite her, and Tang Lei had no intention of missing it. He would never again be like in his past life, standing behind her like a fool, silently admiring from afar. In this life, he would take the initiative and fight for his own chance. After sending the messages, Tang Lei gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside the window and drifted off to sleep. Across the ocean, it was now noon. As expected, various sports media outlets churned out a fresh batch of articles and news. Witness the Tang Lei's 0.9-second super-long three-pointer seals the game against the Rockets. Unprecedented. Chinese player Tang Lei completes buzzer beaters in consecutive games. Astonishing dunk. Tang Lei executes an epic putback dunk over an opponent, a candidate for Dunk of the Year. Your Thunder Emperor, boundlessly arrogant. 25-10-10 breaks the NBA's youngest triple-double record. 3 consecutive logo shots, another Curry in the making on the Warriors. Scoring in double digits for 5 straight games, will Tang Lei surpass Yao Ming's achievements? Harden, that was a terrible shot selection. Tang Lei fires back, I love that shot. As the news broke, all of China was once again in an uproar. 2 consecutive buzzer beaters. This was unprecedented even in the history of the entire NBA. People spread the word, sharing the game-winning highlights in group chats and on social media. Some who watched the live broadcast immediately sought out friends to boast their spittle flying as they recounted the excitement. To an outsider, one might think they themselves had hit the game winner. As a result, Tang Lei's fame skyrocketed. He firmly held the top 3 trending topics on Weibo. His fan base multiplied exponentially. Seeing Tang Lei's immense influence, domestic sportswear brands promptly convened high-level meetings hoping to secure him as an endorser. 5 games, all with double-digit scoring, 2 appearances at the top of the top 10, plays 2 buzzer beaters, the NBA's youngest 30-55-0 and the youngest triple-double. These stats were even more sensational than Linsanity. Of course, Tang Lei, fast asleep, was unaware of the huge commotion he had caused in China, though he could guess some of it. After all, this was his second consecutive game winner achieved under such dire and difficult circumstances. He had also broken the NBA record for the youngest triple-double, executed a putback dunk over an opponent, and made logo threes and other dazzling plays. So the uproar was naturally no less than the first time. Tang Lei slept until noon before waking up, but his phone showed dozens of missed calls. To ensure a good rest, he had a habit of turning off the sound before sleeping, so he hadn't heard any of them. Besides the missed calls, there were also over a dozen text messages. Tang Lei ignored the unfamiliar missed calls and opened the text messages first. Dear Mr. Tang, I apologize for disturbing your valuable rest time. I am the head of the business department at Antad. We would like to discuss an endorsement partnership with you. We look forward to your call. Hello Tang Lei, I'm Nicholas Tse, a shareholder of Step. I look forward to the possibility of an endorsement collab. Hello Mr. Tang, I'm Li Ning, chairman of the Lining brand. First, congratulations on bringing honor to our country abroad. I hope we have the opportunity to work together. Reading these messages, Tang Lei immediately understood endorsement deals were coming to him. These dozen or so texts included almost all of the top 10 domestic brands. Antad, Step, Li Ning, Hongxing, 361, and others. What surprised Tang Lei was that Step had gone so far as to have shareholder Nicholas Tse personally invite him. As for the Lining brand, it was even more exaggerated. The CEO himself had sent a text message. Amidst the excitement and astonishment of numerous sportswear brands approaching him overnight, Tang Lei quickly regained his composure. For these were no ordinary endorsement contracts. These were brand endorsement deals. Once signed, he would be obligated to wear their shoes during games. The NBA, being the pinnacle of basketball, demanded intense physical confrontations and placed exceptionally high requirements on footwear. Donning substandard sneakers could not only lead to injuries or sprained ankles, but also bring disgrace to domestic brands on an international stage, inviting ridicule. Thus, Tang Lei was in no hurry regarding sneaker endorsement deals. He planned to investigate thoroughly himself or through others before signing. After all, having traveled back in time with the systems blessing his abilities wouldn't simply vanish. Even unexpected injuries held no fear for him. The system store offered healing potions for purchase, costing merely some system coins. Closing the messages, he opened his Weibo, where his follower count had unsurprisingly skyrocketed. It had already surpassed 10 million. Truly staggering. He knew his fanbase would surge, but never anticipated it would reach such heights. His private messages were flooded with endorsement offers. Tang Lei felt somewhat helpless. Without a team or agent, they all approached him directly. Yet he had no time to deal with these matters. There were games to play tomorrow night. After a moment's thought, he quickly posted 2 tweets. The first tweet expressed gratitude to his fans for their support and affection. The second stated that due to game preparations, he had no time to handle endorsement contracts and needed to find an agent before proceeding with any collaborations. However, within minutes of posting, a flood of people volunteered as agents, some even offering their services free. Overwhelmed by the deluge of messages, Tang Lei's head throbbed. As for free agents, he naturally remained skeptical. Who would believe in a free lunch? They might accept any endorsement and end up dragging him down. So Tang Lei decided to set the matter aside and simply logged off Weibo. Switching to Twitter, he found his follower count had also risen, though the increase paled in comparison to domestic platforms. Opening his private messages, Yi Xiaozhu had replied, "Oh really? Are you truly giving me home court tickets for? Does this mean I can come watch you play live?" Reading her message, Tang Lei smiled, imagining her excitement. "Of course it's true. You can send me your address, and I'll mail them to you shortly," he replied. Though the Christmas game was over a week away, home court tickets had already gone on sale, and the schedule had long been set. The NBA always placed great importance on Christmas Day games, arranging the most captivating, talked about, and thrilling matchups to reward fans. With the Warriors being the league's most popular team, it was inevitable that the league would schedule a game on such a significant. That day, the Warriors would host the 76ers at home. Many viewed this clash as a preview of the finals. The talent-laden 76ers were considered to have their best championship opportunity this year. Their roster boasted stars like Joel Embiid, Jimmy Butler, Ben Simmons, Tobias Harris, and J.J. Redick. A formidable lineup, not to be underestimated. Logging off Twitter, Tang Lei quickly got up to wash and freshen up. Morning training was off, afternoon sessions awaited. After a simple meal, he drove to the Warriors' practice facility in the afternoon. "Hello Tang Lei, could I have your autograph?" As he parked and headed toward the facility, someone called out to him in Mandarin. Turning around, he saw a youth with yellow skin and black hair, likely a Chinese-American long residing in the States, his speech tinged with a local accent. The boy held 2 of his number 77 jerseys. Of course. Have you been here long? Tang Lei took the jerseys and a marker, signing as he asked. I came this morning. I loved your 2 game winners. They were incredible. Thank you. Let's take a photo together, Tang Lei said with a smile. Sure. The boy eagerly pulled out his phone. Tang Lei, tall and long-armed, crouched beside the boy, snapping several photos before handing the phone back. Thank you, Tang Lei. Hope you play even better tomorrow. Bye. Watching the boy skip back to his parents, Tang Lei felt a pang of emotion. The basketball culture and environment abroad were indeed far superior to those back home. Here, a family wholeheartedly supports your passion for basketball. Unlike in China, where you're constantly pressured to study, as if dreams of basketball or a professional career were never meant to exist. Ding. The basketball god system has issued a training task for the host: 800 jumps. Task reward: jumping attribute 3. As Tang Lei stepped into the training gym, the system's voice resounded once more. This time the task assigned was related. After acquiring Kobe's peak jumping ability, my jumping isn't bad anymore. The attribute on the panel has reached 93 points. If I complete this task, ITLL soar to 96 points. Tang Lei muttered to himself and promptly accepted the task. Since he was going to train anyway, why not gain attribute points in the process? With increased jumping ability defensively, he could grab more rebounds and block opponents more easily. On offense, he could even execute high-difficulty moves like layups or midair handoffs. Entering the gym with no one else around, Tang Lei found an empty spot and began practicing jumps. On his first jump, a transparent virtual screen appeared before his eyes. It clearly displayed jump task 1800. Task reward: jumping attribute 3. Just like the 3-point task before, it was very intuitive. 1 jump, 2 jumps, 3 jumps. Soon Tang Lei's shirt was soaked through. As his stamina waned, his pace began to slow. Yet an hour later, he had completed 300 jumps. At that moment, his teammates filed into the training facility. Seeing Tang Lei's sweat-drenched attire, they were astonished and felt a newfound respect and admiration for him. After sinking 2 consecutive game winners, instead of becoming complacent, he had become even more disciplined. Head coach Kerr and the coaching staff nodded in silent approval. Coach, for this training session, I'd like to train on my own to improve my jumping ability. Tang Lei paused, approached Kerr, and made his request. All right, but don't overdo it. There's a game tomorrow. Kerr nodded without refusal. Tang Lei's back-to-back game winners had added 2 more victories to Kerr's coaching record, solidifying the team's regular season standing at 2nd in the Western Conference. Thus, he naturally wouldn't deny Tang Lei's small request. I will, thanks, coach. Tang Lei nodded, and then dashed. With a game the next day, today's training wasn't too intense, just enough to keep the players in form. Skipping this kind of practice wouldn't make much difference. 2 hours later, jump task 550800. 3 hours later, jump task 700800. By then, the training session had ended and teammates began to disperse. Curry Thompson and others had invited Tang Lei to leave with them, but he declined. After all, only 100 jumps remained. An hour later, congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the jump task. Jumping attribute automatically 3. Phew, my feet are numb. Hearing the system's crisp chime, Tang Lei exhaled heavily, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the floor in a spread eagle position. After resting for nearly half an hour, Tang Lei slowly got up and left the gym. Though his legs were still sore, as an NBA player, his physical condition was far beyond the average person's. So driving was no issue. The next day, Yi Xiaozhu sent her address, and Tang Lei received 2 complimentary tickets from the staff. He then sent them to her address. At 8 p.m., the Warriors hosted the Minnesota Timberwolves at home, a team that was hopelessly inept. Call them weak. They had 2-1 picks in Towns and Wiggins, brimming with talent. Call them strong. Yet they consistently failed to make the playoffs. Since Kevin Garnett's departure, the Timberwolves had only made the playoffs once, in the 2017-18 season the previous year, barely scraping in thanks to Butler's tenacity. Of course, they were eliminated in the first round. Now, with Butler traded to the 76ers, this Timberwolves team posed no threat to the Warriors. Throughout the game, the Warriors dominated the Timberwolves, turning them into mere underdogs. They won by 25 points, securing a 6-game winning streak and maintaining their momentum toward the top seed in the West. Curry, Tang Lei, and other starters sat out the fourth quarter. Curry played 24 minutes, hitting 6 of 9 3-pointers for an easy 26 points and 5 assists. Tang Lei played 20 minutes, making 6 of 8 3-pointers, also effortlessly recording 22 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and an impressive 3 blocks. 2 of those offensive rebounds were snatched right over Towns. This game made Tang Lei fully appreciate the benefits of his improved jumping ability. After the game, he didn't hesitate to allocate the single attribute point he earned to jumping. Thus, his jumping attribute had now reached 97. Even across the entire NBA, it ranked among the top 3. Christmas game is coming. After the game against the Timberwolves, the Warriors were set to play 2 away games against the New Orleans Pelicans and the Phoenix Suns. This season, both teams were at the bottom of the Western Conference. Although the Pelicans had Anthony Davis, who often put up explosive double-doubles, his teammates were too weak, leading to more losses than wins, earning him the title of Empty Stats King. During this time, he was also demanding a trade to the Lakers, constantly pressuring the management. However, to maximize their returns, the management dragged things out, even limiting Davis' playing time. As for the Suns this season, they were tanking for the top draft pick. Despite having a scoring powerhouse like Booker, their record remained poor, and he was increasingly labeled a stat padder. Davis and Booker were truly kindred spirits in misfortune. After these 2 away games, the Warriors would return home, rest for 2 days, and officially begin the Christmas Day showdown against the 76ers. This was the NBA's marquee event. As expected, 2 days later, with no players resting, the Warriors easily defeated the New Orleans Pelicans on the road. The final score was 122-108. Although Davis was limited to 20 minutes, he still recorded a double-double with 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. After the game, they rested overnight and flew to Phoenix the next day to challenge the Suns. This season, aside from tanking for the top pick, the Suns focused on developing young players. Thus, the Warriors easily wrapped up the game in 3 quarters, defeating the Suns without breaking a sweat. Tang Lei continued to score in double digits, averaging 3.1 3-pointers per game. This was 0.5 more than Curry, leading the league. 3-point shooting had become Tang Lei's primary. The team achieved an 8-game winning streak, now just half a game behind the Western Conference leading Denver Nuggets. However, they were still 3 games behind the league's top team. The Warriors currently ranked 4th in the league. In the East, the 76ers, Milwaukee Bucks, and Toronto Raptors had risen strongly this season, forming a 3-way power struggle. These 3 teams were seen as major obstacles to the Warriors' quest for a three-peat and dynasty building. The 76ers in particular boasted a big 4 of Embiid, Butler, Simmons, and Harris. They had already won 10 straight games. As Christmas Day approached, major media outlets were hyping the matchups and highlights of the holiday games. As for domestic media, they were even more fervent. News and promotions about Tang Lei had blanketed the airwaves. Because of his presence on the Warriors and his explosive performances in the last 8 games, Tang Lei had already amassed a huge fan base. Driven by the unity of these fans, almost all of them had subconsciously adopted the Warriors as their home team. This phenomenon was reminiscent of Yao Ming's early days with the Rockets. On December 25th, at 7:30 p.m. U.S. time. Before the game, Embiid was interviewed by a TNT reporter. The reporter asked, "Joel, are you surprised by Tang's performance over the past 2 weeks?" Embiid replied, Who is Tang? I've never heard of him." The reporter continued, "Do you think Tang poses a threat to you and the 76ers?" Embiid responded, "I don't even know what he's done." "A threat? How do you think that's possible?" The reporter said, "All right, good luck tonight." "Thank you." At the Oracle Arena in Golden State, all the fans had already filed in. Many were wearing Christmas-themed attire, headbands, and hats. Both teams had finished warming up and began the grand player introductions. When it was Tang Lei's turn, he deliberately glanced at seats 23 and 24 near the center circle. Those were his comped seats. There sat 2 beautiful women. One with yellow skin and black hair wore a white dress, appearing quiet and demure. The other, with pale skin and blonde hair, was clad in a black leather jacket and pants exuding a somewhat bold Both were tall and strikingly attractive, frequently drawing the attention of nearby young foreigners who took their photo. When Tang Lei looked over, the woman in the white dress noticed his gaze and immediately smiled, greeting him. Tang Lei smiled and nodded, then took his designated spot. The woman in the white dress was, of course, Xiaozhu. Beside her was her foreign best friend named Tina. "I didn't expect the Tang you mentioned to be so tall and handsome," Tina remarked in surprise, unable to help stealing a few more glances at Tang Lei. Her interest lay not in basketball, but in gaming, skiing, and riding motorcycles. So even though Tang Lei had stirred up quite a buzz in the NBA, she remained unaware. If it weren't for accompanying her best friend, she might not have wanted to come. "Basketball players are all handsome," Xiaozhu replied with a smile. "Hey, isn't it strange? You said this was your first time meeting in person, but I feel like that Tang has known you for ages," Tina suddenly asked in surprise. "Really?" Xiaozhu asked back. "Of course I've studied facial expressions." His expression was like meeting an old friend, surprised, happy, and content. Tina answered. "You study this and that all day, but never master anything. We've never met before, not even through video or photos." Xiaozhu shook her head. "Let's not talk about this. The game is about to start," she added. The grand entrance ceremony concluded. The game commenced swiftly. The Warriors' starting lineup: Curry, Thompson, Green, Looney, and Tang Lei. The 76ers' starting lineup: Embiid, Butler, Ben Simmons, Harris, and Redick. Looney and Embiid contested the jump ball. Embiid, the most dominant center of the era, predictably tipped the ball to Ben Simmons. Simmons advanced the ball past half-court while Embiid established position under the basket. With exceptional court vision, Simmons delivered a bounce pass into Embiid's hands. Embiid backed down Looney forcefully beneath the rim, concluding the play with a turnaround jumper. 0-2. The 76ers drew first blood. Looney inbound the ball green, brought it past half-court, then passed to Curry, who had already maneuvered into an open position. Curry pump-faked, leaving Simmons in the dust, and drove in for a layup to answer back. Subsequently, Redick's three-point attempt clanked off the rim under Tang Lei's defensive pressure. Looney snatched the rebound and hurled it to Tang Lei, who was already sprinting toward the opposite end. Facing Redick's defense, Tang Lei rose up without hesitation and let it fly. The ball arced in a beautiful trajectory before slicing cleanly through the net. 3 points. From Tang. The arena DJ announced, his voice echoing the score. 52. The Warriors seized the lead. Witnessing the basket, Yi Xiaozhu sprang to her feet, clapping fervently, and shouted "Go!" toward Tang Lei. Seeing the demure and gentle Yi Xiaozhu get so excited over his score filled Tang Lei with a profound sense of accomplishment. This fueled him more than any fan's praise ever could. He resolved internally to perform exceptionally this game, not just because Yi Xiaozhu was watching, but also due to Embiid's disparaging remarks. He had of course heard Embiid's pre-game interview. If 2 buzzer beaters and shattering the NBA's youngest triple-double record weren't enough to earn his respect, then he had 100 ways to make himself known. Without a doubt, Embiid's words had ignited his fighting. On the next possession, Butler also missed a three-pointer. Green grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball up the court himself. Just past the half-court line, Tang Lei curled out and demanded the ball. The 76ers, unlike the Rockets, didn't immediately assign a defensive stopper like Tucker to guard him. Clearly, they dismissed Tang Lei, a lanky Chinese-American player, as unworthy of heavy defense. They attributed his explosive prior performances to mere luck, assuming he would falter against a strong team. Seeing this, Green promptly passed the ball to him. Facing Redick, who was shorter and had a shorter wingspan, Tang Lei didn't hesitate. He caught the ball and without thinking rose up for a faceta-faced jumper right over him. Swish. Another three-pointer found its mark, scoring 6 consecutive points. 82. The second three-pointer, from Tang. The arena DJ's high-decibel voice rang out once more. Beyond Yi Xiaozhu, many Warriors fans in the stands cheered and applauded for Tang Lei. His recent performances had not gone unnoticed and had completely won them over. In America, a land that venerates individual heroism, if you perform well, possess undeniable strength, and help the home team turn the tide, you become their hero. They would follow you, idolize you, cheer for you, and shout your name. Watching Tang Lei sink 2 consecutive threes and hearing the DJ's announcement, Embiid gazed thoughtfully at him. Tang Lei met his gaze without flinching, staring back at Embiid. Their eyes locked in midair, seemingly crackling with invisible sparks. 76ers possession. Embiid again established his position under the basket and received the ball. He intended to overpower Looney once more with the same tactic. However, just as he shook off Looney and prepared for another close-range turnaround jumper, a figure leaped high before. Smack! With a single swat, the ball Embiid had just released was slapped out of bounds. Who else could it be? Tang Lei had been guarding the corner three-point area in the baseline. Anticipating Embiid's move, he sprinted over immediately to provide help defense. Unsurprisingly, this volleyball-style block elicited a roar of astonishment from the entire arena. Curry and the others rushed over to high-five Tang Lei in celebration. Embiid's face darkened, his mind set on avenging his lost pride. Yet on the next offensive play, his eagerness to respond led to a missed shot. Tang Lei grabbed the rebound and pushed the ball up the court alone. Redick spread his arms, trying to anticipate Tang Lei's passing lanes. But at that moment, from the logo position, Tang Lei launched a shot. The ball sailed over a bewildered Redick's head before crashing through the net with a definitive thud. Another ultra-long three-pointer. 112. Tang Lei had single-handedly scored 9 consecutive points, stunning the 76ers. Beep. With the team trailing by 9 points just 3 minutes into the game, and having conceded 3 straight threes, 76ers head coach Brett Brown called an urgent timeout. The arena predictably erupted in waves of cheers and jubilation. After all, the 76ers were a top championship contender this year. Seeing them bewildered and struggling, especially without Durant on the court, was a sight many Warriors fans relished. "Wow, your idol is so incredible," Tina exclaimed. Although she didn't follow basketball closely, she possessed a solid understanding of its fundamentals. A flurry of three-pointers. 3 shots from beyond the arc, each more challenging than the last. Truly remarkable. Haha, I told you long ago he's amazing. He's the pride of our Huaxia. Yi Xiaozhu declared with brimming pride. This is a future starry. When are you planning to start a relationship with Tang? Tina asked. What relationship? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Xiaozhu lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe tomato, exuding an air of adorable charm. I've studied psychology and my intuition is sharp. That Tang likes you, otherwise why would he give you the tickets? Tina added. Don't talk nonsense. We're just ordinary internet friends. Hopelessly old-fashioned. If you don't make a move, don't blame me, your bestie, for striking first. Huh. Haha, your expression gives you away. I've studied. Enough, focus on the game. Yi Xiaozhu interrupted Tina. After the timeout, the 76ers did not make substitutions. Their lineup was fine, but their strategy was flawed. After all, 4 stars plus a shooter was a reasonable combination. The 76ers had possession. Ben Simmons used a pick to drive to the basket, throwing down a powerful dunk to score 2 points and halt their slump. The score was 114. Although Ben Simmons' shooting had always been criticized, especially his three-point shooting, which was nearly non-existent. If he managed to hit one, it would be as celebratory as the new year, even earning a spot at the top of the list of the 10 most unbelievable shots. However, it must be said that Ben Simmons' athleticism, court vision, and defensive abilities were all top tier in the Green dribbled the ball across half court. His first instinct was to find Tang Lei, as an unwritten rule in basketball dictated feeding the hot hand. Yet just as Green was about to pass to Tang Lei, he noticed a figure suddenly dart out, blocking his passing lane. Who else could it be but the tenacious Jimmy Butler? Seeing Butler tightly defending Tang Lei, Green had to pass the ball to Thompson, whose pull-up jumper missed. Transition play. Butler, despite Thompson's defense, sank a three-pointer. The score became 117, closing the gap by 5 points in an instant. On the next possession, the Warriors attacked, but Tang Lei was still guarded by Butler. Clearly, after witnessing Tang Lei's shooting prowess, the 76ers had adjusted their defensive strategy. They even prevented Tang Lei from catching the ball. Green didn't risk passing to Tang Lei as Butler's defensive pressure was formidable. The ball went to Curry, who challenged Ben Simmons unknown and answered with a three-pointer. The score was 147. The two teams traded baskets, each adding points. Redick hit a three. Harris made a mid-range shot. Simmons scored on a layup. Embiid posted up Looney in the paint. On the Warriors' side, Curry, Thompson, Looney, and Green all responded. However, Tang Lei seemed to have cooled off. During this stretch, Tang Lei attempted 2 shots. One drive he contested physically missed. One fadeaway jumper was disrupted by Butler's eye-cover technique, causing him to lose his touch. Fortunately, Curry, Thompson, and others played well, preventing the gap from widening. The score was 2,419, maintaining a 5-point lead. With 5 minutes left in the first quarter, Kerr called a timeout. This was the Warriors' regular rotation time. Curry, Tang Lei, and Looney were substituted, replaced by Iguodala, Cook, and Livingston. The 76ers also substituted Embiid, Butler, and Simmons. Both teams kept 2 starters with the bench. Tang to break Butler's defense. You need to cut to the paint more and run around the opponents, Curry said, proactively, seeing Tang Lei's frustration after coming off the court. Having been promoted to the starting lineup, Tang Lei now sat beside Curry, truly fighting alongside him. Cut to the paint. Tang Lei was taken aback. Yes, you're faster than Butler. You can use the opponents as screens to create open space. Curry nodded generously, sharing his off-ball movement experience. As the driving force behind the small ball era, he had faced countless challenges over the years. Whether against elite defenders or double teams, he had experienced it all. Yet despite this, he had risen and changed the league's landscape. How? By his deadly accurate three-point shooting. By his relentless movement to create open shots. Use opponents as screens. Tang Lei pondered for a moment, then his face lit up with realization. All right, I understand. Thank you, Curry. You're welcome. He'll always believe in you. Curry revealed his signature gentle smile. The 76ers mounted a fierce counterattack, with Saric coming off the bench, delivering an outstanding performance by hitting all 3 of his three-point shots, leading the team to erase the deficit. The score stood at 3-1-3-1. Both teams were back on equal footing. It must be said that the 76ers, being regarded as this year's top championship contender, is not without reason. Whether in terms of starting lineup or bench depth, this is their strongest roster in recent years. Curry and Tang Lei stepped onto the court, replacing Thompson and Green. This time the Warriors deployed a small ball lineup with no true center. This tactic had its pros and cons. On the plus side, it significantly increased speed, making offense and defense more efficient and accelerating the pace of play. As for the downside, without a center, facing an all-around big man like Embiid allowed him to dominate the paint, and they seized possession. Curry took the lead as the primary ball handler. On the opposing side, Butler continued to guard Tang Lei, as this tactic had been highly effective in the first quarter, shutting Tang Lei down completely. Facing Butler's tight defense, Tang Lei didn't wait for the ball this time. Instead, he cut into the 76ers' interior and weaved through their players with constant movement. Butler was a formidable defender, but he rarely guarded players who constantly moved without the ball. Soon enough, he lost track of Tang Lei. At that moment, Kawhi's pass arrived instantly. Although the 76ers' Saric made a desperate closeout to defend, he was a step too slow. Tang Lei leaped, raised his arm, flicked his wrist, and released the ball in one fluid motion. Swish. The three-pointer swished through the net. 3-4-3-1. The Warriors regained the lead. However, Saric, true to his role as the 76ers wild card, answered back with a three-pointer of his own. The game was tied once more. Curry controlled the ball and took a shot himself, but luck wasn't on his side. The ball rattled around the rim 3 times before bouncing out. As for offensive rebounds, they were out of the question. Unless the ball bounced far, Embiid's dominance in the paint made it nearly impossible to snatch the board from him. Embiid overpowered Iguodala in the post. 3-4-3-6. The 76ers took the lead. This was the Warriors' weakness in their small ball lineup, their vulnerability in the paint. Of course, with only a 2-point deficit, Coach Kerr had no reason to panic. In today's pace and space era, even a double-digit lead could vanish in minutes. Without a lead of 20 or 30 points, one could hardly declare the game garbage time. After all, the modern game moved at a breakneck pace compared to the physical battles of the past, with more possessions, more three-pointers, and greater accuracy. Curry brought the ball past half-court again. Facing tight defense, he didn't force an isolation play, but instead signaled for Tang Lei to move without the ball. Butler had learned from the previous play. This time he anticipated that Tang Lei would use his own teammates as screens, so he deliberately moved ahead to avoid them. But while the idea was sound, executing it proved difficult. The paint was simply too crowded. After weaving through a few more screens, Tang Lei managed to break free from the encirclement. He ran past Curry, who handed the ball off to him while setting a screen against his own defender Ben Simmons. Tang Lei caught the ball from Curry and immediately rose for the shot. Butler was a step late, scrambling through the screen and stumbling toward Tang Lei. But by then the ball had already left Tang Lei's hands. Despite having no time to adjust, he was confident. The shot swish. The ball went in and the whistle blew. It was a beautiful three-point play. Butler was called for a foul for invading Tang Lei's cylinder. Yes, Tang Lei clenched his fist in triumph. Curry and Livingston came over to celebrate with him. The nearly 20,000 fans in the arena erupted in thunderous cheers. Clearly they could all see that Tang Lei had found a way to crack Butler's defense. And indeed he had. Even though the 76ers had a center like Embiid who could dominate on offense. It was precisely because of that center that Tang Lei had more space and opportunities to run around dismantling Butler. As the saying goes, for better or worse, Embiid was the key. Butler was frustrated. This young player was just too relentless in his movement. This was not a good sign. Tang Lei stepped to the free throw line and sank the extra shot. 3-3-6. The Warriors had just taken a 2-point lead. However, on the ensuing possession, the 76ers leveraged the immense advantage of their center Embiid to once again power through the paint and tie the game. The score was 3,838. Over the next few minutes, the 76ers found themselves unable to contain Tang Lei's off-ball movement, allowing him to repeatedly catch and score. Meanwhile, the Warriors were equally powerless to stop Embiid and the scorching hot Sarek. The leads seesawed back and forth. By the end of the second quarter, the game remained deadlocked. 6,262. At halftime, Tang Lei and his teammates retreated to the locker room. Kerr emphasized the offensive issues for the second half and outlined strategies for double-teaming Embiid. Hey, your idol has 22 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists by halftime. That's even better than Kai's stats. Tina exclaimed, clutching 2 cups of milk tea she had just bought as she stared at the numbers on the big screen. Curry is playing very selflessly today. He set Tang Lei up for several three-pointers. Yi Xiaozhu replied, taking the milk tea. That's really impressive. At this rate, he's definitely going to become an NBA star. Yi, your big sister advises you to seize the moment. Miss this chance, and there won't be another. From my observations, he definitely has feelings for you. You two are a perfect match, brilliant and beautiful. Tina plopped down into her seat and immediately launched into her chatterbox mode. Yi Xiaozhu was left speechless. Where was this coming from? Moreover, she had never realized her best friend was this talkative before. Had she known, she would never have brought her along. It was truly giving her a headache. Across the ocean on the Penguin livestream platform, this highly anticipated Christmas Day game was naturally broadcast live. The number of concurrent viewers in the stream had hit another all-time high, surpassing the previous game against the Rockets. It was approaching 2 million. Penguin had proactively added extra server capacity to prevent the lag issues that had occurred last time. The Golden State Warriors home cheerleaders, clad in adorable Christmas outfits, danced, showing off their long, fair legs. Fans in the live stream watched intently, chatting and laughing with netizens from all over the country. 22 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists at halftime. Emperor Lei is really finding his groove. If he keeps this up, I'm guessing there won't be a spot for Durant when he gets back. Haha, dog head saves me. Do you think Durant will leave the Warriors after this season? As long as they win the championship, probably not, right? That's not certain. Durant clearly hasn't been as happy this year as when he first joined, especially after that intense conflict with Green. Green's mouth is too sharp. We were champions before you came. That line is devastating. If Tang Lei keeps playing like this, the Warriors will definitely have to make a choice between these players. After all, they can't afford to give everyone a max contract. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it. You guys are thinking way too far ahead. I just want to see Emperor Lei and the Warriors win the championship this season, and then I'll die happy. Halftime ended. The teams switched sides. Both teams fielded their full starting lineups. The Warriors had the ball and Green brought it up the court. Tang Lei was on fire, having made 8 of 12 shots for 22 points. So when he broke free from his defender through off-ball movement, Green immediately passed him the ball. However, just as Tang Lei was about to shoot, the opponent switched defenders onto him, preemptively sticking to him like glue and denying him any space or opportunity to shoot. Tang Lei held the ball with one hand, placing it behind his back. Seeing this stylish move, many in the crowd let out exclamations of surprise. They all knew that Tang Lei was about to go unknown. After all, in the first half, it was precisely through various drives that Tang Lei had easily scored. As for Tang Lei, that was exactly what he intended. His driving ability was maxed out. In other words, it surpassed even a prime Tracy McGrady's. He possessed the NBA's quickest first step. It would be a waste not to use such an elite driving skill. Just as Tang Lei was about to make his first move, another 76ers player suddenly accelerated into a double team. This shocked not only the home crowd, but also caused Tang Lei's expression to change slightly. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and passed the ball back to an open Green who had at least 3 meters. Although Green shot decisively, unfortunately the shot was off, clanking out. The 76ers' strategy of doubling Tang Lei and leaving Green open had worked. On the other end, Ben Simmons and Embiid executed a pick and roll, finishing with an alley-oop dunk for 2 points. 6,264. The 76ers had taken the lead once more. As the Warriors advanced the ball, the 76ers' strategy remained the same: double-team Tang Lei and leave Green open. Green took another shot, but missed again. Fortunately, during the transition, the scorching hot Saric finally missed. However, it was a heart-stopping moment as the ball spun around the rim 3 or 4 times before popping out. Green continued to bring the ball up the court. This time the opponent double-teamed Tang Lei preemptively. The message was clear: they dared Green to shoot. Having missed his last 2 shots, Green was now hesitant to shoot and passed the ball to Curry. Curry was being guarded by Ben Simmons, who had made things very difficult for him all game. After all, Simmons' athleticism and mobility were simply overwhelming. This was precisely why, when he was the primary ball handler, he kept passing to Tang Lei. With only 3 seconds left on the shot clock, Curry forced up a shot, which also missed. On the rebound, Embiid grabbed the board and immediately hurled it to Butler, who was already sprinting towards the front court. Butler finished with a dunk, easily adding 2 points. 6,266. The Warriors were down by 4. They had gone 3 possessions without scoring. Subsequently, with Green afraid to shoot, the Warriors' offense struggled mightily. The 2 primary scoring threats, Tang Lei and Curry, were almost completely neutralized. The 76ers' defensive strategy proved immensely effective. Not only did it frequently stymie the Warriors, but it also allowed them to score freely. During this stretch, Green did muster the courage to take another shot, but his confidence was already shattered. Unsurprisingly, the ball clanked out again. Capitalizing on the fast break, the 76ers scored another 2 points. The score was 6,779. The Warriors trailed by a full 12 points. Beep. Warriors head coach Steve Kerr shook his head in dismay and quickly called a timeout. In just 5 minutes to open the half, the 76ers had gone on a 175 run. Those 5 points had come from a difficult shot by Thompson. The game had become incredibly arduous. What's going on? 5 points in 5 minutes. Is this really the Warriors I've heard about? Tina asked, looking at Yi Xiaozhu in confusion. The Warriors are having some issues. If Green dares not shoot, it puts immense pressure on the others to score. Yi Xiao. She understood basketball and often watched games. Green's lack of proficiency in long-range shooting had always been a flaw. Usually opponents would leave him open and he might hit 1 or 2, making them hesitate to give him space again. But today Green's touch was unexpectedly poor. He missed all 3 attempts. Then make a substitution. Are they saving him for Christmas? Tina said in exasperation. Well, adjustments should come soon. But Green is the core of the small ball lineup. Without him, the Warriors will likely struggle. Yi Xiaozhu sighed. Is a player who won't even take an open shot really that important? You just don't understand. A brief timeout ended. Green was substituted, replaced by Looney. Embiid was dominating the paint. Without height advantage, Green became a liability if he couldn't contribute offensively. Bringing in Looney at least offered some containment against Embiid. Warriors possession. Curry orchestrated the offense, and this time Tang Lei wasn't double-teamed. Yet the opponent's help defense remained swift. Facing Saric, who wasn't known for his defense, Tang Lei accelerated, gaining half a step ahead. Confronted by Embiid stationed under the basket, Tang Lei showed no fear of contact, gathering the ball and leaping. Embiid snorted, springing up almost simultaneously. Thus at this moment, Embiid, glaring at Tang Lei, was itching to slam the ball down right in his face. Embiid, with his towering height, long arms, and massive build, leaped up like a wall. However, relying on his exceptional jumping ability, Tang Lei still managed to soar higher than Embiid. Seeing the opponent's palms swatting towards his right hand holding the ball, Tang Lei did not forcibly clash Heaton. His opponent played the center position, surpassing him in strength and power. If he were to charge straight in like this, he would Thus in the nick of time, Tang Lei midair switched the ball from his right hand to his left, and then slammed it through the hoop, right by Embiid's ear. Boom. This dunk was powerful and heavy, like a sudden clap of thunder on flat ground. After scoring the dunk, Tang Lei clenched his fists and roared, venting his emotions to the sky. In the first half of the quarter, he had been trapped so miserably that he couldn't even touch the ball, let alone score. Wow. Oh my God. The entire Oracle Arena erupted in waves of screams at this moment. Especially after watching the replay, sounds of disbelief and shock surged like tides, echoing throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, Embiid spread his hands and incessantly complained to the referee, claiming there was a pushing foul. He seemed to be trying to mask the embarrassment of being posterized by an unknown youngster. However, the referee paid him no heed and signaled for the game to continue. The 76ers had possession. Embiid boxed out under the basket, grabbed the ball, and sought to reclaim his lost dignity. Looney was being pushed back, constantly retreating inward. At that moment, Tang Lei ran over to provide help defense. Head coach Kerr, aware of Tang Lei's leaping ability, had specifically assigned him to double team. The aim was to force Embiid to pass the ball. After all, Embiid's threat in the paint was immense. They would rather let the opponent take an open three-pointer than allow him to score easily under the basket. After all, if they let Embiid continue playing like this, the Warriors would surely lose. However, notably, seeing Tang Lei come over to help defend Embiid not only chose not to pass, but became even more excited. He had been hoping for a chance to face his opponent, and now the opportunity presented itself once again. Without the slightest hesitation, Embiid spun around to face Tang Lei, then rammed into him forcefully, intending to use his massive body to send Tang Lei flying and thoroughly humiliate him. However, just then Tang Lei quickly hopped backward, evading the charge. Losing his point of contact, Embiid stumbled and fell awkwardly to the ground. The ball slipped from his grasp. Looney seized the opportunity, picked up the ball, and passed it to Curry. Curry accelerated in transition, then passed to Thompson, who had already set up. The latter took a decisive three-pointer and nailed it. 7-2-7-9. The Warriors had narrowed the gap to just 7 points. Seeing Embiid in such an awkward predicament, many in the crowd burst into laughter. As the home crowd, they had no reason to spare him. Moreover, many disliked Embiid's tendency to bully the weak and feign innocence. Thus, witnessing him suffer consecutive setbacks was a source of great amusement. Especially in the next possession, when he got the ball, the home crowd's laughter and boos grew even louder. Affected by the jeers, his attempt to respond with a three-pointer missed. During the defensive transition, Tang Lei led the charge, executing a soaring tomahawk dunk from a step inside the free-throw line, once again igniting the entire Oracle Arena. 7-4-7-9. The Warriors had cut the deficit to just 5 points, unleashing a 70 offensive surge. Sensing the shift, 76ers head coach Brown quickly called a timeout. The arena's replay screens were also considerate, repeatedly showing the clip of Tang Lei posterizing him. At this moment, the barrage messages were exploding. Nice. Emperor Lei is awesome. Emperor Lei is invincible. Haha, Emperor Lei, so you're the one called the process. Emperor Lei, I never dunk on nobodies. Brilliant. Emperor Lei never disappoints us. Emperor Lei GOAT. Brothers, this midair switch-hand dunk has already secured the top spot on today's top 10 plays, right? Absolutely. Who dares to stand in the way? None but our Emperor Lei the King. During the timeout, 76ers head coach Brown was furious, knowing Embiid had suffered greatly. Being blocked like a volleyball, dunked over, and embarrassed by a chair pull, all of it weighed on his mind. Any ordinary player would feel disgruntled, let alone a team leader like Embiid. However, since they didn't play the same position, it was quite difficult for Embiid to vent his anger. But Brown hatched a plan, immediately turning to Mike Scott and saying, Scott, you'll go in next. Lock down that Chinese guy. I will coach. Mike Scott, his arms and neck covered in bizarre tattoos, nodded heavily, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The lockdown the coach meant wasn't like Butler's tight defense. It involved using sneaky moves, dirty tricks, provocation, and angering the opponent. Even if necessary, resorting to actions off the court. Every team vying for a championship almost always has Bowen, Pachulia, Morris, Crowder. The list goes on. The short timeout ended. Both teams returned to the court. Seeing the opponent bring in Scott, Curry walked over to Tang Lei and whispered, watch out for that guy. Yeah, I will. Tang Lei nodded. Though he wasn't familiar with Scott, the man's appearance alone screamed pure villainy. Tang Lei also knew that any championship team would sign such a player to be deployed only at critical moments. The 76ers had possession. Ben Simmons dribbled forward, used a screen beyond the three-point line, accelerated past his defender, and drove to the basket. Looney rushed to help defend, but Simmons elegantly tossed the ball backward into the air. Seeing this, Embiid leaped and slammed the ball home with a vicious dunk. 7,481. Coming out of the timeout, the 76ers stabilized the situation, extending their lead back to 7 points. The Warriors had the ball. Curry remained the primary ball handler. However, the player guarding Tang Lei had switched from Butler to Scott. As usual, Tang Lei cut through the paint, quickly found an open spot, and received the pass. Having just entered the game, Scott was full of energy and immediately closed in. Facing Tang Lei's back to the basket play, Scott placed a hand on Tang Lei's waist and applied hidden pressure. Using dirty tricks right from the start, Tang Lei felt nothing but contempt. Of course, such sneaky moves were too subtle for the referees to usually detect. If you got angry, lost your composure, or eventually couldn't resist fighting back, you'd fall right into their trap, giving them exactly what they wanted. On a stage like the NBA, even a slight shift in mindset or emotion could deform your shooting motion. Moreover, they were itching for a fight. In such a scenario, both players would usually be ejected. Trading a role player for a starter was like swapping a bicycle for a motorcycle, a huge win for them. Knowing this, Tang Lei naturally wouldn't play into their hands. With a left shoulder fake, he fooled his defender, then immediately turned and executed a fadeaway jumper. Scott lunged forward, his foot extending an extra step. but Tang Lei's fadeaway had such a wide arc that he didn't land on Scott's foot. Swish. The ball swished through the net as soon as he landed. 7,681. Next possession. The 76ers' Ben Simmons tried to run an alley-oop with Embiid again, but Tang Lei saw it coming. As the ball left Simmons' hand, Tang Lei sprinted from behind, leaped high, and slap. Before the ball could reach Embiid, Tang Lei swatted it away. Iguodala grabbed the rebound and immediately ignited the fast break. The 76ers' transition defense was quick. Iguodala had no chance to finish at the rim, so he kicked it back to Curry, who was hovering near the three-point line. With Simmons chasing him from behind, Curry caught the ball, and without time to adjust released a drifting three-pointer. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the arena and swished cleanly through the net. 7,981. The Warriors closed the gap again. Tighten the defense. Tighten the defense. 76ers coach Brown shouted from the sidelines. A 12-point lead had evaporated to just 2 in 3 minutes. That was the rhythm of the small ball era. More possessions, faster transitions. A single burst of offense could easily erase a deficit. Many people claim the old-school physical style of play was more exciting, more passionate, and had better defense. But once you get used to today's game, the fluid teamwork, the seamless transitions, the thrill of frequent deep three, going back to watch old games feels painfully slow and loses your patience. In truth, times evolve, not just in life, but on the basketball court as well. It's an inevitable trend, so there's no need to pit one era against another. Each era has its own unique characteristics and imprints. There are good aspects, and there are also downsides. The 76ers launched an attack. Still centered around Embiid, Ben Simmons passed the ball to him once again. However, facing Tang Lei's double team, a calmer Embiid this time refrained from forcing a layup and instead passed the ball to an open Harris. But unfortunately, Harris failed to seize the opportunity, his three-point shot rimming out. Looney secured the position and grabbed the crucial rebound. Curry came up to receive the ball, controlled the tempo, and advanced steadily. After both teams set up their positions, Curry dribbled while scanning the court. Scott once again pressed tightly against Tang Lei. His hands were extremely restless, attempting to grope Tang Lei's waist again. However, with a sudden reverse cut, Tang Lei quickly shook off his defender and charged toward the basket. At that moment, Embiid had been drawn out by Looney, leaving the paint completely empty. Curry, with sharp eyes and quick hands, immediately lobbed the ball in. Wow, nice pass. The crowd erupted in exclamations at the sight. Under the gaze of all eyes, Tang Lei pushed off the ground and leaped high into the air. The ball arrived just in time. But just as Tang Lei was about to slam the ball powerfully through the hoop, a figure charged in fiercely like a bull with no pretense of a technical foul, targeting the man directly. And who else could it be but Scott? A dull thud immediately echoed. Although Tang Lei managed to tip the ball into the basket, his airborne body, under such a heavy collision, completely lost balance and crashed heavily onto the floor. A crisp, heavy thud resounded. Upon hitting the floor, Tang Lei bounced up nearly 20 centimeters. The entire arena fell silent at the sight. Many instinctively screamed, including Yi Xiaozhu. 3 referees blew their whistles and rushed over quickly, fully aware of the chain reaction this foul would trigger. But they were a step too late. Iguodala had already shoved Scott hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Players from both sides converged frantically. The referees intervened, immediately pulling back the enraged Scott, who scrambled to his feet, spewing trash talk. Curry, in a rare display, pointed at Scott and cursed him out. Iguodala even challenged him to a unknown fight. Both coaching staffs sprinted over to separate the heated players. Tang Lei, having fallen hard, clutched his right arm, crying out in pain. His right arm had hit the ground first and absorbed the brunt of the impact. The Warriors' medical team entered and, after a thorough examination, placed Tang Lei on a stretcher. The atmosphere in the Warriors' home arena was heavy with tension. Everyone knew how well Tang Lei had played in this game, and indeed in every previous game. But precisely because of that, he had become the target of envy, jealousy, and malicious fouls. When the arena's big screen showed Scott, the crowd erupted in boos. Shamelessly, Scott still wore a look of indignation, muttering under his breath as if he were the victim. Curry's face darkened to an extreme. He knew all too well the devastating impact of injuries on an athlete's career. Then he took the lead in initiating a collective prayer for Tang Lei, hoping he would be all right. Yi Xiaozhu covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling up in her eyes. That fall had clenched her heart painfully. Over the years of watching the NBA, she had witnessed far too many injuries, especially the injuries of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, which had severely impacted their NBA careers. They could have gone further, but injuries held them back. You don't worry, a good man has heaven's protection. Tang will be fine, Tina said, her expression serious as she tried to comfort her. The scene of Tang Lei being maliciously fouled and injured instantly ignited the live stream on the other side of the Pacific. Even the commentators were indignant. This is a flagrant foul, absolutely not a basketball play. That collision was aimed directly at the man. Huang Meng stated solemnly. The league must impose a severe penalty on Scott. Yang Kun echoed emphatically. If he weren't in front of the national audience, he would have sworn. It was rare for China to finally have a player breaking through. If it were a normal injury, that would be one thing, but to have him fall so hard due to a malicious foul. The commentators had to restrain their emotions, but the fans did not. One by one, they burst into angry curses. Trash. This guy named Scott is a piece of garbage. He's trying to ruin King Lei's career. Damn it, if Silver doesn't deal with this scumbag harshly, he'll never watch the NBA again. It makes me furious just watching this. This killer should be sent to prison for reform. He has no sportsmanship at all. It hurts to watch. Imagine the weight of nearly 200 pounds crashing down off balance. Praying. Hope King Lei is okay, hope he recovers quickly, and this must not affect his career. Praying. At the game venue, both teams had returned to their respective benches. Young and hot-tempered players were closely monitored by designated personnel, lest they impulsively act out. On the sidelines, the three referees reviewed the video replay repeatedly. Soon they determined that Scott had deliberately targeted the player. He was not merely a step too late. The foul was entirely unnecessary. Subsequently, the head referee signaled to the scorer's table, Scott commits a flagrant foul too, and is immediately ejected. Upon the announcement, the arena erupted in wild cheers. A player flagged for a flagrant foul too for the first time in a season is subject to an additional league-imposed fine of up to $3,500. Depending on the league's review, a suspension may also be decided. Scott appeared dissatisfied with the ruling, muttering something under his breath before being led off the court by his assistant coach. Since Tang Lei was fouled during his layup attempt, he was awarded one free throw. This meant the Warriors earned 3 free throws in possession of the ball. Curry took the free throws on behalf of Tang Lei and made all 3. 8-4-8-1. Furthermore, the Warriors retained possession and could inbound the ball from the sideline. Cook entered the game to replace Tang Lei. Green also returned at this moment. Green inbound the ball from the sideline, passing it to Thompson on the wing. Thompson attempted a few moves, but found no shooting space, eventually passing back to Green, who had moved to the top of the arc. At that moment, Curry rushed out from the other side, using a screen passed by Green, took the ball from him in a handoff, and launched a drifting three-pointer. Swish. Another three-pointer sailed through the net. The score became 8-7-8-1. This shot ignited the entire crowd, releasing all their pent-up discontent. As soon as the 76ers got the ball, a torrent of boos descended upon them. However, with their big four anchoring the team, the 76ers had seen it all before. Moreover, since the boos weren't directed at any specific individual, their impact was somewhat limited. In the clutch, Butler stepped up and firmly answered with a three-pointer of his own. Several more exchanges ensued between the two sides. Yet the point difference remained within 2 or 3 points. The Warriors led the 76ers by merely 2 points. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Lei, who had been resting on a stretcher for a while, finally regained his composure. In that instant of the fall, he felt as if his entire being had gone numb. There was no denying that injuries on a professional court were indeed as ferocious as a tiger. Of course, this vicious foul had etched the name Scott into his memory as a villain. If ever there was another chance to face him, he would make sure to exact his revenge. A man who does not avenge a grievance is no gentleman. By then, the team doctors had begun fetching testing equipment to conduct a preliminary examination on him. Seizing this opportunity, Tang Lei immediately spent 50 system coins in his system store to purchase a bottle of intermediate potion. The cost pained him deeply. Those 50 system coins had been accumulated through several games and record-breaking. That was enough to buy Tracy McGrady's breakthrough talent twice. But there was no helping it. He was injured, and he couldn't simply ignore it. The intermediate potion could heal all minor injuries, including fractures, within 5 to 10 minutes. Beyond it, there were advanced potions and supreme potions. The advanced potion could heal injuries like torn cruciate ligaments or meniscus tears in about 2 to 3 weeks. The supreme potion, on the other hand, could cure severe injuries such as a ruptured Achilles tendon. Of course, the recovery time would be longer, at least a month. Gulp. Tang Lei took out the intermediate potion, and when no one was looking, downed it in one go. As the potion flowed through his body, Tang Lei could distinctly feel a warm, tingling sensation spreading throughout. His right hand in particular itched so much that he couldn't resist scratching it. 3 minutes later, the team doctors quickly retrieved the testing instruments and began conducting a thorough examination on Tang Lei. However, to their astonishment, after a full body check, they found nothing wrong. Even his right hand, which had taken the brunt of the fall, showed no abnormalities. Tang, try moving your right hand, the team doctor said, staring at him with utter bewilderment. Okay, Tang Lei replied, and he promptly lifted his right hand. Can you move it? The doctor asked, his pupils contracting. Let me try, Tang Lei said, gritting his teeth as he began to. His movements started slowly, but gradually, they became more agile. You're fine. The doctor stood frozen in place. He had been in such pain moments ago. He had fallen so heavily. How could he be completely unharmed now? It seems I'm fine. Let me stand up and move around to check. With that, Tang Lei sat up from the stretcher and stepped down. He moved his hands. No problem. He moved his feet. Still no issue. I can play the game, Tang Lei said with a smile to the team doctor and the official in charge of announcements. Watching Tang Lei suddenly spring back to life, the team doctor and the management were utterly dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never encountered such a situation before. Could this be the legendary mysterious power from the East? However, they didn't dwell on it. Since the examination showed no issues, it meant he could play. The game was not yet over and Tang Lei needed to return to the court. They naturally knew that Tang Lei was now, with or without a key player, the game would yield two entirely different outcomes. Subsequently accompanied by several people, Tang Lei walked out of the locker room and headed straight for the Warriors' bench. The moment Tang Lei emerged, the on-court cameras immediately caught sight of him and zoomed in for a close-up. The audience, which had been somewhat lifeless, instantly erupted into thunderous cheers upon seeing Tang Lei. Many female fans even let out screams. Clearly, this was a tremendous surprise for them. Everyone had been waiting for an official announcement from the Warriors. But no news had come. They had feared the situation was severe and required repeated examinations. Yet now Tang Lei had staged a dramatic return of a king. How could they not be thrilled? Yi Xiaozhu was also extremely emotional at this moment, tears streaming down her face. These were tears of excitement and joy. Beside her, Tina let out a heavy sigh of relief, grateful that Tang Lei was unharmed. Otherwise, she would have had to comfort her best friend every day from now on. Across the ocean in the Penguin livestream room, upon seeing Tang Lei's return, almost all the fans and supporters erupted in frenzied cheers. This outcome was far beyond their expectations. Even through the screen, the heavy fall looked painful. In their minds, they had already given up hope for Tang Lei's return. Based on their experience, such an injury would at least be a fracture. They only prayed that Tang Lei's injury would be as light as possible. But who could have imagined that Tang Lei would jog back? Lei Huang is awesome. Lei Huang 666. Lei Huang YYDS. Am I seeing things? How can this be so unbelievable? Don't ask, just say Lei Huang is incredible, ha. Lei Huang on the court crushed the 76ers. After Lei Huang left, Embiid's grin was almost splitting his face. Make him cry. He's way too arrogant. Fans frantically sent bullet comments. Commentators Huang Meng and Yang Kun, still in shock, repeatedly praised Tang Lei's physical resilience, noting how he could bounce back from such a heavy fall. Of course, addressing fans' doubts, they responded that Tang Lei must have undergone a full body check before returning to the court, urging supporters to rest assured. Warriors possession. Kerr immediately called a timeout. At that moment, however, the Warriors, who initially held a 2-point lead, were met with a ferocious onslaught from the 76ers at the start of the fourth quarter. In a single wave of offense, the gap instantly widened to 15 points. The Warriors, on the other hand, were utterly helpless. With Durant injured, and then Tang Lei sidelined, the situation had become exceedingly difficult for them. Tang, can you play, eh? Kerr asked, looking at Tang Lei. Coach, I can play. Please let me on the court. Tang Lei's eyes blazed with boundless fighting spirit. Alright, the deficit has now reached 15 points. From this moment on, we need to move the ball quickly, pick up the pace, and accelerate the tempo. Kerr addressed the team. To close a 15-point gap in just 3 minutes, conventional methods would no longer suffice. They had to speed up the rhythm to have any chance of a comeback. Let's go. Let's go. The players raised their fists and bumped them together. Since Tang Lei's return, the Warriors' morale had been greatly boosted. Without any hesitation, Tang Lei immediately spent 30 system coins in the system shop to purchase a Buddha's Light experience card. He had returned this time to settle both old scores and new grievances. Conventional tactics might help recover the deficit or even take the lead, but the probability was too low. It would require at least 2 players to step up. That was not a safe bet. However, with the Buddha's Light, the odds would be significantly improved. Moreover, this was a crucial Christmas Day game. If they emerged victorious, his rewards would surely be substantial. The Buddha's Light was teammate Thompson's signature move. Although Thompson was on the court, his hand was unfortunately cold today, and the conditions for activating it were not met. The Buddha's Light could be considered the most devastating skill in the league, capable of hitting a series of three-pointers or mid-range shots with extremely high accuracy in a short time, allowing the team to close the gap or seal the victory swiftly. What made it most terrifying was that this move could almost ignore defense, and its range would only grow farther. After Tang Lei used the Buddha's Radiance experience card, his arms began to emit a faint red glow, as if afflicted by the Chilean arm syndrome. The Warriors had possession. Green was inbounding the ball from half court. With only 3 minutes left in the game, they trailed by a full 15 points. To be honest, the live audience held little hope for this match. Now their only wish was to see if Tang Lei had truly fully recovered. As the referee's whistle blew, the inbound countdown began. Everyone on the court started moving. Tang Lei immediately cut into the paint, executed a fake move, then accelerated and circled back out. Seeing that the defender behind Tang Lei had failed to keep up, Green decisively passed the ball to Tang Lei. Tang Lei received the ball at a 45-degree angle on the wing, 1 step away from the three-point line. However, when Tang Lei got the ball and dribbled to the three-point line, he leaped directly with his back to the basket. Then, turning in midair, he used his powerful core strength to release the shot before landing. This scene not only stunned the live audience, but also left the pursuing defender wide-eyed, completely unable to, because the shot was released extremely quickly. It lacked a graceful arc, and instead flew straight toward the hoop. With a dull thud, the basketball slammed heavily into the net. A three-pointer. 115127. The 15-point deficit was cut to 12 in just 2.8 seconds. Three-pointer. From. The electrifying high-decibel voice of the live DJ rang out once again. This shot instantly ignited the entire Oracle arena. The difficulty of this shot was extremely high. On a scale of 10, it would score at least 9.7. This basket also signaled that Tang Lei was completely fine. "Tang, nice shot," Curry said with an innocent smile as he came over for a high five during the retreat. "Thanks. You can always count on me," Tang Lei replied with a smile. "I believe you." Curry nodded emphatically. The 76ers were on offense, relying on their strong point of attacking Embiid in the paint. As soon as Embiid received the ball, Tang Lei immediately ran over to double-team him. This tactic had proven effective before, so it was natural to continue. Seeing Tang Lei approaching for the double-team, Embiid sneered and quickly passed the ball to an open teammate. But at that moment, Tang Lei, who had already anticipated this, changed his trajectory, lunged, and intercepted the pass. After passing the ball to Curry for the fast break, Tang Lei immediately got up and sprinted to the front court. Facing tight defense, Curry proactively passed the ball to Tang Lei. Upon receiving the ball, Tang Lei immediately made a pump fake, causing the lunging Harris to fly past him before he calmly leaped for the shot. Then, he raised his arms, flicked his wrist, and released the ball. The entire motion was fluid and seamless. The ball arced gracefully toward the hoop, like a beautiful parabola. Swish. Nothing but net. Another three-pointer. 118127. The deficit was now within single digits, only 9 points with 2.5 minutes remaining, and only 30 seconds elapsed. Wow. Oh my God. Another three. The entire arena erupted once again as this three-pointer swished through the net. This gave them a glimmer of hope for an impossible comeback. Rhythm stabilized the rhythm. "Don't rush," Coach Brown shouted excitedly from the sidelines to his players. Allowing 6 points in 30 seconds. If this continued, the victory within their grasp would slip away. Following the coach's instructions, he began to control the tempo, no longer rushing the offense. After all, with a 9-point lead, simply running down the clock would count as a successful possession. The Warriors had few answers for the 76ers' time-wasting, slow-paced strategy. They couldn't afford to foul either, as the team was already in the penalty. Any foul would send the opponent to the free throw line. With morale at its peak, allowing the opponent to score would hinder their comeback. They could only apply moderate pressure. With 5 seconds left on the shot clock, Butler drove, finished over the defense, and scored. 118129. The deficit returned to double digits with only 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. There was nothing to be done about this play. Butler was too tough. They had given maximum physical resistance, but he still made the shot. It must be said, signing Butler was a wise move by the 76ers. Despite Embiid's frequent double-doubles and explosive stats, he often faltered in crucial moments in tough games. But Butler was different. He was born for the big stage. In all kinds of critical moments, and when the team's fate hung in the balance, he could step up. One word described him: tough. 2 words: rock solid. The Warriors inbound from the baseline. The team's rhythm remained fast. The ball moved quickly, passing through several hands in just a few seconds. Green specifically looked for Tang Lei. After all, Tang Lei's hand was scorching hot, and if they wanted a comeback, their hopes essentially rested on him. Tang Lei used Thompson's screen to dash to the corner. The ball arrived as he did. He executed a drifting three-pointer out of habit, and it swished through the net once again. 121129. The deficit was once again within single digits. The fans in the stands all rose to their feet, giving Tang Lei and the Warriors their greatest encouragement. Yi Xiaozhu also stood up, cheering wildly for Tang Lei. It must be said, Tang Lei's performance since his return had truly stunned them all. 3 consecutive three-pointers, all with considerable difficulty. Was this really a player who had suffered a heavy fall? It was almost unbelievable. Beep. Just as the 76ers completed the inbound pass, the referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned and quickly turned to look. There Tang Lei was seen embracing Ben Simmons, who had just caught the ball. Witnessing this, the crowd immediately erupted in laughter. Good heavens, it seemed they were about to foul the Simmons the younger. Ben Simmons was utterly bewildered. He had only intended to receive the ball for a transition, never expecting Tang Lei to ambush him from behind. Brown, upon seeing this, was so enraged he nearly had a heart attack on the spot. At such a critical moment, how could the ball be passed to Ben Simmons? What a fool. Did he not know how abysmal Ben Simmons' free throw shooting was? Harris, who made the inbound pass, could only force a bitter, helpless smile. The others had all dashed to the front court, and Ben Simmons was the closest player to him. He couldn't exactly hurl the ball all the way down the court. Besides, Tang Lei had originally been quite far away. Who could have predicted he would suddenly burst in? Next, Ben Simmons would shoot 2 free throws. Amidst a torrent of boos, the first shot unsurprisingly clanked off the rim. Ben Simmons adjusted himself, preparing for the second free throw. As he made his shooting motion, Iguodala and Green, positioned under the basket, had already begun gesturing wildly, preparing for an intense battle for positioning. It was evident how well everyone knew Ben Simmons' free throw percentage. As everyone had anticipated, Ben Simmons missed his second free throw as well. With a combined effort from 3 Warriors players, the rebound was snatched right over Embiid's head. The ball was once again passed into Tang Lei's hands. Tang Lei pushed the ball up the court, quickly facing Butler, who was retreating even faster. 2 steps away from the three-point line, Tang Lei rose up and shot without hesitation. The trailing three-pointer predictably found its mark again. 1-for-129. The lead was now 5 points. Since returning, Tang Lei's three-point shooting was a staggering 4-for-4, scoring 12 consecutive points. Single-handedly, he had orchestrated a 1-2-2 offensive surge. Beep, beep. Sensing the dire situation, Brown hurriedly called for his team's final timeout. If this continued, the team's massive advantage would vanish in an instant. He could no longer keep Ben Simmons on the court. Aside from being somewhat useful on defense, Simmons had been utterly unproductive offensively. If he got the ball, the opponent would foul him immediately, essentially gifting them possession and an opportunity. The situation was critical now, with Tang Lei playing superbly on the other side. They could no longer afford such indulgence. They absolutely could not give the opponent any more chances. After leaving the court, Embiid violently kicked over a chair on the sidelines. He could not fathom how a mere rookie could cause his entire team such embarrassment and distress. What was even more terrifying was that Tang Lei had already scored a game-high 48 points right in front of him. This was an utter disgrace. Before the game, he had boasted, claiming he didn't even know who Tang Lei was, let alone see him as any kind of threat. And what was the result? Not only had this player thrown his team into chaos and humiliation, but he had also scored nearly 50 points right under his nose. This blatant slap in the face filled him with rage. If they lost this game, he would undoubtedly be nailed to the pillar of shame, becoming the butt of everyone's jokes. Embiid refused to let that happen. Never. In the Penguin live stream room, the barrage of comments exploded once more. Emperor Lei is awesome. Emperor Lei 666. 4-for-4 from 3 in 1 minute, scoring 12 straight points. My God, this is building up to create a miracle. Haha, the Emperor is furious. He kicked over the chair. Haha, we finally see him humbled again. The more arrogant he was earlier, the more pathetic he is now. Serves him right. Only a 5-point gap remains, but there's just over 1 minute 50 seconds left. Can they catch up? Don't worry, there's plenty of time. You can always trust Emperor Lei. Indeed, based on his pace of scoring 12 points in the last minute, he should get at least 24 more. What's a mere 5 points? Haha. Timeout over. The 76ers put Butler as the primary ball handler. Ben Simmons was replaced by Saric, who had been hot in the first half. Seeing that there was still a fair amount of time left, the Warriors didn't immediately resort to fouling. After all, the players on the court for the 76ers all had decent free throw percentages, unlike Simmons. Butler was milking the clock. Soon the shot clock was down to the final 5 seconds. Butler drove in and then kicked the ball out to the newly substituted Saric. Thompson immediately closed out on him. However, just as everyone expected Saric to take the shot, he passed the ball back to Butler, who had retreated behind the three-point line. Butler caught the ball and confidently rose for the jumper. Under everyone's gaze, the ball arced through the air and with a satisfying swish nestled securely into the net. 1-for-132. The lead was back to 8 points. Butler had stepped up once again. Furthermore, this offensive possession had consumed over 23 seconds. Only 1 minute and 31 seconds remained for the Warriors. Iguodala inbound the baseline pass. Green advanced the ball. This time Butler defended Tang Lei tightly. Although Tang Lei eventually got the ball through constant off-ball movement, the 76ers immediately double-teamed him. Tang Lei's shooting touch in this game was simply too explosive. Tang Lei immediately passed the ball to Green, who had been left wide open. Green hesitated for a moment, then tried to pass to Curry. However, Curry was being tightly guarded by Harris from the front and couldn't receive the pass. With no other option, Green had to take the shot himself. But this three-point attempt once again clanked off the rim. Embiid grabbed the rebound. Green's face was he had been left open multiple times, but had failed to convert. 76ers ball. Butler controlled the clock again, waiting until the final second to launch a three-pointer. He aimed to seal the game with this shot. If this three went in, the lead would return to double digits. An 11-point lead with just 1 minute left would essentially put the game to bed. But unfortunately, he couldn't replicate the toughness of his previous 2 possessions. Tang Lei grabbed the rebound, glanced at the clock, and pushed the ball up the court quickly. Butler intercepted Tang Lei near the half-court line. Tang Lei executed a hesitation dribble, faking a shot to freeze Butler, then activated his driving ability and burst past him on the other side. He dribbled to near the three-point line and rose up for the shot again. From pushing the ball up to shaking off Butler to rising for the jumper, the entire sequence was incredibly fluid. It drew gasps and cheers from the crowd in the arena. Due to the forward momentum of his run, Tang Lei's body leaned forward as he released this three-point shot. Yet despite this, the ball still traced a beautiful arc through the air of the arena. It ultimately landed cleanly through the hoop. 127-132. The point difference had once again returned to 5. 5 for 5. Tang Lei alone had claimed 15 points. The arena erupted once more in thunderous cheers and applause. The crowd's excitement was so fervent it was as if their team had already secured victory. But the entire 76ers team was dumbfounded. Embiid in particular couldn't help but let out an expletive beginning with F. The 76ers were inbounding the ball. The Warriors initiated full-court man-to-man defense, applying immense pressure on the 76ers. Yet in this critical moment, it was once again Butler who stepped up to receive the pass. Under Iguodala's tight defense, Butler managed to advance the ball to the frontcourt with great difficulty. As seconds ticked away, Iguodala dared not foul, only continuing to apply relentless pressure. Butler signaled for everyone to clear out. He wanted to go on and on. With only 4 seconds left on the shot clock, Butler began his drive with fierce determination. However, mid-drive, he pulled the ball back and launched a highly difficult fadeaway jumper. Despite Iguodala's desperate lunge forward, Butler had already released the shot. Everyone held their breath watching this ball. With only 28 seconds remaining in the game, if the shot went in, it would essentially seal the game. Clang. A crisp sound of iron rang out as the ball hit the inside rim and bounced high into the air. Under the basket, Green and Embiid were fiercely jockeying for position. Watching the ball descend, both leaped simultaneously. Though Green had a positional advantage, the gap between him and Embiid was all too apparent. In the end, Embiid snatched this crucial rebound. Seeing this, both the Warriors bench and the home crowd felt a chill of despair. The opponent securing the rebound meant they had another 14 seconds of possession. For the Warriors, this was a devastating blow. In other words, all the effort from that defensive possession had been. After grabbing the rebound, a smile spread across Embiid's face. He was about to pass the ball out to the perimeter, but the next moment a figure appeared at his side and a hand chopped down with lightning speed. Smack! The basketball Embiid had just secured was knocked away. The one who made the play was none other than Iguodala, renowned for his deft steals. Securing the ball, Iguodala immediately whipped it to Thompson, who was already sprinting toward the front court. Thompson caught it, took 3 steps, and finished with an easy layup for 2 points. 109-132. The gap had been painstakingly narrowed to just 3 points, all within a single possession. Watching the Warriors score another 2 points and gain momentum, Embiid incessantly complained to the referee that the ball had hit his hand on the strip. But the referee ignored him, signaling for the game to continue. Steady, steady, don't make mistakes. With the 76ers out of timeouts, Brown shouted loudly from the sidelines. The Warriors continued with full-court man-to-man defense. Butler was tightly guarded and unable to get the ball. Ultimately, Harris had to lob the ball into Embiid. As soon as Embiid got the ball, Green closed in to pressure him, but failed to steal it. Forced to act, Green decisively fouled. With less than 24 seconds left in the game, only 22 seconds remaining, the Warriors, aiming for a win, couldn't allow the 76ers to run down the clock. They had to send Embiid to the free throw line. Amidst a chorus of boos, Embiid missed his first free throw. After adjusting, he made the second. 129-133. The lead stretched to 4 points, a margin that provided the 76ers with a slight sense of security. The Warriors still had 1 timeout left, but chose not to call it now. Kerr wanted to save it for the final moment. Iguodala inbounded the ball from the baseline and Green advanced it up the court. The 76ers didn't press tightly. Instead, they retreated early to their defensive positions. Their strategy now was to strictly defend the 3-point line, allowing drives or shots in the paint. As for Tang Lei, he was the focus of their defense. Seeing no opening for Tang Lei, Green passed to Curry. Curry, lacking a shooting window, immediately returned the ball to Green on his cut to the basket. Facing the driving Green, Embiid made a perfunctory jump, avoiding excessive contact, fearful of giving up, and Green easily laid the ball in. 131-133. Though they had closed the gap to just 2 points, only 15 seconds remained on the clock. The 76ers had possession. This time, Butler, the most crucial and tenacious player, successfully received the inbound pass. The Warriors pressed, but failed to steal, resorting to a tactical foul, sending Butler to the free throw line. Butler stepped up to the free throw line. Curry kept waving his arms, urging the crowd to rain down even louder boos. The home fans obliged, unleashing a deafening chorus of jeers. Behind the basket, several giant posters of beautiful women were hoisted, attempting to rattle Butler's concentration. Yet despite the chaos, Butler calmly sank the first free throw. The score stood at 131-134, stretching the lead back to 3 points. For the second attempt, the crowd's noise slightly waned. Miraculously, the ball clanked off the rim, and Tang Lei grabbed the rebound with steady hands. As Tang Lei secured the ball, Embiid moved in to pressure him, but the referee blew the whistle. Kerr had called the final. With only a 3-point deficit, it was time to devise the last offensive play. Though the 76ers still led, Butler's face was etched with frustration. He bitterly regretted missing that crucial free throw. Both teams quickly huddled to strategize for the critical moment. In the live stream chatroom, fans flooded the screen with excited comments. Thrilling. This is the real Christmas showdown. Only 3 points behind. Go Thunder King, go Warriors. Overtime. 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 Honestly, Thunder King's been stifled these last few plays. Will it break his rhythm? Who will Kerr design the final shot for? Thunder King, Curry, or Thompson? Back on the court. Since it was an offensive possession and a 3-pointer was likely, the Warriors substituted Green for Cook. Cook had come off the bench, hitting 2 of 4 3-pointers. a decent performance that forced the 76ers to respect his range, easing pressure on the starters. The 76ers countered by bringing in the athletic and agile Ben Simmons. As the players took their positions, the entire arena rose to its feet. The tension was palpable. Many female fans clasped their hands, eyes shut in prayer, too nervous to watch. Yi Xiaozhu was equally tense, her heart pounding. She rarely attended games live, unaccustomed to such nerve-wracking excitement. Please make it. Please make it, she whispered, hands clasped in prayer. Tina held her close, one arm wrapped around. Though not a basketball enthusiast, Tina was swept up in the charged atmosphere. Iguodala prepared to inbound the ball. At the referee's whistle, Curry, Thompson, Cook, and Tang Lei began their maneuvers. Initially, none could shake free. With 5 defenders covering 4 players, space was tight. As the 5-second inbound limit neared, Curry dashed back toward his half. Iguodala released the ball at the last second. Curry pushed it past half-court, only to be met by Simmons' tight D. Fresh from a rest, Simmons was full of energy. Curry attempted several moves to break free, but failed. As the clock ticked down, the crowd grew frantic. Iguodala rushed over to set a screen. Thanks to the screen, Curry carved out just enough space. Without hesitation, he released the shot, no adjustment. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the arena. Just as everyone thought it would drop, a sharp clang echoed. The ball hit the front of the rim. Fortunately, the rebound sailed toward Thompson. In a scramble with Harris, Thompson tipped it to Tang Lei. Tang Lei, living up to expectations, secured the ball. Only 7 seconds remained on the clock. Facing Butler's tight defense, Tang Lei executed a jab step, but couldn't shake him. He drove right, but Butler's veteran instincts kept him in front. With time nearly gone, Tang Lei had no choice. He pulled the ball back and launched into a jump shot. Butler leaped simultaneously. Due to their proximity, contact was inevitable. The referee's whistle blew as Tang Lei released the ball. Butler had slightly invaded Tang Lei's cylinder. Yet astonishingly, despite losing his balance, Tang Lei's shot banked off the glass and dropped through the net. A 3-point play. It was a beautiful 31. Boom. As Tang Lei's miraculous 3-pointer swished through the net, the Oracle Arena erupted like a thunderclap from the ground. It was as if the very rafters of the arena would be torn asunder. Yes. 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 Tang, that was an incredible shot. Curry was the first to rush over, leaping to chest bump Tang Lei in celebration. Iguodala, Thompson, and the others also gathered around, patting his head and high-fiving him. The 76ers, however, were stunned. In 3 minutes, a 15-point deficit had been erased, and they had even conceded a potential game-winning free throw in the final moments. Embiid's expression was vacant, unable to comprehend why this had happened. What had he done wrong? Butler, on the other hand, was filled with regret. Amidst the varied expressions of the crowd, Tang Lei stepped to the free throw line. Though he rarely shot free throws, his mid-range shooting attribute was above 90, so his success rate was naturally higher than the average shooters. Coupled with the boost from the Buddha's Light experience card, making this free throw was almost a foregone conclusion. And indeed, the free throw went in cleanly. 135-134. The Warriors had taken the lead. Only 8 seconds remained on the clock for the 76ers. The 76ers had no timeouts left and could only inbound from under their basket. Harris hurled the ball down the court, but Iguodala intercepted it. At that moment, the final buzzer sounded. The game was over. The Warriors had won this Christmas Day showdown. They had secured their 9th consecutive victory, formally surpassing the Denver Nuggets to claim the top spot in the Western Conference. Confetti began to rain down from the rafters of the home arena. Curry, Iguodala, Thompson, and every member of the bench mob rushed towards Tang Lei, once again mobbing him at center. Curry was overjoyed, even breaking into an impromptu dance in front of Tang Lei. The crowd in the stands was also letting loose their ecstatic emotions. Yi Xiaozhu was no exception. The look in her eyes as she watched Tang Lei had transformed. From initial admiration and reverence, she was now captivated by his ability and charisma. Across the Pacific Ocean, as expected, the moment Tang Lei completed his 4-point play, the livestream chat exploded. The subsequent free throw and the victory in this crucial Christmas game pushed the excitement in the stream to its absolute peak. This fervor lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding. A miracle. A 15-point comeback in 3 minutes, a game-winning 4-point play. Lei is just incredible. Haha, did you see Embiid's miserable face? That was so satisfying. Now Embiid knows who Emperor Lei is. Daring to look down on us Chinese, next time it'll make you regret it. An explosive 55 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. Is that another young player record? Emperor Lei's future is limitless. Playing like this, breaking all kinds of young player records, is a certainty. The Warriors' celebration lasted several minutes before calming down. The 76ers star Embiid had already stormed back to the locker room in frustration. Only Butler, Ben Simmons, Harris, and a few others came over to embrace and greet the Warriors players. Butler also embraced Tang Lei, whispering in his ear, "That last shot was beautiful. Tonight is your night." Tang Lei smiled and replied, "Thanks." After the embraces, the dark-haired female reporter, who had been waiting on the sidelines, immediately approached. She greeted Tang Lei warmly with a smile. "Hello, Tang Lei. We meet again." "Yes, we do." Tang Lei nodded with a smile. This dark-haired reporter was Coral, known as Grilled Sister, who had interviewed him before and was from the same country. Tang Lei, your performance today was phenomenal. Scoring 19 points in the final 3 minutes and hitting a game winner is incredibly thrilling. How are you feeling right now? Grilled Sister began the first question. Actually, after experiencing 2 buzzer beaters, I feel relatively calm about this game winner. My teammates and coaches never gave up. Through everyone's hard work, we completed the comeback. I really enjoyed this. Tang Lei answered with a smile. Grilled Sister nodded. She had to admit Tang Lei was very articulate. She then asked, fans back home were worried about you after that hard foul from Scott. Luckily, you're okay. What would you like to say to Scott? Nothing much. If I get the chance to face him, I'll do everything I can to score on him and dunk over him. Tang Lei replied assertively. Okay, last question. Embiid said before the game he didn't know who you were. What's your response? 55.6 rebounds, 6 assists is my response. Alright, thank you for the interview. We look forward to your future performances. Thanks. After the interview, Tang Lei turned around and saw security guards stopping 2 girls. Who else could they be but Yi Xiaozhu and her best friend? Let them in, Tang Lei said, quickly walking over to the security guard. Recognizing him as a Warriors player and that they knew each other, the guard nodded and let them through. Tang Lei, are you hurt from the fall? Yi Xiaozhu asked, her voice tinged with concern. Although his subsequent performance was unstoppable, showing no signs of injury, she still worried he was just. Such instances were not uncommon. Many players had played through injuries. I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Tang Lei shook his head and grinned. Tang, he really likes you. Come on, let me take a picture of you too, Tina said, quickly reverting to her carefree nature. Is that okay? Yi Xiaozhu asked Tang Lei softly. Of course, Tang Lei replied with a smile, seeing no reason to refuse. Click, click. After taking several photos, Tina was finally satisfied. Tang Lei, thank you for the tickets. I really enjoyed the game. I won't disturb your rest. Have a good night. Despite her nervousness, Yi Xiaozhu was poised and carried an innate confidence. Be safe on your way back, Tang Lei simply advised. After parting ways with Yi Xiaozhu, Tang Lei returned to the locker room. This time, instead of dousing him with cold water, Curry presented him with the game ball signed by every teammate. Tang Lei took the ball with a smile, embracing Curry, Iguodala, and the others one by one. After concluding the celebration and greetings with his teammates, Tang Lei walked into the shower room. As he was rinsing off, the system's voice, as expected, immediately sounded once more. Congratulations, host, for winning the regular season game. Reward attribute, 0.1, a system coin 2. Congratulations, host, for being named the player of the game on Christmas night. Reward attribute, 0.3, system coin 7. Congratulations, host, for breaking the NBA's youngest record of 5,055. Reward attribute, 0.5, system coin 10. Not bad, I've gained 9 attribute points and 19 system coins from this one game. Tang Lei grinned. Although it wasn't as much as the previous 2 buzzer-beating game winners, such opportunities were rare. Throughout NBA history, many superstars had never experienced the thrill of a buzzer-beating game winner. Subsequently, Tang Lei, following his usual routine, opened his attribute panel. Host Tang Lei. Occupation, player for the Golden State Warriors in the NBA, contracted until the end of this season for $3 million. Age 19 years and 52 days. Height 2.02 m. Each attribute point can increase by 1 centimeter, maximum 15 centimeters. Wingspan 2.04 m, same as above. Size 25 centimeters, same as above. Weight 95 kilograms. No need to waste attribute points. Just eat more to increase. Breakthrough 100. Mid-range shot 92. 3-point shot 100. Jump 96. Speed 92. Defense 85. Block 86. Ball handling 82. Stamina 84. Charm 100. Attribute points 12. With the Christmas game and the previous 3 victories, I have a total of 12 attribute points. Where should I allocate them? Tang Lei murmured, lightly cupping his chin. Since attribute points were limited, he had to use them wisely to maximize their effect, thereby winning more games and creating a virtuous cycle. Add to height. An extra 12 centimeters would be somewhat useful for rebounding, but he wasn't playing center, so it would be a bit of a waste. Add to wingspan. An extra 12 centimeters in wingspan would make it easier to strip the ball from opponents on defense and also provide a significant advantage in grabbing rebounds. In the current NBA, the most typical example is Rajon Rondo, who is jokingly called Rondo the Center. This is because his wingspan is a full 21 centimeters longer than his height. He often puts up unusual stats, scoring in single digits, but frequently achieving double-doubles in rebounds and assists. Alright, I'll add these 12 centimeters to my wingspan. Having made the decision, Tang Lei immediately allocated all the attribute points. Then he felt as if ants were biting his arms. However, this sensation didn't last long. It ended after just a moment. Then Tang Lei tentatively stretched out his arm. Previously, he couldn't touch the sides of the smallest angle, but after adding the wingspan, he could easily reach them. The system did not deceive me. His wingspan had indeed been extended. Tang Lei was extremely excited. According to the attribute panel, his wingspan had reached 2.16 meters, a full 14 centimeters longer than his height of 2.02 meters. Although his wingspan-to-height ratio still couldn't compare to those top-tier long-armed freaks, it was enough to rank among the top 10 in the current league. After showering and putting on comfortable casual clothes, Tang Lei looked full of energy. Then he received another invitation from Curry to attend the press conference together. Tang Lei naturally did not decline. This was an excellent opportunity to continuously enhance his own fame. However, as per usual before the press conference began, the visiting team, the Philadelphia 76ers, were interviewed. Embiid, Butler, and Ben Simmons had also showered and changed into casual attire seated at the press conference venue. Embiid, what advice do you have for the Warriors rookie? Tang asked a portly reporter starting the interview, with the first question directed at Embiid. He almost scored 60 points. What the hell advice can I give? Next question. Embiid's voice was icy cold. Alright, next question. You said before the game that you didn't know Tang, and Tang responded with 5,566. What do you have to say about that? The same portly reporter asked again. He just caught us off guard. Our focus wasn't on him. Next time he runs into me, he won't be so lucky. Embiid answered irritably, and then simply got up and left. This scene left Butler somewhat speechless. Sure, it was Curry and Tang Lei's turn for the interview. Reporters deliberately tried to stir up a feud between Tang Lei and Embiid, repeatedly asking questions about Embiid. Tang Lei effortlessly responded to all these questions one by one. Since the media wanted to establish him and Embiid as archrivals, he didn't mind. After all, he wasn't particularly fond of Embiid's character anyway. Whatever happens, happens. The interview concluded. Tang Lei drove his BMW X7 and left the Oracle Arena. It was already Christmas, and the streets outside were festively decorated with various Christmas-themed ornaments. In America, Christmas is akin to the Spring Festival in China. However, being Chinese, Tang Lei didn't feel much for this holiday. He drove all the way back to his apartment when his phone suddenly rang. After the previous bombardment of calls from various domestic brands, Tang Lei had changed his primary number. This number was only known to a select few, including the team. So he was somewhat surprised that someone was calling him now. He glanced at the area code. It was a local call. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Lei decided to answer. Hello. Tang Lei answered. Mr. Tang, hello. This is Rich Paul. I heard you're looking for an agent. I'd like to invite you for a meal and a chat. Do you have time? The voice on the other end got straight to the point. Rich Paul. Tang Lei was startled upon hearing the name. Wasn't this the famous sports agent in the NBA? Under his wing were star players like LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Ben Simmons, who commanded the league. Rich Paul's most classic cases included helping J.R. Smith secure a 4-year, $57 million contract, Tristan Thompson a 5-year, $82 million deal, and John Wall a 4-year, $170 million contract from the Wizards. He was known as a blessing for players and a nightmare for teams. Sure, I don't have games tomorrow or the day after. Let's meet tomorrow. After a moment's thought, Tang Lei immediately replied. The fact that he personally approached a rookie like me must be because he saw my rapidly rising fame. I have to say his insight was quite sharp. Generally, agents of his caliber wouldn't bother with an undrafted rookie. But Rich Paul was the first to reach out to me. An agent is of paramount importance to a basketball player. From major negotiations like transfers and contract drafting to trivial daily life and event appearances, the agent handles everything meticulously. It could be said that with an excellent agent, a player can devote all his energy to the game without any distractions. Such an agent was exactly what Tang Lei had been seeking. All right, let's meet tomorrow at noon at the Rose restaurant near you, shall we? Rich Paul chuckled and asked. No problem. After hanging up, Tang Lei scrolled through sports news for a while. Articles about his feud with Embiid and Scott were flooding the internet. Each article was swarming with netizens commenting and debating. Domestically, his popularity was unquestionably the highest, with almost all comments siding with him. But abroad, it was a different story. Embiid, as a long-established superstar, had a vast number of supporters. Many of his fans launched personal attacks against Tang Lei. A barrage of harsh words emerged endlessly. However, Tang Lei merely smiled, maintaining a calm mindset. Only mediocrity escapes jealousy. He would just focus on playing well. After browsing the news for a while, Tang Lei soon fell asleep. The next day, he slept until 11 o'clock. After a quick wash and brush, Tang Lei headed out to meet Rich Paul. The Rose restaurant was an upscale establishment with exceptional privacy. The per-person cost was at least $10,000. It was also the prime venue for high-end individuals to discuss collaborations in business. Tang Lei had never been to such a restaurant before. Although he had drawn half his salary from the Warriors and had some capital, he saw no need to dine here alone. Moreover, to be honest, he wasn't quite accustomed to Western cuisine. He preferred Chinese food. When Tang Lei arrived at the agreed location, a man in a suit barely over 5 feet tall stood up. Hello, Tang, I'm Rich Paul. Rich Paul extended his hand politely with a healing smile. Hello, sorry to keep. Tang Lei shook his hand gracefully. No, I arrived early myself. Please have a seat. The two sat down. I took the liberty of ordering you a cappuccino, a steak, and a serving of pasta that you Chinese people enjoy. Is there anything else you'd like to add? Rich Paul handed over the electronic menu with a smile. Thank you, but if I order more, my stomach might protest. Tang Lei declined with a laugh. Haha, you're quite humorous, Tang. Rich Paul chuckled. They chatted casually for a while, building rapport. When the atmosphere was right, Rich Paul finally spoke up. Tang, your contract ends this season, doesn't it? Yes, Tang Lei nodded. I've watched your recent games. Your performance has been really impressive. If you can sustain this until the end of the season, I think many teams will be willing to offer you a big contract. Rich Paul smiled. I would be delighted to work with you. No matter which team you want to sign with next season, or who you collaborate with, I'll do my utmost to help you. Whether it's joining LeBron James with the Lakers, or going to a big market like the New York Knicks, no problem. I've heard of your reputation, Rich Paul. I trust your abilities, which is precisely why I'm sitting here now. Tang Lei also smiled, but his expression remained very calm. He was neither elated by the praise, nor dazzled by the favorable conditions offered. I have no interest in transfers, or such for next season for now. I don't want to think about it. Currently, I only want to stay with the Warriors, compete for this season's championship, and help the team achieve a three-peat dynasty. Yes, indeed. Winning the championship now is the most important thing. It's also the best stage to prove yourself. Rich Paul didn't argue, but fully affirmed Tang Lei's words. Admittedly, his negotiation skills were superb. He always exuded a strong sense of approachability, subtly narrowing the distance between them. Let's get back to our collaboration. How do you want to work with me? Tang Lei took the initiative to ask. I want to be your sole agent. I will serve you wholeheartedly and strive for your maximum benefit. Whether it's player contracts, endorsement deals, or other commercial activities, I will oversee everything. Rich Paul spoke at length before finally stating, as you know, we agents work on commission. Typically, we take 4 to 5 from a player's salary and 25 from commercial activities and endorsements. Considering you're still a rookie, and I have great faith in you, I can lower this ratio a bit. How much lower? Tang Lei asked directly. How about this 4 from your salary and 24 from commercial activities or endorsements? What do you think? Rich Paul inquired. Hearing this, Tang Lei felt a bit speechless. Your so-called lower a bit was truly just a token reduction. Where's the vision? The commission is still too high. You know how enormous the Chinese market behind me is. Tang Lei shook his head, directly rejecting the proposal. The salary commission was acceptable, but the commercial cut was exorbitant, nearly a quarter. In other words, for a $10 million endorsement deal, I'd have to give you 2 for million. Wouldn't that make me a sucker? This is already the market rate. Moreover, my team and I will do our best to protect your interests. You have veto power over everything. Rich Paul explained. I have no issue with the salary commission, but for commercial activities or endorsements, my expectation is within 15. Tang Lei asserted firmly. 15. That. Rich Paul was taken aback. Even his biggest client, LeBron James, didn't have such a... I know you approached me because of the vast Chinese market behind me. To be honest, endorsement offers are already lining up. I just don't have the time. If you can accept this, we can work together. If not, let's just be friends. Although Tang Lei wore a smile, his attitude was very firm. Why was he so resolute? Nothing else. 2 words: self-confidence. Seeing Tang Lei's unwavering resolve, Rich Paul was inwardly astonished. He had thought he could easily take advantage of this Chinese youth who was not yet 20. But to his surprise, he had ultimately underestimated his opponent. The other's composure, confidence, and presence far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing the young LeBron James of yesteryear. In that instant, he finally understood how the man had sunk so many clutch shots and game winners. This was practically an innate kingly aura. After a moment's contemplation, Rich Paul ultimately chose to though the commission was less than he had imagined. As Tang Lei had said, he himself had come for the vast Chinese market behind. The latter's commercial value would surely rank among the league's top 5 in the future. For such a premium player, he could never let him slip away. All right, Mr. Tang, let's cooperate on your terms. Hey, raise the draft contract I've prepared. Take it back and look it over. Call me with any questions. If it's acceptable, I'll come to the Oracle Arena in 2 days to sign the formal contract. Rich Paul spoke with a smile as he produced a pre-drafted contract. He wrote the agreed-upon commission share on it and handed it to Tang Lei. Tang Lei took it and nodded with a smile. Then they shared lunch, maintaining a pleasant conversation throughout. An hour later, their meal concluded. After parting ways, Tang Lei returned to his apartment with the contract. With no games or training for the next 2 days, it was a rare break. Lying on the comfortable sofa, Tang Lei began to scrutinize the contract. In a foreign land, contracts demanded careful review. Being cheated would be a crying shame. In this world, especially in the U.S., contract law was paramount. A contract was, as it was, once signed, it held binding force. After reading it 3 times thoroughly, Tang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The contract had no pitfalls. Everything was normal. Thinking it over, Rich Paul was too renowned and his agency too large to risk tarnishing their reputation. It would be a loss outweighing the gain. After reviewing the contract, Tang Lei began browsing Twitter. Yi Xiaozhu had once again privately messaged him, thanking him for the tickets. Watching their relationship gradually warm, Tang Lei's heart grew restless. What he couldn't have in his past life now lay before him. He then asked for Yi Xiaozhu's contact information. To his surprise, she was online and readily provided it. It felt as though she had been waiting for him to ask. Over the next 2 days, Tang Lei switched to chatting via QQ, finding it more convenient than private messages. Occasionally, they called each other, discussing the past and even envisioning the future. With memories of his past life, Tang Lei had a perfect grasp of Izio's preferences, personality, and style. In their chats, a casual hint or a small suggestion from him would leave Yi Xiaozhu deeply astonished. She even uttered the famous phrase, "You get me." Time flew by when chatting or calling with a beloved one. Even in the blink of an eye, the two-day break passed. Today, the Warriors had a home game against the Charlotte Hornets. This was not a strong team, merely one struggling at the brink of the playoffs. They had only Kemba Walker, a true solo, but in this era, a solo leader couldn't win a championship, let alone easily make the playoffs. Hence, the trend of star players forming super teams was intensifying. Even 2 stars were no longer sufficient, at least 3 were needed for a guarantee. Before the game began, Tang Lei smoothly signed the formal contract with Rich Paul. Thus, he officially became a member of Rich Paul's age. Once the news broke, all NBA teams cried out in dismay, especially Warriors GM Bob Myers, who felt like banging his head against a wall. He regretted not offering a longer contract. Why had he only signed him for 1 year? With Tang Lei's explosive performance and Rich Paul's backing, renewing the contract later would surely cost the player entrance ceremony began. When it was Tang Lei's turn to enter the arena, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers that swept through the venue. Evidently, after his triumphant return and victory over the 76ers in the previous Christmas game, Tang Lei had completely won over the Warriors fans. They now regarded him as a crucial piece of the puzzle for the Warriors championship this season. The game commenced. The Warriors' starting lineup: Curry, Thompson, Green, Iguodala, and Tang Lei. The Hornets' starting lineup: Kemba Walker, Lamb, Zeller, Williams, and Batum. Green and Zeller contested the jump ball. Zeller, with his height and long arms, easily tipped the ball. Kemba Walker advanced with the ball, and facing the Warriors' somewhat loose defense, he launched a jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish! A clean net. The Hornets drew first blood. However, Curry, Thompson, and Tang Lei then combined their efforts, each sinking a three-pointer without a miss. In an instant, the score shot to 9-3, stretching the lead to a 6-point gap. In response, the other Hornets players continued to miss, failing to find any rhythm. Green grabbed the rebound and hurled it down court, allowing Thompson to easily add another 2 points. 1-1-3. The Warriors led by 8 points early in the game. At the critical moment, it was still Kemba Walker who stepped up. He drove fiercely to the basket, and despite Green's defense, he powered through for a tough score, drawing a foul. He also converted the free throw. 1-1-6. On the Warriors' side, scoring came from multiple players, their offense raging like a fierce tiger. In contrast, apart from their core player Kemba Walker, the other Hornets players struggled to find their footing. After half a quarter, the score had reached 2-6-1-2, a commanding 14-point lead. The Hornets head coach immediately called a timeout. He then brought in Tony Parker, replacing Lamb, who had gone 0 for 3 from three-point range and was ice cold. Though Lamb was known as the 2K King, that reputation was confined to the virtual realm. In reality, his abilities were somewhat average, averaging only around 10 points per game. Despite occasional moments of brilliance, he also had many off nights. With Tony Parker on the floor, the Hornets' situation indeed improved. Parker, a veteran with immense experience and 4 championship rings, took charge. Under his orchestration of the team, they gradually chipped away at the deficit, pulling back some of the points. The score was fixed at 38-31. The Hornets had narrowed the gap to just 7 points. Curry and Tang Lei rested. It wasn't until the Hornets closed the gap to just 3 points midway through the quarter that Kerr called a timeout and sent Curry and Tang Lei back onto the court. Facing the Hornets, a team struggling on the playoff fringe, Kerr appeared relatively relaxed, not overly tense. He wanted to give Curry and Tang Lei as much rest as possible. The moment they stepped onto the court, the effect was immediate. Each sank a three-pointer, stretching the lead back to 9 points. The Hornets were frustrated, especially their core player Kemba Walker. He had fought tooth and nail to cut the deficit to 3, only for the duo to casually drain threes and widen the gap back to nearly double digits. At halftime, the Warriors led the Hornets 62-45, a 17-point advantage. Curry had 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 4 assists. Tang Lei also recorded 17 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals. Since extending his wingspan, his abilities in rebounding and steals had begun to flourish. After the halftime break, the teams returned to the court. The Warriors intensified their offense, particularly Thompson, who seemed to channel divine light, hitting 5 of his first 6 three-pointers. Under his leadership, the Hornets collapsed instantly. By the end of the third quarter, the gap had unsurprisingly ballooned to a full 30 points. The core players clocked out after 3 quarters. The Hornets starters struggled for half the fourth quarter, but only managed to cut the lead by 8 points. Left with no choice, they pulled all their starters, conceding defeat. This outcome had been widely anticipated. After all, the gap in roster strength between the two teams was immense. With Tang Lei's recent rise, even without Durant's return from injury, the Warriors' strength remained at the league's pinnacle. Both sides switched to their bench players. For the remaining half of the quarter, the coaches rarely called timeouts, and the pace was fast. After all, the substitutes wanted to showcase their skills. With the outcome already decided, there was no reason to slow the game down and waste time. The Hornets bench managed to narrow the gap slightly. Ultimately, the Warriors secured a home victory 121,102, winning by 19 points. Their winning streak extended to 10 games, solidifying their top spot in the Western Conference. Post-game stats: Thompson with 24 points and 4 rebounds, Curry with 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Tang Lei with 21 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 steals. The trio combined for 67 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists, a terrifying performance. In this game, Tang Lei achieved an incredible 20,555 stat line in just 3 quarters. Unsurprisingly, this feat broke the NBA record for the youngest player to achieve such numbers. After the game, the players exchanged handshakes in a show of respect. Back in the locker room, Tang Lei earned 3 attribute points and 8 system coins from the basketball god system. Having tasted success in this game, Tang Lei didn't hesitate. He immediately allocated all 3 attribute points to his wingspan. His wingspan had now reached an astonishing 2.19 meters, a full 17 centimeters longer than his height of 2.02 meters. However, since the maximum increase for wingspan was capped at 15 centimeters, Tang Lei had reached his limit. Even if he earned more attribute points in the future, he could no longer enhance this stat. Otherwise, he would truly become inhuman. After showering and completing interviews, all the players boarded the bus for their next destination. They would face the Brooklyn Nets on the road in one day, marking the final game of 2018. In this season, the Brooklyn Nets had not yet traded for Kyrie Irving or Kevin Durant. However, led by D'Angelo Russell, Caris LeVert, and Spencer Dinwiddie, the Nets still managed to secure the 6th seed in the regular season and advance to the playoffs. Although they were eliminated in the first round by the 3rd-seeded Philadelphia 76ers with a 41 score, it was undeniably a commendable achievement for a team that had long been absent from the postseason. Of course, what left Tang Lei with the deepest impression was Jeremy Lin's severe injury in the final 4+ minutes of the opening game last season. And that utterance, "I'm done." Originally, the Nets had planned to build the team around Jeremy Lin as the cornerstone, but this devastating injury cast a shadow over his career. Although the opponent, the Nets, was a playoff team, their star power was relatively low and the gap in paper strength between the two sides remained considerable. While riding the bus to the airport, Tang Lei took out his phone and announced on his Weibo and Twitter that Rich Paul had left behind the agent's email address for any business collaborations. After posting this statement, Tang Lei, like a carefree manager, tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes to rest. The next day at 8 p.m. sharp, at the Nets' home court, the fans had all arrived. The Nets' starting lineup consisted of Joe Harris, D'Angelo Russell, Jarrett Allen, Travion Graham, and Caris. The Warriors' starting lineup remained unchanged from their usual core. The game officially began. The Nets entered the game with momentum, especially Russell, who drove, shot, and assisted. They started with a 60 run. However, the first Warrior to step up was Tang Lei. When Kawhi's three-pointer bounced off the rim, Tang Lei leaped high with his long arms and tipped the ball in over Allen's head. With a score of 2-4-2-2, they held a 2-point lead. However, the second quarter saw a dramatic shift as Tang Lei suddenly erupted. Three-pointers, mid-range shots, rebounds, and steals. He unleashed nearly every weapon in his arsenal. Playing the entire quarter, Tang Lei amassed an explosive stat line of 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 steals. The score stood at 4-0-5-0. The Warriors had overturned the Nets' lead by 10 points. Yet after halftime, and the sides swapped baskets, the 6th man of the year, Spencer Dinwiddie, also erupted. He not only erased the deficit, but also pushed the Nets ahead by 3 points, reclaiming the lead at 6-9-6-6. The young Nets displayed their resilience. However, the Warriors didn't give the Nets many opportunities. Their starters went all out from the beginning of the fourth quarter, ultimately defeating the young Nets with ease. The game ended with a final score of 108-119, securing an 11-point victory. The number 11 also mirrored the Warriors' winning streak. Post-game statistics were tallied. For the Nets, Russell with 24 points and 5 assists, LeVert with 18 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists, Dinwiddie with 20 points, Allen with 17 points and 11 rebounds, and Harris with 15 points on 4 of 6 3-point shooting. For the Warriors, Curry with 26 points and 6 assists, Tang Lei with 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 steals, Thompson with 18 points, Green with 9 points, 12 rebounds, and 9 assists, and Iguodala with 10 points. With Tang Lei's resurgence, more and more people were including him in discussions about the All-Star game. After their final game of 2018, the Warriors returned to their home court. Of course, the New Year's schedule remained packed with teams averaging a game roughly every 2 days. With the arrival of the new year, the NBA officially announced the Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month for December. Embiid was selected for the East. In December's 13 games, Embiid averaged 29.2 points, 7th in the league, 4th in the East, 11, 2 rebounds, 3, 9 assists, 1, 5 steals, and 1, 3 blocks. In the West, Tang Lei was selected after consistently delivering outstanding performances. In December, Tang Lei averaged 30.2 points, 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2.1 steals per game, leading the Warriors to an 11-game winning streak. His shooting percentages were 55.2 from the field, 46.8 from three-point range, and 90 from the free throw line, earning him a spot in the 504090 club. With Embiid and Tang Lei being named Eastern and Western Conference Players of the Month, it was no surprise that the media widely covered the news. After all, there had been considerable friction between them in previous games. Portraying them as a new generation of archrivals to boost viewership and discussion became a top priority for various media outlets. At the start of the new year, the first round of voting for the NBA 2018-2019 All-Star Weekend began. Voting portals opened across various media and channels. This year's All-Star Game was to be held in Charlotte, hosted by the Hornets. It was also the third consecutive year that players and media could vote alongside fans for the All-Star rosters. Fan votes accounted for 50% of the decision for starting lineup spots. Votes from current players and a panel of professional basketball media each accounted for 25%. As soon as the All-Star voting portal opened in China, tens of millions of fans flooded in. This caused congestion lag and even service outages on various portal entrances, illustrating the fervor of the shocking full-platform portal crashes. How popular is Tang Lei? An undrafted rookie destined to be the All-Star vote leader. James, what? Will Tang Lei participate in the three-point contest? Your vote, my vote. The rose shall bloom anew. From time to time, major media outlets would churn out these eye-catching headlines. In the following games, the Warriors faced no formidable opponents. Their winning streak continued unabated. With Durant's return from injury, the Warriors became even more unstoppable. An 18-game winning streak was the ultimate testament. Moreover, this momentum showed no signs of waning. Just when everyone thought the Warriors had entered a slump, just when everyone believed they had deciphered the Warriors' tactical core and lineup adjustments, Tang Lei's emergence shattered all their counter-strategies. January passed in a flash. During this month, the relationship between Tang Lei and Yi Xiaozhu continued. Before and after games, they would chat and call each other whenever they had the chance, sharing their troubles and worries. During this time, Yi Xiaozhu also voluntarily came to the Oracle Arena twice to watch Tang Lei play. The month's deepening bond had elevated them beyond ordinary friendship. Only a thin veil remained to be. As January drew to a close, the first round of All-Star voting concluded. Ultimately, without any campaigning from Tang Lei, the formidable legion of Chinese fans effortlessly propelled him to the throne of vote leader. With over 1.5 million votes, he far surpassed second place, Jameis 1.08 million. Tang Lei had anticipated this outcome. After all, even Yi Jianlian, a rookie just entering the NBA, was once voted into the All-Star game, let alone Tang Lei, who had already delivered impressive performances. Of course, this was only the first round of votes from active players, coaches, and media had yet to open. Given the heavier weight of these votes, James still had a chance to stage a comeback. Beyond the shock of Tang Lei's breakthrough among American fans, the dual selection of Rose and Wade moved countless fans to tears. The Rose once teetered on the brink of leaving the court, yet he persevered, shining brightly with the Timberwolves and scoring a career-high 50 points. That night the Rose wept, and so did his adoring fans. As for Wade, this was his last dance. Everyone wished to see him one final time on the All-Star stage. Thus, many fans persisted in voting for them daily. The All-Star game was set for February 17th. However, before that, the Warriors faced a tough battle. That battle was against the Toronto Raptors. Ever since Kawhi Leonard swapped teams with DeRozan this season, the Raptors had surged forward, firmly holding the league's second spot. Though trailing the dominant Bucks, the Raptors were viewed, aside from the 76ers, as the Warriors' most formidable. They were also seen as a stumbling block on the defending champion Warriors' path to another title. Hence, this game was broadcast nationwide, with major media outlets hyping it days in advance. However, unlike previous encounters with strong teams, this time the Warriors were playing on the road. Toronto is a city of perennial cold. Despite their preparations, the Warriors players were still shivering from the chill upon arrival. But this was only outdoors. Inside the arena, heating kept them comfortable. After a good day's rest at the hotel, the next day before tip-off, the entire Warriors squad arrived an hour early at the Raptors' home arena to acclimate themselves. Earlier, the Warriors had won 4 more games, extending their streak to 22 consecutive victories. This tied the remarkable feat achieved by the Rockets during the Yao McGrady era. Of course, they still needed 2 more wins to match their own franchise-best 24-game winning streak from the 2015-16 season. If they could secure this victory, the following 2 games against weaker opponents would make breaking the record much easier. This streak of victories showcased to the outside world the Warriors' reignited formidable dominance. Hence, all external attention was also focused on this particular game. Could the new king of the North, Leonard, put an end to the Warriors' winning streak? After this game, the final answer would be at 8 o'clock in the evening sharp, a nationally televised game. The match between the Raptors and the Warriors officially commenced. Raptors starters Leonard, Lowry, Siakam, Ibaka, Danny Green. Warriors starters Curry, Durant, Thompson, Draymond Green, and Tang Lei. Through his explosive and consistent performances, Tang Lei had firmly secured his starting position with the Warriors. Even Durant's return could not shake his position. Though he was just a rookie, everywhere strength speaks, and strength reigns supreme. If you're capable, you play. If you're not, you sit. It's simple, realistic, and equally ruthless. The game began. Green and Ibaka jumped for the ball. Ibaka, jokingly called 28K by Chinese netizens, was a man who hit a microphone, surely skilled in duets with beautiful women. With his exceptional height and wingspan, Ibaka easily outjumped Green, securing the first possession for the Raptors. Lowry brought the ball up the court. On the first possession, he passed it to Leonard. Facing Durant's defense, Leonard's face remained expressionless like a robot. His moves were not flashy but were incredibly solid. Durant was too tall, and despite his excellent defense, he was shaken off balance. Seeing the opening, Leonard executed a lateral pull-up jumper like a precision machine, releasing the ball steadily and easily scoring 2 points, drawing first blood for the Raptors. On the other end, Durant answered with a pull-up jumper. On the Raptors' next possession, Danny Green hit a three-pointer from the court, but Thompson of the Warriors was not to be outdone, immediately answering with a three-pointer from the wing. Siakam scored inside using footwork, and Tang Lei responded with a beautiful fadeaway jumper. Lowry scored a tough andone, and Curry answered with a highly difficult three-pointer over a defender. The two teams traded blows. The rhythm was smooth. Shooting percentages were sky-high, driving the Raptors' home crowd into a frenzy. The lead alternated back and forth with neither side able to pull away completely. After 6 minutes, Kerr called a timeout first. Both coaches tacitly agreed to rest their core starters. The Warriors substituted Curry and Durant. The Raptors substituted Leonard and Lowry. Watching his two veteran teammates head to the bench, Tang Lei knew his opportunity to shine had arrived. In the first half of the quarter, he had few shooting opportunities, taking only 3 shots. He made 2 of 3, including a three-pointer and a fadeaway, scoring 5 points. While Durant's return was excellent for the Warriors, it was undeniable that since his return, Tang Lei's ball handling opportunities had decreased significantly. He had almost no specific offensive plays drawn for him. Fortunately, Tang Lei's rebounding instincts and improved defense, aided by his lengthening wingspan, had elevated his game. Otherwise, his playing time might have been cut in half. After all, the Warriors lacked nothing in terms of scores. Although Tang Lei's recent performances were quite good, his scoring remained steady at around 14 to 15 points. He was merely a third or fourth option. It was incomparable to his performance during the month he won the Rookie of the Month award. Therefore, Tang Lei had to seize this opportunity with his two veteran teammates off the court to perform well and this was the most direct way to increase his own value. Perform well, and your value rises, allowing you to sign a big contract. Otherwise, just talking won't make anyone take you seriously. After Curry left the game, Green took over the primary ball handling duties. In recent times, thanks to Tang Lei's outstanding play, Green had been racking up assists, even breaking his career-high assist record. So when he saw Tang Lei open, he immediately passed the ball. After catching it facing Siakam's tight defense, Tang Lei rose for a pull-up jumper without hesitation. Although Siakam was also tall with long arms, a true long-armed freak, he was a step too slow, not anticipating Tang Lei's sudden pull-up three-pointer. Swish! The three-pointer swished through the net. Tang Lei made an okay gesture towards his eyes in celebration. 2-5-2-7. The Warriors took the lead again. After Lowry was substituted, Van Vliet came in to handle the ball. This small guard, because he wore the number 23 jersey, was jokingly called Van Jordan by domestic fans. His presence meant that Lin Shaheo, who had joined the Raptors, rarely got playing time. Even when Van Vliet played poorly, Lin Shaheo could only get on the court during garbage time. That was another reason fans called him Van Jordan. However, based on Tang Lei's memories from before his transmigration, Van Vliet eventually proved himself. Especially after his son was born and he became a father, he transformed into the real Jordan, dominating games and helping the Raptors win the championship that season. Having just been crossed over and hit with a pull-up three, the young and fiery Siakam was naturally unwilling to back down. He planted a foot in front of Tang Lei, used his back to shield him, and called for the ball. Van Vliet, understanding the situation, passed the ball as soon as Siakam had established his position.